morning, day 150. Alright, let's make the today command. So, Friday. Adam is going to continue implementing the UI. He will be working on, let's see here. So I'm going to be finishing up the blueprints and then edit blueprints. And that's my goal for today. Hey, Hideo. That's my goal for today. Let me see if anything else is reasonable that I could work on here. I think it's mostly that. And I guess if that gets done, then I'll work on the in-game stuff maybe. So he'll be working on the blueprints pages first. I'll say IE creating/editing bots. And if there's time, he'll work on the in-game, on the foundation for the in-game UI. Today may be a short stream. Adam is moving tomorrow and needs to pack. Alright, cool. So let's put that there. Hey, Mike. Okay, cool. So that's been added. Hey, Remy. Alright, so where did I leave off? I don't know if I had actually done anything important here. No files changed, yeah. We are first and second. Actually, yeah, there were only two people before you. Luculus and Hideo. So if they're -1 and 0, then yes, you guys are first and second. For some reason, I thought it was 12. Oh. Alright, so one of the things that I did, I asked a bunch of questions about the UI. And actually, well, I think I'll just do these. So in the store UI, did the buy and sell buttons only show up on selected items, or are they there all the time? Only on rollover. So it's possible for a selected item to not have these buttons. So then Jason suggested adding in a slight delay. I saw who you live. Why would you show me that? So these buttons that we're talking about here are these. So when you hover over something, that's the only time the plus and minus buttons show up. And same thing over here. And if something's selected, you don't necessarily have them show up. Now, I did code this, but without a delay. And either way, this wouldn't work for tablet or mobile at all because there is no hover over. Also, I think I got a mosquito bite on my neck. I'm just going to scratch my neck all day. Oh, I never started running the app, so there's no way to load a client if the server is not hosting it. Okay. Well, now it's running. So let's try this again. So we connect, we go to the store page. Yeah, so it's these plus and minus buttons. The problem is if you wanted to select this, let's say you just click the background, it selects it. But let's say you've never really used this UI before and you go to click here on the background. You actually end up trying to sell something. Oh, also, that reminds me. One of the other things I need to do is if you try selling something that you're using, you should probably get a warning somehow. Let me write this on a list of things to ask Jason about because I don't know how we want to do this. If it's hardware, we could just empty that slot. That's not a problem. But if it's cosmetics, I don't know what we do instead. And hey, Fatality. And hey, Echo. Day 150, does this feel like a milestone? I suppose a little bit. At least a Twitch milestone. Product milestone, it doesn't really align with anything in particular. Like, yeah, I'm working on the UI, but I guess I also kind of worked on the UI on like day 30. So I think the next big milestone for Botland would be when beta gets released. However, I do think it's pretty significant, the Twitch milestone part of it. 150 days on here. I mean, I'll show this on screen so that this will be forever captured in the VOD. But tons of views. Like, I wouldn't have expected that. I've been streaming for like 5 minutes now, and there's 22 people watching and a good amount of followers. So, yeah, I think to me, that's impressive because I didn't expect that to happen. I'd expected like 1 or 2 viewers, and it maybe builds up to like 10 over the course of my entire Twitch streaming. But I'm glad there's an audience for it. Okay, so one of the things I wanted to answer here. So, whoops, didn't mean to do that. So if you sell the last copy of a piece of hardware you have, but you're using it, should we warn the user? We can just remove that slot entirely from any blueprints if we want, with no real harm done. And I guess I'll say, however, for cosmetics, we can't just remove it, since then the bot would be incomplete. So is it an error? Do we auto replace it with something else that you have? Aw, thanks, Remy. Not impressive at all. I can get 1 million views in one day, and all I streamed was a picture of a goat for 5 minutes. Get on my level. Well, yeah. I'm not on Chiphili's level, definitely. Totally different atoms here. Everything alright back there? Sounds like a raccoon is going through your trash. Yeah, a big mechanical raccoon. But we're moving tomorrow. You guys hopefully won't hear that anymore. Hey, Lulong. I would say do a check and then abort the sell if the object being sold is equipped with a warning to the player. Yeah, I think the problem is that you can have a lot of different bots here. You might have like 9 of them. And let's say they're all using lasers. Then the fix, like any error that shows up should be actionable. So you're here and you try selling lasers, right? And then it says like error, you have 9 bots using this. Go unequip it before you can sell this. So now you have to go over to blueprints. You have to hit edit on all of these. You have to edit the loadout, drag lasers back into here on 9 of these bots, and then hit update. As opposed to we just blank out the slot that was using lasers. So anyway, we've got to figure that out. I don't think it's going to be very frequent that you're going to sell the last of an item and you happen to be using it. So it's not a very common scenario, but we need to have something that handles it. Yeah, Corporia. Yeah, what's going on in the hospital? Put a green screen behind him, and instead of the light, we get to control the entire green screen. That would be kind of interesting. Okay, you should probably get a warning. Yeah, we gotta do that. I'll just write that there for now. So, where did I leave off? Oh yeah, answering these things. So only on rollover. Yeah, the problem with this is that we don't have the mobile version yet. So like I could put a delay on here. Yeah, I could have put the delay on here, but it's not going to fix a whole lot, I think. And yeah, thanks for the long. 150 days. Plus, the delay that I'd need to add would have to be... Let me try something. Do these have a transform on them? Can we say transform all 3S? Why can't it? Is it overridden by something else? Oh, is it 3S all? Oh my god, it's transition. I know how this works. There we go. Okay, and then I can say transform. Actually, I don't need to say anything there, right? So now what if I just change the opacity of that thing? Opacity 0.5. Oh, darn it. It's that. I gotta do this. Does that fade in and fade out? Yeah, it does. Okay. So you can see it fading out there, and now we'll see it fade in. The problem is that it's clickable while it's fading in. So if I set this to 0, going to fade out, and I set it to 1, I can actually still click purchase on it. So I need it to not be able to be clicked. I wonder if there's a CSS style to control that. Oh, disabling it. Disabled true. No, that doesn't work. That's not how you set this thing to disable. CSS transition disabled. Disable as an HTML, yeah. I wonder if there's a better way to do this then. Disable until animation complete. I think I need to do this through JavaScript. Because I don't think there are any onComplete functions I can be using here. Yeah, like jQuery has them, of course, but I don't think I have this. HTML or JS can do this. Honestly, I think another way to solve this is we just don't let you buy or sell unless it's selected. I don't know. But I don't think this is super important, so I'll just write this down afterward. Where does this even go on the list? Let's make a UI polish section. In the store UI, the buy/sell buttons should be disabled until they've animated in. That way you don't accidentally buy or sell something when you're just trying to select it to find out what it does. You can move them off screen while they're invisible. The thing is, like, if they're invisible, I could also just set something that makes it, I don't know, like you said, like size 0 or something along those lines. But the problem is once they're animating in, like I want them to animate in on hover, and I want you to be able to click them while they're animating in. So they have to be in the position where they think they are. I guess I could make like a fake other, I don't know. I'll figure this out later. Because this is the kind of thing that might take me like 30 minutes to figure out. They're perfectly aligned on both lines? What? Oh, that sort of thing? Yeah, that's... Okay. So we originally had this conversation, but we hadn't talked about mobile yet. And I may need to figure out how to disable something until an animation is complete. Oh, here. I see. Got it. Yeah, Fatality caught on to that. I didn't. We need to figure out. So this would need to be done in JS, I believe. Yeah, Remy, I got you. Okay. So we can put that there and say when this was created. Cool. So I don't see a way to open salvage packs other than via the news page. So this was something I was talking about in the mock-up. We have this button right here. There's open salvage and there's buy. And that's perfect. I think that's fine. But this is on the news page. So if you're ever like, oh, I'm here and I don't have the items I want, let's go open salvage packs. You probably wouldn't say, oh, that's on the news page. I remember that. Like, you'd probably want to open it just from this bar up here that's on every single page. So there's a plus button here. What we could do is we could take you to something devoted to salvage, so you could buy and sell. But having an entire page devoted to just this button seems a little ridiculous. Or we could have a plus to buy and some other button to open it. So I don't think we figured that out. I guess I'm just going to write this here. Make sure there's a way to open /buy, well, to open salvage packs from some page other than news. Use visibility hidden. Well, okay, so yeah, that'll stop you from clicking the button, sure. But like the full problem is that when it's animating in, we want it to be visible that it's there and animate it like fading in, but we don't want you to be able to click it. So if we have visibility hidden, you won't be able to see the animation part because that'll just cease to exist. So if we say this here, visibility hidden. Oh, interesting. I put it on the icon accidentally. Maybe make an inventory page where you can navigate from everywhere in the top bar. Or if you click on number of packages owned, you go to... Yeah. So we'll probably do that. The point is that we haven't mocked it up yet. I don't want to necessarily do that. Before the animation, change it back to visibility visible. Well, okay, so Mike, I do appreciate the suggestions, but I still don't think that prevents you from doing this. This is the scenario I'm trying to prevent, is that you go over to here, and without even realizing that these buttons are here, you click in an attempt to select melee, but instead you just click sell immediately, and there, it's already been done. Now you only have 2. Or you try clicking here and you accidentally purchased it. So an animation fading this in and making it only enabled once it's been faded in would probably prevent you from doing that, because now when you click, you have like a second before you could actually click buy or sell. But still, I'm not going to do that yet. So let's see. Yeah. So on the blueprints page, the settings gear fits where it does because Aussie is only 5 letters. So Jason said, we'll run into lots of questions like this where string lengths will need to be defined. And hey, Pat Acoustic. And the layout adjusted to make room for content. For the moment, I would just make the title itself wide enough to support the gear plus 12 characters comfortably. The whole bar there is horizontally scrollable, yeah. What if you move the buttons to outside the box instead of trying to deal with this issue? Yeah, so those are all potential solutions. I think part of it is just, I'm going to talk to the designer about what he thinks is best. Because one of the things I do like, I think having these buttons on each one is pretty nice. Because if you do have, let's say, 3 of this thing and 4 of this thing and 5 of this thing, and you want to sell them all pretty quickly, you can just click, minus, 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 minus. Having them in a central location, it's not a bad thing, I think. But we need to make sure that the UI accommodates that. Transitioned event. Hey, Andon. Transitioned event is fired when a CSS event transition has completed. In the case where a transition is removed before completion, then the event will not fire. Wow. Yeah, awesome. Okay, cool. Thanks. I'll definitely look into this because this is a way to accomplish the original design. Now, the original design still doesn't have an accommodation for mobile, so we'll have to look into that at some point. And into link this in. Okay. So blueprints, put the setting gear there. Now, I believe I started to work on this the other day. This won't show up. Oh, it will show up. Well, I take all that back. I forgot I logged in. Hey, Zilly. How's it going? I didn't see you streaming this morning. Then again, I was only rapidly eating breakfast before starting my stream, so perhaps you were. Okay, so 12 characters needs to fit here. And let's, I don't know if this is going to be a monospace font or not, so let's make it 12 M's. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. 12 wide characters, I should say. So yeah, this is unfortunate. We want this to be probably the same size no matter what. And right now, I don't know what's controlling the size of that. It's 96 by 100, so maybe it's the image that's controlling it. Yeah, because the text is absolutely positioned. Not streamed the last 2 days, been sick? Oh, I hope you feel better. Or you'd have a pop-up, are you sure you want to sell this, and a checkbox to turn if yeah, that's possible. The thing is, whenever you have a checkbox like that, you need a way of reverting that option. So like, let's say I disabled that. I'm in the store UI and I disabled that checkbox thing. There needs to be a setting somewhere in here like ask if you want to delete stuff. And I feel like that makes the UI a lot more complex. Because now you have a bunch of options in here for things that maybe you never even saw those confirmations. And maybe you don't know which one you want when you first click this. Like, I don't know about you guys, but sometimes I'll use a program for the first time and it'll say something like, tip of the day, did you know pressing Control N will make a new document? And then there's a checkbox that says, stop showing me these tips of the day. Like the first couple times I see that, I don't really know how to use the program, so maybe it's helpful. And then after I feel like I know how to use it, I'll probably disable that and then never see them again. So I don't know. You could have it revert on every session. Yeah, and that might be annoying too, because it's like, what does this checkbox do then? If the size isn't set, it becomes the size of the image. Okay. And no problem, Mike. No, that's why that's why I wasn't like angry or something. I just need to explain what the issue was. Anyway, Remy, I wouldn't. Okay, so let me, I guess, state another thing here. These particular issues, I'm not necessarily trying to solve right now. I'm just trying to point out that they're issues, and then I'll talk to the designer about them. Then either he or a combination of he and I will come up with a conclusion, and then I don't know. We'll probably implement that. I'll just have a pop-up that has 2 buttons: confirm or cancel. Just disappointed. No. And hey, EJ, pop-up that has 2 buttons. Yeah. So I'll talk to the designer about it. What was it that I was looking at right now? Oh yeah, the settings button and everything. So what I need to do is set this so that it takes up. Oh, interesting. Every time you go to this page is when it highlights it or not highlights it. Good luck moving this weekend. Yeah, man, I can't wait for that to be done. The problem is it's not done after the day that we move, because we have to come back here and then clean everything. That way we don't get charged a bunch of money when we move out. Oh well, what are you gonna do? So I could just make these 2 different divs and not even absolutely position. Why did I even do that? Is this absolutely positioned? Yes, it is. Well, that makes no sense because there was no reason to do that. So bot icon name. Let's go take a look. I don't think this is necessary for this to be laid out this way. House tour and Atom Stream. No, house tour is not something you guys will probably ever get. Atom Stream, probably eventually, but I'm not going to promise a time for that. Okay, so now that this thing is positioned how it is, and we have a transform pushing this, so we don't need the transform anymore. This just needs to only exist in the case that what? I don't know how I feel about this. Negative 10 pixels. Man. Oh, good, Zilly. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, I think Sublime is great too. I just think Atom is probably the de facto editor going forward for people who like Sublime. Really digging the color palette of this page? Yeah, that's going to change. I'm not sure what I want to do here. I don't like this space. And this starter bay, if I were to put something like this here, how do I do this? So we go into pregame header.js. Yeah, I class name. So let's put an icon there. It would be this settings gear. There. So, oh, that didn't work. What happened here? Did I? Oh, come on. What am I doing wrong? Whatever, I'm just gonna put the gear in here. Settings. Just copy paste this. Hey, BioAim. How's the moving? That's happening tomorrow. Okay, well there's the setting gear, so fine. And then if I were to rename this, then this would change the size of everything in here. So unnamed changes to MM, WW, MM, WW, MM, WW. Yeah, and then that looks ugly. We probably want these to be uniform. I have what, capital I? Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna ask Jason about this stuff. Wide enough to support the gear. I think what he meant is always make it this size, but then it's gonna look really weird when we have something like this. Like this should have what, margin auto, text align center. I don't think it's text align that does this. What's the width of this image? Yeah. So content align self. There's probably a better way to do this. Yeah, well, let's just set it like that for now. So I think this would look a lot worse this way. I think using a monospace font would let us at least have all of them sort of take up the same space. I'll need to talk to Jason about this. Because, like, I like how this looks. The bot icons are kind of there. I'll have to figure this out. Hey, Weedley. Wait, Weedley, I said it like a second late. Alright. Yeah, I'm going to put this on the list of things, too. So, about the blueprints page. Let me take a picture of what I've done so far. So we're going to select this stuff here. So blueprints name length. All right. You could also change the font size depending on how long the name is. Yeah, I could do that. We could change font size depending on name length. We could do something else. We could use a monospace font. So let's lower the font size of this a little bit. Font size, I don't even know what it is right now. What, 1 EM or something? Yeah, so if we lower this to, darn it, there's no way to lower it by like, oh, there we go, alt down and up. Yeah, so I don't know, shrinking is okay. I'll talk to the designer about it. So yeah, we still need to do something like that. I gotta figure out the settings gear thing. In fact, we gotta do something for right now. And this needs to be a button, and this should be smaller than it is. We say font size 10px. Yeah, 10's not bad. Something like that. Problem is these divs. Man, some of this is pretty annoying. So then what if we got rid of the transform on selection? And let's go to, oh, that won't work. We have to do things this way, huh? Okay, fine. So we have to connect and then go to blueprints. So I'll just lay this out as close to how I think it should look for right now. We'll make this material icons. We'll also add in another style here. Styles dot bot icon settings, or bot icon menu. Yeah, bot icon menu. That sounds good. So we'll do that. Okay, cool. So now let's go do this. And all we're going to do here is just a font size of 12 pixels. We probably shouldn't be using pixels. Yeah, okay. So that looks much better. Now instead of pixels, let's just figure out what this is in rem. So 0.8 rem. That's pretty good. Okay, so that should look pretty much the same as what we just had. Yeah, More or less. I think it's fine. Is this centered? This doesn't look centered. It kind of is. I envision that. Okay, well that's fine for now. So now I have this gear. Why rem not pix? I don't know. I thought EM would be based on a browser setting and not necessarily like a screen resolution thing. So using pixels is bad because if you're on a super high density display, 12 pixels is going to be next to nothing. Especially if it's a phone or something, and then tapping it is going to be pretty hard too. Okay, so let's try it. What happens when something's not selected here? Then it looks like this, and that's ugly too. So we need to have this div just not even show up in that case. What if we delete it? Yeah, but then the height of this is wrong. Yeah, so I think absolutely positioning it could be fine. Okay, fine. We'll stick with that then. We'll stick with this, and we'll stick with this. And now it should hopefully look good. And so all I changed was I added a settings gear. Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, that looks like this picture does at least. So when you don't have a bot selected, it's sort of at the base of its image. When you do have a bot selected, then you all of a sudden see its name. Or maybe this is just when you're hovering over it. I don't know. We'll figure it out. But that's now in the realm of polished stuff. So let's check in what I did, which, like I said, I'm pretty sure is just adding an icon. Yep. That should probably be done like this. Oh boy. So that and that. Yeah, looks good. Okay, and that class name, yep, good. Cool. So I highly doubt there's a linting error there. So added a gear icon to the bot icons in the blueprints page. This doesn't actually do anything yet. Yeah, so long blueprint names aren't going to really be supported totally yet, but okay, fine. So the bot icons in the footer of the blueprint is going to be obscured by the play button. For now, it's fine to leave it how I have it. Yeah, great. All right. So is there always a bot selected in the blueprints page? So the answer is not always yes, because you might not have a bot. It's possible to delete your last one. And in that case, we just see a plus button. So that's something that wasn't totally mocked up in this UI. But here's what Jason was thinking of when he did this. And he sent me a picture of this. I'm going to just recreate it here really quickly. So he was talking about doing something like this. So you always have one extra icon here. And that's where you can create a new bot. So it's pretty straightforward, I think. And then you can always scroll this one into view. Now, when you don't have a bot at all, then I don't know what's going to show up here. Maybe just a tumbleweed and a new blueprint button. I don't even know. Silly games. Do I know any of their songs? I'm sure I've heard them before. What's their most popular thing? Yeah, I don't know. They fade. We're working on UI. And hey, Tupperbox. So yeah, it'll be UI for all of June. And I'm working on this particular one today. So on the other day, we got the store basically done. I mean, it's functional. You can select things. You can see their descriptions and everything. You can purchase and sell them. This thing is a scroll spy. So as you scroll down this list, you'll see what section you're in. They're not actually sorted for real. So in defense, you can find landmines. That shouldn't be there. And under attack, you can probably find some defensive thing. Yeah, cloaking. That shouldn't be there. And under utility, who knows? Yeah, none of this is like utility stuff, but whatever. It's just so Adamar. Yeah, so I'm going to write this down too. If you don't have any bots, did I write this or did he write this? So if you don't have any bots, what should we show instead of the podium? there will be a lot of blank space. Okay, so selecting these things. So that's what we're going to work on then. That's like the full stuff. So allow blueprints to be selected in the blueprints page. Allow for creating a new blueprint when you click the plus button. So show a plus button if you're not at the maximum number of blueprints. Hey Rod, working on the blueprints page. Have you ever used Dribbble for inspiration? No, what is that? Show and tell for designers. Huh. I'm mostly outsourcing design. It's not outsourcing though. I mean, not outsourcing in the sense of the company outsourcing it. I feel like Jason's been here since the beginning. Granted, he is a contractor, but yeah, like I trust his opinion on this. And if there's ever anything where I feel like it shouldn't work that way from a game perspective, then I talk to him about that stuff. Maybe let the empty base show an example and suggestion. Make it out of random components ready to launch. Well, contractors outsource. Okay, fine. What time is there? I think you're asking what time is it for me, and there's the streamer time command for that. So it's 9:30 in the morning for me. Anyway, what was I going to say? The thing about, oh yeah, so you probably won't ever run into the situation beyond your first day where you don't have any bots here. And if you ever do delete all of them, there's no real, we actually shouldn't let you delete all of them, because if you delete all of them, then you can't join a game. How about a contour profile shadow of a bot could be shown on the podium when it's empty? Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Okay. Well, for now, we're going to make that plus button. So allow blueprints to be selected. Let's go do that. So this is something I already did in the store inventory. There's that concept of selected items. So set selected store item, and that's in bound actions. So we need something like that for bot bays. I believe we have a reducer for this. Was just going to ask, is there a safeguard where you can't sell all of your components? Like have a base starter buy you can't sell. There will be certain components that are impossible to sell. So lasers, for example, everyone's going to have lasers. I think we came up with what this list was. It was lasers and I don't remember what the list was. But anyway, there were like 3 things. I don't know, maybe missiles was on there and something else. I think we might have said thrusters. I don't know if we're going to stick with that though. But anyway, so there will be some amount of components that you just can't sell ever. And that way you'll always have bot pieces you can use. And same thing, there will probably be some cosmetic items that you just can't sell. That way there's no way for you to not be able to play the game. There is a way for you to just shoot yourself in the foot and do this. Like buy, sell, buy, and now you're out of money. And like, did you get anything out of it? No, not really. You just wasted a bunch of bot coin. By the way, I think most games have something like that, where you can shoot yourself in the foot by stupidly spending your money. So I don't plan on preventing people from doing that. It can happen. And then if you do that, then start a new account, I guess, because that would have been a really silly thing to do. Yeah, prevent them from deleting the last one is not a bad idea. All right. Yeah, and Remy, like I said, I think that's any game where you can sell things to a vendor, you can eventually just buy everything from the vendor, sell everything back to the vendor, buy everything from the vendor, sell everything back. No, I think there's a difference between coding for idiots and coding for extreme idiots. Like, you can probably find creative ways to prevent yourself from proceeding in most games. There's probably an art to it. Like, imagine a game where you need to buy an item to progress and you run out of ways to get money. Actually, that doesn't happen in a whole lot of games. I was gonna say it could happen. It could happen in Pokemon, right? At least the first generation. You can just get stuck, no way to get any money any longer, and not have any Pokeballs to catch something that gets you money, and no trainers left to fight, and then you can't do the Safari Zone. Anyway, whatever. Maybe a reset account option, and maybe even a mail confirmation for that. Yeah, those sorts of things I'm really not concerned with. If someone gets into that situation, they can always create a new account. We actually did talk about if someone's ever in this situation where they have 0 bot coin and nothing, no extra hardware, that we just give them like 200 bot coin. But I don't even care if I don't do that. Like I said, it's very few users will ever do that. Maybe I should take a click to show the buttons. Yeah, I'll talk about that. In Fate, I don't know about that. Giving you an email for that. Okay, anyway, allow blueprints to be selected. So I need to look at the workbench initial states. We have is showing bays, next bay cost, the bay ID. So selected bay ID. Why is this already auto completing? That must mean I have it somewhere already. Select bot bay. What? What is this? Oh, right. Right. Yeah, got it. The bay ID you have selected while you're editing, while you're in the blueprints UI. Yeah, Zilly, there's no way to stop yourself from progressing in botland, because like I said, there's hardware that you just can't sell off. Granted, you'll need to win a game with that hardware, which honestly shouldn't be that hard because it's a team game. Okay, so selected bay ID, we have this. We need there's probably a set selected bay ID, set selected bot bay, yeah. But this is in particular for gameplay. So we're gonna need to rename this everywhere. So set selected bot bay to deploy, or for deploy. Yeah, for deploy. So that's, what, no matches found. Oh, whoops. The text you want to replace goes in the bottom box. I know how to use Sublime Text. Okay, great. So we have that. So now we also want set selected bot bay for edit. Set selected, maybe we call this set selected blueprint. I don't want to use 2 different names to represent bot bays. Set selected. I guess I'll say for blueprints. This is such a verbose name. Set selected bot bay for blueprints. So yeah, there we have it. And then we just need to go use this one. So selected bay ID. Yeah, let's do this. Set selected blueprints. All right, cool. So bay ID is action.bay ID. Let's see if I did this anywhere else. Select, oh, parse int. What? Why would I have done that here? And it's selected bay ID anyway. You're definitely a Java programmer? Okay. So selected bay ID. Never actually said it, but I love your stream, Adam. You're funny and you explain things well. You interact with us and I love it. You're an excellent streamer. Aw, thanks, Rod. Actually, yeah. Thanks, Rod. And I have that other thing on cooldown now, so you can't all say great job over and over. Alright, so we have selected bay ID. The next thing to do is when you click them, make it so that they get selected. So selected item. It's going to be this same sort of thing. Yeah, I think. Yeah. JavaScript does have switch, yeah. Yeah, of course, EJ. JavaScript has variables? What? Alright, so when you click one of these things, so we need this here. That means we also need bound actions and whatever other thing that I'm trying to think of. Oh, bind action creators. Yeah, that's right. So let's take that. Let's go to bind action creators. Put this up here. Now, what is temp actions? I'm guessing we're going to need that. Yes, we will. Okay, cool. So here we can say set selected bot bay, blah, blah, blah. This is going to be bay ID, and this is going to be bay ID. Now, when we have something selected, we're going to pass in whether it's selected. Is selected equals how did I do this in the inventory? Did I not do things in here? What? Inventory, my content, create store item. Oh, there it was. So is selected equals selected item ID equals item data.id. Yeah, so is selected is, let's get the selected bot bay. Selected bay ID equals this dot, it's not inventory state, it's workbench state. Dot selected bay ID. So it's selected if this equals bay.id. Okay, then inside of here in the bot icon, we want to do this if this is selected. So if this dot props dot is selected, then we're good. And finally, whenever you click any of this, on click equals this dot props dot selected item on select. I don't know. On select equals this dot. Okay, let's try that out. Hey, Lepko. Okay, so we refresh the page. We go back over to the blueprint section. Now when we click one of these, I didn't finish the sentence, so you can't say I'm wrong because you only thought I was going to say it'll be selected, but I wasn't. I was going to say there will be a bug and it won't be selected, so I'm 100% correct. And now we need to figure out what's wrong. So this dot props on select. I'm gonna die. Oh yeah, that's right. We need to pass in the bay's ID. Does it even have an ID? This dot props dot bay dot, yeah, okay. So style, so this dot bind this dot props dot bay dot ID. There we go. Where does this random thingy come from? Tougher box, I'm not sure what you're talking about. Where does this random thingy come from? Oh, look at that. Check it out. So now you can select bot bays, and when you select them, it shows you the name in that settings gear. Kind of weird that you can drag images. I should probably stop that. The if condition was a math random. Oh yeah, so before I made it so that you can click these, the math random thing that I had here, I'll just control Z a bunch of times. I randomly made it so that some icons would appear to be selected. That way I could test out what it looked like before I actually put in the functionality to select them. Oh, if you're just asking where it comes from. Oh, yeah, it's just built into JavaScript. Hey, Frozen Tux. And by the way, math.random returns a number from 0 to 1. So it's always going to be... Actually, I don't know if it's always going to be a decimal point. It probably could be 0. The thing I don't know, though, is if floating point rounding is going to make that be like 0.0001 or something anyway. Also, I don't know if it can generate 1 or if it's exclusive. But whatever, yeah, so it's a decimal point. Alright. Yeah, so we're going to stop that. So CSS, disable dragging images. People dragging an image from here. User select, user drag none, and user select none. So wait, right now, can you select this? How does this work? Oh yeah, okay. So let's try that. If we say user select none, is it unknown property? Okay, fine. We'll do this in regular CSS. So then images, oh, we don't have that, do we? Drat. Well, drat. Okay, fine. So styles.bot icon image. So on this image in bot icon.less, we're gonna go put those properties. User drag, what's it called? User drag is none and user select is none. All right, that should work. Thanks to auto prefixer, it'll be the property that Chrome recognizes. So let's try that out now. No, we can still drag images. That didn't work then. WebKit user select is none, but user drag just isn't even recognized. It's also tag draggable equals false. So you can put that on image. Aha! Points to Lepko. Wait, no, that didn't work. What happened here? Draggable equals false. Why can I still drag this? What's going on? Image.mouse down prevent default. I don't want to do that because when you... Oh wait, maybe I do. Oh, well, we can do that then, huh? So let's do this. We shouldn't do that. We should just do it here. Selected item. So we'll do this dot props dot on select, this dot props dot bay.id, and then we'll do, we have an event here, so we'll say event dot prevent default. Maybe that'll work. Let's try that out. So this dot, and then we probably have to put that on the div as well. Yeah, we need to put that on the, or on the image as well. We also probably stop propagation. I don't know. No. Okay, well, shows what I know. What if we did draggable equals false here? Yeah, it like mostly works. Oh, I think it entirely, no. Oh, I think I see what's happening. When you also have text, then you try dragging everything. We're gonna need to turn that off. If you prevent click, you don't prevent mouse down. Okay, well, this seems to be working for now, so I guess we're gonna leave this as is. Yeah, so let's get rid of the on click here, because there doesn't need to be a special one. We also probably don't need to stop propagation. Let's try that again. You have to make it false, not false. So React will handle that for me. Yeah, there we go. This is pretty good. Dansha says, should text also have draggable false? Yeah, probably eventually. I don't mind not doing that yet, though. Okay, cool. Okay, so that looks good. You can now select these images. I'm pretty happy with that. Okay, so we're done with that. When a blueprint is selected, show, what did I call that other thing? There's a blueprints page, and I should have another component, bot podium. That's what I have. Show the bot on the bot podium. Gonna need to change that at some point, because that one's gonna need the edit button, which I think I already have. Yeah. Okay, so show a plus button if you're not at the maximum number of blueprints. Let's go do that. So const at max blueprints equals false to figure this out based on, I don't know, real numbers. All right, so if we're not at the maximum, we'll just say this. This dot render create icon. There. So render create icon. If at max blueprints return null, otherwise we'll return null either way. That way I can make sure there's no error. So let's try that out. Okay, cool. So that doesn't produce any problem. So if we're not at the maximum though, we're gonna return is a div that looks like my beautiful MS Paint mockup here. Is there a plus button in here by any chance? No, there isn't. So let's draw a slightly better one. I don't like my mockups looking terrible, and this is very easy to do. Okay, so this is what we're gonna do. We got a dotted box. That's probably just a border style or something like that. And we have the same rounded corners that we had before. So this is gonna have styles, class name equals styles dot bot icon create maybe. And we're gonna just put the plus icon in here. So I class name equals, where did that go? Material icons. Have I been putting these in single quotes or double quotes? I don't know. How are you linking all your JS files? So I'm using just require, which is a Node.js thing. And then so that this works in the browser, I'm using Webpack, which will go through all of the requires and sort of statically do it. Yeah, thanks, Mike. That'll probably work. Well, I'll give you a point. All right. So yeah, material icons. We're gonna call this add, I believe. Where's the plus button here? What does this use? Oh, it's just a plus. All right. Well, let's just use a plus. There's no reason to make this complex. Oh, I take it back. Yes, there is. We're gonna call it add. The reason is that I can more easily control what that looks like later by just plopping in a new icon. It doesn't really matter. Okay, so this is actually Blueprint's footer. So we can't say, oh, whoops. What am I doing? Yeah, this is right. So we're not going to call this that. We're going to call this Blueprints footer create icon. Something like that. Nah, that looks terrible. Create new blueprint icon. That's better. All right, now let's put that in blueprint footer dot less. And this needs to look pretty similar to how this one looks. So we're probably gonna want the same background color. This stuff's gonna be pretty similar. Almost to the point where I should probably include that from here and then extend it. Yeah, is that possible? That's probably not possible. Whatever, I'll just copy paste this for now. We'll figure it out. And then we want to say border style dotted dashed. What? Did dotted not do anything? Dashed looks pretty close to what we had there. I mean, this doesn't need to be like spot on. It's also thicker when that happens. Or is it thick no matter what? Where's the... No, it's not even there. Okay, fine. So we'll just finish styling this directly in here and then I'll figure it out. Whoops. Darn it, I didn't mean to do that. Okay, so border width 5px. That's too much. 2px. We'll start with that. Excuse me. Hey, Vognar. Oh man, I got like a tear in my eye from that sneeze. It's just such a good sneeze. All right, border width and then border style dashed. I'm missing something. What am I missing? I don't know. Let's just refresh the page and find out. Thank you all for saying bless you. Aha! There it is. Clearly, there is nothing wrong with this. Okay, so we... excuse me. Oh, man. Sorry. So we just need to set a width and a height for this. So let's just set it to 96 pixels by 96 pixels. Oh, doesn't that look great? Then what? Do we give this... Oh, what? No. No, 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 no. That was wrong. I meant to do that here. Width 96px, height 96px. Okay, so the div needs that, but then the icon itself needs something else. Also, I shouldn't be doing this in pixels. I don't know. Would using PHP requires be correct for JS files, considering I'd be using PHP anyway, or would there be a better way? Zilly. So what I would probably do is let JavaScript handle all of that. So I think you should look into Webpack, because what Webpack does in the end is it produces a single file, and it's called bundle.js. And optionally, there's a map file so that you can figure out where in this gigantic file your original code came from. So I would use Webpack, and that way you can use requires wherever you feel like it. And in the end, you'll just get bundle.js, and then if you're serving this for PHP, then just include that single file, and you're done for JavaScript. What happened to the honey sticks? They're gone. I ate them all. All right, for now, I'm not going to worry about this. We're just set width and height. And then what we are going to worry about is how to get this thing positioned correctly. So I think we say margin, auto, text align, center. That's not going to work. Because we need to say width 100%, wouldn't we? Yeah, but then I also want it to be vertically centered. I sent it there. I don't probably want to worry about that too much. And no, always feel free to ask questions. Top 48px. No, I can't do that. Okay, that. If you're making a non-game Webpack can give you an entry point. Do we have to start a crowdfund fund to set you up with a lifetime supply of money sticks? Oh man. I think I'd be living Jungle Book at that point. Alright, I'm not going to worry about centering this. What I do want to worry about though is why is this like super far down the page? Because this thing has a position of relative? No. What? Inline block. Yeah, what's going on here? I'm so bad at CSS. I don't know why. Just like never bother to learn anything. Oh, there's some like vertical align top. Yeah, darn it, that's what I need. Okay, fine. Vertical align top. What about a bigger font size for the plus? You'd like that, wouldn't you? Yeah, that's a good idea. Styles dot create new blueprint icon text. I don't really need to do things that way, but fine. I'm missing an opening brace. Okay, cool. So let's do that. Text size 48px. That didn't get styled correctly. Create new blueprint icon text. Oh, text size. It's font size. Alright, so that should look decent enough. I'm not going to worry too much about the rest of this. Like, you know, positioning this correctly. I guess I could do that. We could set width 100%, margin auto, text align, center. There. I don't know how to center it the other way. We'll figure that out later. So is there a way to select? Oh, there is. Okay, not bad. Wait a second, so I'm saying 1px solid black. None of this is even correct anymore. I should say border color in here somewhere. border color, and it shouldn't even be that color. It should be like that, maybe. We need this. Virtually impossible experiment. Yeah, nice. Okay, cool. So that now shows up, and it can always be shown by sliding over to there. Yeah, so it's always visible, or it always could be made visible, I should say. So that's done. Allow for creating a new blueprint when you click the plus button. I don't know what's going to happen in the back end when you click create blueprint. Yeah, I don't know. How do you even make a bay right now? Top 50% translate Y 50%. Oh my god, why can't I type? Oh my goodness. Top 50% translate Y 50%. How does that even work? Like, why is the top part of that needed? Oh, you're saying that I shouldn't be doing that. Yeah, I don't know. Wait, negative 50%. How would that help? The top part. Oh, I need position relative or something, right? What? Hey, Lyconian. Okay, well, let's use it. I don't know if I'm getting trolled right now, but it worked. So either Chrome is in on this or it's actually the right thing to do. So where did I put that? Over here, right? Yeah. So top 50%, transform, translate Y, negative 50%, position, relative. Wait, what? Am I trolling you guys? Do I not even... Is this like a double blind trolling right now? We got the plus button. It looks pretty good. Alright, nice. Now, what happens in the back end when you... Oops. Probably 100% not for production. We'll fix that later then. Alright, so when you hit connect and you make a new bay, so let's just delete this one. What does this look like in the database? There's no way for me to even know that. Programming by accident. Yeah, I think when you hit the plus button, it doesn't need to tell the server anything. Well, maybe... No, yeah, I don't think it should. Okay, let's take a look at what edit does. Edit puts you into this UI. So yeah, I think that's what we need to do also. We need to just make this all blank. So clicking the plus immediately puts you into that. Yeah, okay, good. So this should immediately put you into the edit page with the focus on the name input. My God. Install all popular browsers and have a look and all on how it looks. Yeah, I'll do that eventually. I'm gonna take care of that more toward the end because I want to get to the point where the UI is functional, even if it's not polished, and that the game is playable, and then I can put it on AWS and you guys can test this out too. That way you guys can install all the browsers. You guys can tell me what things are supposed to be. Aha, suckers. You think you're just watching the stream for free over there? Think again. Okay, so we should make the edit. Yeah, so let's do this one next. Okay, so what does this look like? We need to show all of this stuff. This will be interesting. So let's get the bot podium showing with an image maybe. Where do I show image here? So I'm gonna show this inside of here. So instead of bot podium goes here, let's just make this bot podium image. Cool. Oh, nice, Lyconia. Yeah, Void Dreamer told me about that a long time ago. Okay, so this needs to be there. Yeah, and we'll show a different image. I'll style this differently eventually. How did edit blueprint get over to the side though? Oh, because there's no, this is not in its own div. Actually, the other one's not in its own div either. What was I doing? Oh, this is supposed to be in its own div. Yeah, whatever. We only show the edit button if we have a prop for it. I'm gonna make this thing go to the blueprints page directly, so I'm not constantly clicking that thing. You gotta be kidding me. What? No, this isn't happening. MMQ state. Oh, news, whoops, I was searching for the wrong thing. Okay, so now when I hit connect by pressing enter, that didn't work. What? Let's try this again. There we go. Now it worked. So yeah, there's our image, there's our bot, and there's edit blueprint. So this is going to look something like this eventually. And we need the name above it. So let's get the name. We'll say div name. And then let's make it be the correct name. So now instead of name, we'll say this dot props dot. Here's where things get a little bit more difficult. We're probably just gonna say bay name here. Oh, Lyconian, that's actually really cool. There's a notes package I installed as well. You can do Java insert code here and it colors it according to the language. Huh. I mean, that's more helpful than what EJ's going on about, right? Right. Alright, so where do we want to pass in the bay name? We have this on the blueprints page. There's a bot podium there. So let's pass in bay name equals. Is this dot props a JS thing or something more? So it's a React concept. The way that React components are meant to be made is such that you could reuse them with some other information. So this dot props just means that the parent passed this in, and props look like this. So like draggable equals false, class name equals something. So when I want to pass in the bay name here, all I need to do is go bay name equals, and then I can say something here like Bob. And by passing in the bay name, it's going to, instead of saying name up here, it'll now say Bob. So that lets you pass in variables from a parent to a child in React. Hey, Swine. So many tabs. Yeah, I'll close them out eventually. So now instead of this, what we need is to figure out what is selected and then show that. Now the bot podium needs to know this. So we have, oh, we don't have an easy way to do this, do we? We have the workbench state. We can kind of figure out what's selected. Or the podium itself could know that? No, that's a bad idea. Yeah, that's a very bad idea. In fact, it's a terrible idea because when you go to edit, there is no name there. Darn it. Okay, so we only show that if it exists. I don't like this at all. Bob hype. Hey, Japanese spider crab. Tabs upon tabs upon tabs. It reminds me of those old pictures of people using IE with like a million toolbars, and then their browsing width is like that much. All right, so we go back to the blueprints page. The bot podium, so we need to figure out if there's a bay selected or not. So let bay name equals null if we don't have the workbench state here, do we? Bot icons.js. We don't have it here either. What uses bot icon? Oh, the footer. Blueprint footer.js. So we want the workbench state in here. So if this dot props dot workbench state, let's save that off here. That way I don't need to keep typing it like that. So if workbench state dot selected bay ID, let's require client. So there's a util class that I have here. Let's require that. If util dot exists, so if there's a selected bot, then let's get its name. So const selected bay equals workbench state dot. So where is this thing? Yeah, bays. All right, and then we just say bay name equals selected bay dot name. Okay, cool. So now we should be able to select the right bay. Let's try that out. Hey, Lloyd. All right, so we hit connect, and now when we select the bot, we see its name show up there. So starter bay, bot lad, unnamed, and unnamed. Now we need to have something selected by default here, but only if you actually have bots. Well, when we set this, actually, yeah, we can do that pretty easily, I think. Let's try this out. So in here, when we set the bays that you have, set bays, new bays, delete bot bay, set bot bay. We need to change the selection if you delete the selected one. Okay, so UI polish. I'm just gonna write this in here. There are some certain tests I want to perform. Tests. When you delete a blueprint that is selected, make sure it selects a new one, or nothing if you no longer have any. So set bot bay. How does any of this work? So you get your bays from update bay. No, that's not it. Get user details from account server. Set is showing true. Ah, I see. I set them individually. So the first time we set them, if we didn't have one to begin with, then we're going to update that here. So if size of state.bays equals 0, then let's get the selected, oh darn it, if we make a new variable here, we're gonna have to do this. Selected bay equals state.selected bay ID. And if the size is 0, then selected bay ID equals action.id, and then we update that here. Okay, perfect. So that should work. So now when I refresh the page, botlad should be selected by default. Okay, perfect. And it got filled in there too. So all of that worked. Did you use bay ID as array index? As an object index. So the ID could be something like 600, and that doesn't necessarily mean that I have 600 elements in my object. So what about getting a starting bot and not allowing to delete all bots? That way you'd always have at least one bot and not have to worry about this. Yeah, that's another way of doing things. The thing is, what I'm planning on at least is during the tutorial, so there's eventually going to be a Botland tutorial, I'd like to have it teach you Like, hey, click the plus button. Here's how you make a new bay. And then you make your first bay. And in the future, you'll know how to make bot bays, which we'll call blueprints. So, we'll get there. All right, so there's that. Make sure, wait, did I write anything else here? When you delete a blueprint that's selected, make sure it selects a new one. When you have no blueprints, make sure UI looks correct. Yeah, that was a truck outside. Like I said, I'm moving tomorrow, so on Monday, hopefully you guys don't hear those noises anymore. Also on Monday, hopefully there's a stream because we'd better have internet by then. So when a blueprint selected, show the bot and the bot podium. So part of this is show the name, and then part of this is show the hardware loadout. We don't have the hardware loadout yet, and we don't even have that component actually. So we're gonna do that. Let's do it just by showing that string, because then parsing it is going to be, oh, this is going to be pretty interesting. So yeah, let's get the string. So we'll go back to blueprints.js. There is the hardware loadout here. We're just going to pass in hardware string equals hardware string. So let's take that and that. Selected bay has hardware, and then the hardware loadout should print that out. This is all going to need to change. Also, I don't know why there's an edit button. What is this doing here? That should not be there. Why is that purple dot on your screen? Purple dot. What? Are you talking about these over here? Or... That's fine. What are you talking about? I don't know, a purple dot. Oh, hey, check it out. We got our lasers thing there. And clicking the different ones shows us the different bays now. Ooh, so now we start the probably multiple hours long journey of getting this to look good. It's a big purple dot, like in the first quadrant of your screen. What do you mean, this? Swine it. Oh, I'm getting trolled. Okay, fine. Yeah, fine. Alright, so we're going to put this in its own div for right now. Alright, I don't know if Swine is trolling me or not. But I just see a bunch of no's. If you're talking about this is just the UI colors for now. They're going to be changed eventually. Alright, I don't know. Maybe it's your screen. Yeah, actually, that's a good idea. Maybe it is your screen. It's not when I go to a new screen. Well, maybe it's a bug in whatever plugin you're using. I don't know. Alright, so we have lasers 3 there. So one of the things we're going to need is not just the hardware name. We also need a description of it and all these other things. So I think there should be a function that lets us obtain those things. Silly. Oh yeah, Andon's right. The dot is Twitch. It's underneath the search. I had this happen to me the other day. Oh man, it's fine. I'm gonna give you a point because it must have felt bad when everyone was like, "No, it's just you." And I'm also give Andon a point for pointing out what it is. Yeah. So what you're seeing, I'll show you this. There is the search bar over here, and it's got some new feature. So a dot shows up there, so that when you are in theater mode, the dot still shows up right up here, right? sort of at the upper left of my screen, that's definitely coming from Twitch. Yeah. I know what you're talking about. Good job, detectives. Okay, so we need a function. We need a function that will allow us to go from a hardware constant to a bunch of information. Perhaps we also need to be able to parse hardware strings. Y'all thought I was trolling. Well, hide element for the win. You could also just click the search box. That should fix it. Make it okay. Okay. So we have this function from the store inventory, I believe. Where do we get this from, though? Item data. This is on sell and select. Ah, there was a way to do this. I don't remember what it is anymore. Store preview. Something got us the description of an item. Oh, here it is. Get item template. This is passed in from store.js. This should be similar to get item template. That way React doesn't have to know how these things work. EJ, I know you did that purposely. I know for sure you did it purposely. Can't fool me. Great job, Linus. Then eventually we want to show these things in their own divs. I mean, that part shouldn't be so difficult. They're just going to be sized based on what level they are. So what I need to get hardware constant ID. Oh, that's going to be tough, isn't it? Oh, there's some inventory function to do this. Was it deserialize? No, that's inventory though. It's hardware. I don't remember where I did this. Oh, hardware slot configuration. Deserialize. Yeah, this thing. So we need hardware slot configuration dot deserialize for the string. Yeah, there's like a 10-minute delay on that. Okay, I know what to do. And now it's just a matter of doing it. Well, I kind of know what to do. So there's hardware slot configuration, which we're not going to have access to here. Debug main won't have access to it either. So we're going to make a global variable for right now that gives us this thing. So let's just put this... Where do we have hardware slot configuration? Here. But we don't ever include the... Oh, yeah, we do. Okay, so then we can do this where we do debug main. So window.aaa equals hardware slot configuration. Let's try that out. There goes EJ, he pulled himself again. That day was hilarious. Okay, so now we have this. So let's check it out. We take aaa.deserialize, and that broke because I didn't turn it into a string. So let's turn it into a string. Okay, so now what we ended up with is a hardware slot configuration that should say everything that we need to know. So hardware, oh, it comes with data too. Well, look at that. This won't be so bad at all. We have slot cost, we have tier number, we have everything in here. So that's all we need to do. We just need to provide this function, and we should have it working. Atom face, no space. Regarding hardware, are you passing it as JSON from the server and just parsing the JSON string? No, I'm not. I'm passing it as this string from the server. Although part of the reason I did this was so that humans could figure this out. I think I should probably fix that. Adam, do you ever have a moment where you are very proud of what you build. Oh, that wasn't you trolling me. Only usually years after the fact, when I look back at something and I'm like, wow, this was complex. Lloyd says, I have the same cup as you. And yes, I know global variables are bad. That was so that I could test something out. I do think we should change this format everywhere. I think this should look something like this. 1, 3, 2, 2, 4, 1. That way it's more condensed. Well, I guess knowing that something is correct in the database is also a good idea. Could involve a lot of refactoring. The purple dot was from Twitch's search, trying to tell you, hey, here's a new feature, and it just happened to show while you were in theater mode too. So consider changing hardware slot configurations serialization function. So the way that this works right now, if we go to serialize, we're serializing each hardware slot, and if we go to that one serialize, then we're using hardware ID, which, what? Yeah, that shouldn't be the case. Darn it. Why is that? Hardware constants. Oh, the IDs are just human readable strings. Oh, right. So then we need to make these not human readable strings. I don't think I'm going to do that right now. Sniper was trying to watch Adam's stream. Can we buy commands now? No, not yet. Consider changing hardware constants IDs into numbers instead of human readable strings. That way I save space in the database and bandwidth to users. It's not super important yet. Hey, Samzy. Oh, see you, Rod. A nifty nugget. I don't think I've seen you here before. Well, welcome. Love y'all. Okay, so we just need to pass the deserialization function in here. That shouldn't be so bad. In fact, we could just include the class directly, but I don't think that's a good idea. So I think what we'll do here is we'll pass it in from this. I don't really know if I like this idea either. Hardware slot configuration. Let's get rid of that AA equals whatever. And we'll put this in here now. So when we go to construct the blueprints page, we're going to pass in a get hardware configuration equals deserialize. We don't need to bind it to anything because it's a static function. Nifty Nugget says it's been a while. How long has it been? Oh wow, 4 months and 28 days. Yeah, you're right, it has been a while. Well, welcome back. No wonder I don't remember the name. DevOps is done and chat's very active. I think there's this like sine wave of chat where, yeah, it's pretty active when I start the stream. Then everyone talks about everything, and then people just start making fun of me in the end of the day. So that's about it. So we have get hardware configuration now. This is passed into the blueprints page. So the blueprints page is going to pass this into the hardware loadout, I guess. It doesn't necessarily have to be there. And that way the hardware loadout could take that information and form hardware slot configuration equals this dot props dot get that from this dot props dot hardware string. Now, if I'm going to do this, I could just be passing in that object anyway. You just described Twitch chat? Yeah, that's true. So now what we could use is all the information we have here. And I should really serialize this, or stringify this. JSON.stringify. That way we can see what we have in here. So let's copy paste all of this into here. Let's turn it into JSON. So we have hardware slots. Wait, what? Do we? Yeah, we do. Hardware slots. And that's an array. So we really just want the array. Okay, and then once we have that array, it's going to look like just this stuff in here. So an object. So we can go over the first one. Let's reform this in a way. Nifty Nugget says, you make me look like a noob at everything computer. Aw, Nifty Nugget, that's not what I'm trying to do. I'll teach you. We'll become better than computer. Hey, Timon. It's going well. How have your Zelda runs been going? I was trying to watch you this morning over breakfast, but you were paused on the world map for like a very long time, and then I just switched to another stream. But yeah, have you been enjoying that ROM hack? Okay, so we have hardware ID, tier number. Let's get all of those things. So let's just say const test string equals. Oh, we don't have Lodash. Yeah, let's just do hardware slots 1 dot. Oh, this won't work necessarily. We're guaranteed to have 1 though. Let's do description. Sure. Hardware slot 0 dot description. That way we can make sure that this worked, and then we'll use test string here. So what we should end up with is just the lasers description showing up for everything except for the last 2. So let's try that out. Oh, the ROM hack you played had a bug. Couldn't progress. Oh, that sucks, especially because it's in a cartridge. Excuse me. Hey, Outrolick. He skipped me again? What? Tupperbox? He didn't notice me. Alright, I don't know. You know what my chat looks like when you guys use follow age? It's just this blob of red. So it's kind of hard for me to see everything that's happening. Oh wait, are you talking about the bot? Oh, never mind. I got into a really long daydream the other day about what it'd be like to try to program a web person. I just said that I'm going to send you a letter. I mean, if you're asking for my address, I'm not going to give you my address. Okay, something is missing. What is it? It's the right path. So here, this has to be changed. Oh, and there's going to be some like crazy path, isn't it? Because this is what I took from main. So it's got to be up 1 more directory. Oh, this is bad. Wait, Timon, I don't understand how that cartridge is set up. I thought that... I thought it was printed onto like a real Super Nintendo cartridge, but do you just have some generic like USB to... never mind. I don't know. I really should focus on what I'm doing here. How did I break this? That probably... oh, that means that something in here probably broke. No, what's going on? The server appears to be offline. Try again later. That's not even true. I got this stuff. Something else is failing. And I should have printed this out. I bet I know what it is. The server appears to... where's that error even come from? Server... the account server appears to be offline. The account server. This, right here. What is this? Let's just console.error the message. Logger.error. Error. It's an SD card. Oh. Oh. Okay, so then that's not so bad. Got it. Cool. Alright, so now what's the error? This .props.get hardware configuration is not a function. So that means it's set up React, pass this in wrong. Okay, so get hardware configuration. Hardware slot configuration dot deserialize. Is this not a oh, right. I know what's going on. You know, you make this mistake like 6 times, you eventually learn how to not make the mistake, but it still perplexes me. responding to whispers. How did I still break this? This .profs.get hardware configuration is still not a function. So .profs.route.get hardware configuration. So that should be fine. And then that's passed in a hardware loadout. And then that exists here. Something's wrong. But what? Alright, time for breakpoints. Let's go to edit blue. Oh, wait, that's a problem. Oh, edit blueprint is not blueprint. This is not blueprints.js. All of this was wrong. Yeah, get rid of this entirely. It's in here. No, that's still wrong. How do I keep getting back to this file? Oh, because you type blueprint and it shows the file that I want, and then I type .js just to make sure, and then it goes to a totally different file. All right, problem solved. Problem solved. Ignore that alert box there. How's this still happening? All right, this is where I'm gonna just set a breakpoint. We'll figure it out. So we go into blueprints.js. We go down to the render function. And I guess just put a breakpoint here. And then let's refresh the page. And it should get hit. Perfect. All right, so this .props.get, yeah, it doesn't exist. But then this came from the render function of blue. Wait a second, no. That's wrong. What's going on? Did I pass it in the wrong place and set up React? Get hardware configuration. Excuse me. I don't know what I screwed up. Alright, well, we'll get to the bottom of this if we just keep debugging it. Cool. So we should have hardware slot configuration. We don't even have that. That means that the require failed. What in the world is going on here? Client and game server hardware slot configuration. It's right there. But what? Maybe it got a mangled name. It probably did. Get hardware configuration. Yeah, there it is. So it's this .default.deserialize. This is a function, right? Yes, it is. So that means that when we pass into blueprints2.default, we'll have get hardware configuration there. No, we won't. When we pass into blueprints.js. Oh, man. Oh. All right, that should fix it. Let's get rid of that debugger. Oh, man. Can't believe this. Sometimes I just make silly mistakes. All right, so we hit connect. There we go. Yeah, so now something's failing, but at least I got a little bit farther. So if we go to hardware loadout.js in the render function here, did not mean to do that. In the render function here, we should see this stuff getting hit. Cool. So what is this stuff equal to? Yeah, 3 hardware slots. And what? This doesn't exist? Hardware slot 0.description? Oh, it's hardware data.description. Fine. Hey, Judge Bacon. And the problem is completely solved. So let's get rid of that and put this over here. Yeah, so this is the description of the first thing in the slot, which happens to be lasers. So both of these should say the same thing, and then this one should say something like artillery placeholder, because I don't think I actually wrote something. Yeah, to do right description for this. Oh, wait a second. Artillery actually had one. Fires a long-range projectile at a target. Okay. And yeah, progress, definitely. All right. So now it's a matter of converting the data, which we should have, into this over here. So this is what we're going to go work on. So let's take a print screen of that. And whoops. And let's put this over here. Okay. So in order to do this, we've got to take the name and the level of each thing. We're eventually going to need an icon. I don't really have the icons yet. But anyway, name and a level, a description, but a small description. There could be like a shortened description. And then the size of the div needs to be correct. So for now, let's get that general layout. We could set flex. You know, this is probably the best use for a flex box here. That way we can just set all these have a flex grow of 1, and anything with more slots we have a flex grow of 2. Would that work though? But then dragging items is going to be incorrect. And thanks, Nifty Nugget. Is that the UI design for Botland? Yeah, that's what I'm going to be working on today. So yeah, one of the questions I have right now is, when you drag something from here, no, that shouldn't be a problem. We eventually just expand it. Okay. Yeah, let's try this out. I think I'll try it with a Flexbox. So we'll go to hardware loadout. We'll just make the UI. We'll parameterize it later. So styles.hardware loadout. Let's close out of all of these other things. This I'm going to want to keep. This I don't want to keep. And hardware loadout I want here. So we have hardware loadout.less. We have flex auto. So we're also going to need display flex. And we've got that there. Then we're going to want a few divs in here. So let's do div class name equals styles dot hardware slot maybe. And we'll just say lasers. Let's copy paste whatever's in here. So lasers 1, fires in cardinal direction. Let's just say description dash and then what else? That's pretty much it. So we'll say something like name level description. That way we know that they're going to have to be changed eventually. Hey, Licked. How you doing? All right, so that'll be 1. Then we'll put another one here and another one here. We're going to try to make this same thing. So it's 1 slot, 2 slots, and then 2 slots. And we want to style their classes based on that. So they're going to have different flex grow. All right, well then let's try this out. So there's hardware loadout, and that needs to have a flex grow of 1 and a bunch of other things. How else does this get laid out? I guess it's got a width, it's got a border. Yeah, so let's do border width 1. We'll take bot icon dot less. We'll get the border radius from there. That's probably pretty good, right? Then border color. What color did he use in the document? It's a bluish color. Let's try to get that exact same color actually. So it's 89, 126, 170. Is that the right blue? Yeah, that looks more or less correct. Who is you, Adam? I mean, how are you doing? I'm doing well. Today is the day before I move. I'm not looking forward to that. This weekend is going to suck, like 100% suck. But whatever. Then once that's done, we'll get back to Botland work. I want to do a recap video this weekend too. So border width, border radius, border color, and I guess border style, which would be solid. Yeah. All right, so we got that. Now what we need is something like dot hardware loadout hardware slot size 1 is going to have a flex grow of 1. Right. Hardware slot size 2 is going to have a flex grow of 2, and hardware slot size 3 is going to have a flex grow of 3. Is this going to work though? It might. Where am I moving to? I mean, like same general area I live in now. That's as much as I care to say. No more murder closet after the stream. I don't know where I'm going to put my desk in the new room. There is a closet there. We'll see. Hey Adam, I don't understand anything, but I find it very relaxing to watch. Well, thanks. Kakadu. We talked about your name last time, and I said it reminded me of Kakapo. Kakapo? I don't know how you pronounce the bird's name. Probably Kakapo. Alright, so we gotta add these classes. So let's do things this way. We're gonna go with this and this. So we're gonna have, oh, we need empty slots too though, man. So we're gonna need to paste these in, and then these will be empty. Not this again. Every time you talk in chat, that's all I talk about. Aw, thanks Kadoku. Alright, let's try that. Almost. They're divs, but they're laid out. Oh, right. Flex direction needs to be this. Flex direction needs to be column. Otherwise, that won't work. Also, I set this to be pretty weird. That was wrong. Hardware loadout has this. Oh, whoops. I just never renamed the class. It should be hardware slot. And so should all of these. Alright, let's take a look at that now. That certainly didn't work. Does this have the right class name? Hardware slot size. It has border radius. It doesn't have border on it though. But what happened to border width and all that other stuff? Hardware slot. Weird. Yeah, weird. Because I don't know what's going on there. I wonder if this built correctly. Yeah, it did. Weird. I don't know what's going on there. Border, invalid property value. I don't even have a border property on here. Where's that coming from? Its main hardware slot. Border with 1, oh, is that supposed to be pixels? Is that it? Is that the only problem I had? Oh, yeah, okay. Okay, that doesn't look too bad. The flex grow property is not... Something's wrong with the height of this entire thing. Yeah, and you were correct on that. So this needs a height of... Okay, well, we can't say 100%. We want the height of this to be the height of the container. This thing. So this thing currently has a height of 531 pixels. Let's just set that for right now. No, that doesn't even look right though. Oh yeah, it does. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 slots. The flex grows are kind of weird there. Alright, so I gotta figure out how to set the height of this correctly. So if I just... Oh wait, no I don't. It's already done. Oh, yeah, that's already done. That was stupid. Height auto is default. Yeah, it was already correct. So the part that's not correct is that these slots don't look like they're the right sizes. They need to be sized based on what's inside of them. And so I think I'm going to need a height property on these. What if I said height 10 pixels? What if I said height 10 pixels for all these things? Name level description. This doesn't look correct. What if we just put it here? Yeah, this is where I don't know how flexboxes work the best. So we should probably go look at all those cheat sheets that I have. They have this right here. What is this? Big item, WebKit Flex 200, small item 100. That's it? So it's not... Oh, really? So I should say Flex 100? And then down here I should say... this. Actually, we can just comment those out. Flex direction determines which way the box flexes. Yeah, it didn't work. Maybe because I had the width on there, or height, I mean. Right, so I have the flex direction here, don't I? Oh, this one. Yeah. So this should be set to column. Actually, don't see that. Yeah, there it is. Flex direction is set to column. And then all of the individual divs inside of it just need a flex property, which they have. Where's their flex? No, that's apparently not how you set flex. 1, 0, 0. What? I see. At least I think I see. Hardware slot size 1. It's that I'm not. Oh man. I don't think these are being applied at all. I think that's the issue. And I think that's all I need to figure out in order to solve this. It has hardware slot size 2. Is it getting anything from that? No, it doesn't appear to be. Yeah, because it doesn't have a flex property. And that's the issue. But that means that this CSS is wrong? You're supposed to do this without spaces? I don't think that's the case. Oh wait, that is the case. Seriously? What? Oh, that actually works. Huh. So I just don't know CSS. Or maybe I don't know less. Well, I don't know one of the two. I can be pretty confident not knowing what I don't know. All right, so that's that. Now what we want between them is a margin. That should be pretty easy. So let's just set this somewhere. It could be here. So let's say margin top of 5 pixels, I guess, and a margin bottom of 5 pixels. No, maybe I just want a margin overall of 5 pixels. It's kind of hard to tell here because you can't see, he didn't put a border around this. So I don't know for sure is like this the size of the element and that it does have a margin pushing it away from everything else. Yeah, noob, I don't know what's going on. Oh well. Yeah, let's just set margin to 5 pixels and see how that looks. Because I don't really want to do like full-on theming right now. That's reasonable, right? Probably also want some padding on there. Yeah, whatever. Looks good enough. Ship it. Hey, Joff. Alright, so each hardware slot is going to have a margin of 5 pixels and padding of 5 pixels. So now it should look like that by default. Good. Okay, now what else are we missing from here as far as styling goes? I guess better colors. Why not use one line margin that takes in all 4 params? Because I don't plan on differentiating them right now, so they can all just be set to 5. But yeah, I could do that. Silly. Okay, so let's make it the right colors, I suppose. So like blackish text, maybe gray text on a white background. So say background color is white. And the text color, how about we just don't do that? This doesn't have a background color. This is transparent. But this one has a background color, and the text color is actually already black. So let's leave that. Is there a reason why the hardware containers have so much empty space in the mockup? Why the hardware containers have so much empty space? What are you talking about? You're talking about this right side? Because if you're talking about these 2 slots at the bottom, these are just unfilled slots, which there's no strategic advantage in Botland to having unfilled slots. So typically this would not really be unfilled. But what's nice about this, if that is what you're talking about, is that you know how many slots at a glance you have remaining. So you have 2. If this was like 1, if this was missing, you'd you might wonder, wait, how many slots fit there? Is it 4? Is it 5? Like, I don't know. Anyway, the color should be a little bit more sane, at least on this part. Yeah, good. And their border I had set, but their border thickness is actually larger than 1. So just set it to 2 for now. Okay, that's not bad. So now we have to populate this with real data. Right? I think that's it. I think the styling on this is pretty much fine. I mean, under the cloaking device, there's just a bunch of emptiness. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I could center these vertically or something at that point. I think that would be fine. Because I don't know if that was an intentional thing that he did or not. He means the laser box is like, yeah. Yeah, so anything, there's a concept of scalable and non-scalable hardware. So most hardware can be either level 1, level 2, or level 3. It can be any of the things that you want it to be. And so it needs to, at the very least, be able to fit in a level 1 slot. But then, yeah, once we expand it, we could either put more text there for more explanation, or we could just center it. So active is going to be thicker, right? There's no active slot here. So no, not in this case. Because you can't click these things. You can click the eye in it, I guess. And the Sanch, thanks for following. You are the Sancho, maybe. You are the first follower of the day, I believe. It's funny, when I go to other people's channels, the people who have like, 300, 400 viewers a day, they're upset to get a number of followers that I'd be like super happy to get. It's all a matter of just new people and interested people. I think for gaming streams, it's easier to get interested people. Oh, thanks, Sancho. I shall the copy paste. Oh, because all 3 of those had different thickness. Yeah, and again, I don't know if that was intentional or if that was like a balsamic thing where he took this and then copy pasted and expanded it, and I don't know. Because yeah, I know what you're talking about. But I'm not, that in my mind is definitely just polished stuff. In fact, even picking the colors was polished stuff here. We're now going to get it to take in the correct name level and description and form this UI entirely dynamically. Because right now, if I click different bots, it's not doing that. And yeah, Wheatley, I agree. And actually, what's kind of funny is the larger your stream gets, the lower your like follower to viewer ratio goes. So at the beginning of streams, it'll be like, oh yeah, 1 out of every 5 people that enter your stream are probably going to follow. Then it turns into like 1 out of every 20. I don't know what my ratios right now, but you can check on Twinge if you want. So these are what we need to form dynamically. So we need to go through, how do we do this best? We know how many empty slots we have, although this shouldn't be responsible for figuring that out. The hardware slot configuration should know it. Hardware slot configuration. We have serialize, validate, add slot, convert to inventory. We should write like a get number of empty slots. Because we don't have that, do we? The only reason I found out about box sizing, border box. Without border box. With border box. Huh. Interesting. Yeah. Chafili, please remind me of that should I ever forget. But I'll remember that there at least is a solution to that. And yeah, Wheatley, I agree with that. Seems to be some sort of HR under the hood and third hardware on the right as well. Is that what clicking on I does? Form of HR under the hood, under the second. I am not totally sure what you mean. Clicking on the I will tell you everything that Lasers does, because we can't fit, I mean, this shows what, a total of like 10 words. We probably won't be able to fit all of the more complex hardware. Like Inferno Zapper, for example. Inferno Zapper has a whole bunch of different stuff to it. So it's got a duration of like 3, it's got a cooldown of whatever, it's got a fire duration of some amount of turns, It's got and it's got upfront damage, like 5, let's say. I don't know. And Ben, thanks for following. And Ben. Right, padding overflow, which I did not fix. Yeah, okay. Okay. So let's write a function in here that lets us get the number of empty slots. I'm very surprised I never needed this. Did I even write this empty in here? Deserialize. Wow. Okay, well, let's write this here. Get number of empty slots. So how do we go about doing this? I think we just max serialize slot config length. Num slots per machine. Here it is. So we're going to return minus num filled slots. Yeah. All right, so now as far as figuring out all the slots that are filled, we can just iterate over our own hardware slots. Quantity. I think this should be easy. Num filled slots equals 0. So each hardware slot should have a way to get its slot size. Slot cost, yeah. But I did not apparently ever write a getter for that. Not that I really need it, but let's just search for this anyway. HR meaning horizontal rule. Under missiles and cloaking, the white space seems like a scrollable area to look for info. Oh, it could be, but I don't think we'll end up doing that because I don't think it's clear enough that it's scrollable, and I also think it'd be hard to scroll a 2-line text box anyway. And no, Kukuruku, it's the search bar, yeah. Dotland. Okay. Hardware data, get tier information dot slot cost. So that's not important. Tier information. We never get it from a hardware slot, do we? Okay, well, I'm going to write this here. Get slot cost, return this dot slot cost. Cool. Then let's duplicate this down to there. Except for not like that. There we go. All right, so now that we have get slot cost, let's use that over here. So num filled slots plus equal hardware slot dot that. In fact, we could do this much. I would use a reduce here. That way it's one line of code, but actually why would I not use a reduce? Let's just do it. So num filled slots equals underscore dot reduce. So hardware slots. Hardware slot get slot cost. Actually, since it's on this thing, yeah, let's just do it this way. Fine. Okay, cool. So get number of empty. Also Eddie Jeff. Thanks for following. Use of future reserved word in strict mode. Huh. Okay, so the number of empty slots, num empty slots equals hardware slot configuration dot get number of empty slots. Let's just print that out. So num empty slots, because it should print out 2. I'm going to make sure that that's the case. I also want to see, is this actually building? Where is this? Yeah, it is. Okay, good. So let's refresh the page and try it out. So did it work? Yeah, num empty slots. You guys can't see it, but 4. Actually, wait, that's wrong. Okay, hold on. What have I done? What have I done? 4. Yeah, how to come up with that number? Num slots per machine should be 7. Let's just put a breakpoint in here. That's the easiest way. Okay. So the breakpoint gets hit. We go through these. We should have 3 of these in here. We have what? Lasers. Oh, maybe. Maybe this is correct. Oh, darn it. Right, I'm basing this on the mock. I don't have a bot that looks like this. That's why I have 4 empty slots. Oh my goodness. All right, well, let's then take a look at the database instead of doing things this way. Is it checking for slot 1? No, I think it's working totally fine right now. So if we do select name, comma, ID from users. Oh, whoops, use botland. So Adam is ID number 1. So now let's do select star from bot bays where user ID equals 1. Okay, yeah. So here are what my configurations look like. We have lasers 3, which means yes, there are 4 empty slots. We have 3 plus 2 plus 1, which means there's 1 empty slot, so we should see that. Let's get rid of that debugger. So we connect. So this should be 4. Yep, this should be 1. This is 0, and this is 0. So this is fully used. 3 plus 3 plus 1 is 7. Yep, 2 plus 3 plus 2 is 7. Yeah. Okay, good. So that's working. Hey, today we learn. And yeah, I was typing in just MySQL right now. If you're talking about this is JavaScript. It's not classic JavaScript. It's more like ES6. So there are classes. If you were talking about this is less, which is like CSS. Like the functions don't have the word function before. Yeah. So yeah, this is because I have a class keyword at the top. So if you want to check out all the different features of ES6, you can check them out here. Oh, and the HTML elements that aren't inside quotes, that's because of React and JSX. So this syntax is JSX. I don't know if it stands for like JavaScript extended or something. And then what this is all used for eventually is React. So that should explain that stuff. Okay, so what was I just doing? We wanted to have this data be correct, like totally dynamic and pulled in correctly. So we need to do something like this. We don't have underscore actually. There. All right. So underscore.map. So we're going to map everything in the hardware slots to a function. So each slot looks like this. So we have hardware data dot display name. So let's go take that. So div class name. Oh, we need the slot size to be dynamic too. I don't know how to do that. All right, well, let's do this then. Let's do it the same way I did it in the store inventory, which was to make a create store item. We're going to do that same thing over here. So let's do this. Create hardware slot out of a hardware slot. So does it go through a compiler of some sort? Yes, it does. What languages you work most with when you were working on Windows? It was C++ and C# mostly. So I was an SDET, which in Microsoft terms probably doesn't totally exist anymore, but it was a software development engineer and test. And so like Windows code is mostly written in C and C++, but the test code can be written in, I mean, whatever language you want sometimes. But C# makes it easiest to interface with certain DLLs. So compiles it via Steam, same as CSGO. What? Today we learned, I don't know if you're joking or not. JS class methods don't have anything. Yep. Okay, so we get this slot. We're going to return just a div for right now, which actually makes me think that these should probably be maybe their own classes, but we can do that later. So what we're going to do here is map this to create hardware slot. Dot bind this. Okay, cool. Except for that's not the syntax for this, I'm pretty sure. We're missing something. I think just curly braces. Yeah, we're missing curly braces. All right, so now we paste this up into here. Then we're going to figure out the class name and everything else. All right, not bad, not bad. So number of empty slots we're going to need at some point. All right, so this is going to be hardware slot dot hardware. Let's get the hardware data up here. Slot dot hardware data. So we want the name, we want the description, kind of, and then we want the level. dot tier number, and then a description. I don't like what the description looks like right now, so we're gonna need to change that at some point. Then we also need a key here. So key equals, now since you can only have one thing present at each time, we'll say key equals hardware data dot hardware ID, except for that's not right. Slot. Did they use Hungarian notation? So the Windows code base is massive, and you'll find a lot of different styles all over. So like some of it does, some of it doesn't. Because remember, it was written over the course of like, what is it at this point? 30 years? I don't know when the first Windows code was written. 35 years? Like, there's some old files in the Windows code base. Hey, awesome Indian kid. Okay, so we have a key here. We have the class name. The class name is going to need to be pulled in dynamically anyway. The rest of this stuff, yeah, we'll need some handlers in there. Let's try this out for now. So all we're going to see is just lasers here and then no empty slots. Let's try this out though. That broke. Can I read property store selected item ID? Store selected, oh whoops. Which Windows did you work on? It was Windows 8 and 8.1. Yeah, check it out. 3 allows you to fire lasers in cardinal directions. So that means that the display name isn't working. That's kind of weird. Oh, I just typed name. It's not weird at all. Okay, cool. Lasers 3 allows you to fire lasers in cardinal directions. So that's more or less what we have showing here. The next thing we need is for all of these to be the right slot size and everything else. So let's do that. So const slot class equals styles.hardware slot size 1. And the slot size we get from where exactly? Tier number. No, we don't. No, slot cost. There it is. Okay, so if slot size equals hardware data dot slot cost. So if slot size equals 2, actually, you know what we should do? This is silly. Let's just say slot class is, so what are they called? This, this, and this. And we'll say that the slot class we want to use slot size. So it's 1, 2, or 3. So this needs to be -1. And then we'll just put that class over here, and that should be perfect. Okay, let's try that out. And we also need to get rid of these things. So empty slots need to show up at some point. And empty slots are always size 1. So let's get rid of that and just paste this here for now. That didn't work. That was weird. Okay, let's connect. All right, there it is, Lasers 3. Now the only problem is that this is not styled correctly, or it is styled correctly, but since there's nothing else in the box, yeah, that's what we gotta do. So let's add in the empty slots now. So we have the number of empty slots. So what we do here is we say underscore dot, I believe it's repeat. Is it? Repeats that, no, it's not that, it's times. Where's the definition of the times function? There it is. Yeah, n iterate, invokes the iterate n times. You got it. Okay. So repeat. I hope this works. Num empty slots. And we want a function that returns this thing. So we can just paste that down here. All right, let's try that out. That might work. You ready for this? That did not work. That is decidedly not working. Oh, well. So the number of empty slots was 4. And, oh, we didn't return? No. It's because I don't want braces around this. No, darn it, I don't know. this maybe. Oh, I still use repeat. Oh man. Thank you both. Do you know of a way to hide your code from the Chrome debug view? You can't. If it's running in JavaScript, then you will be able to see it there. Oh, check it out. That sort of worked. Not quite. Slot size isn't working correctly here. Slot class is this. So let's just put a debugger here. So awesome, Indian Kid. If you're wondering about how could I make it so that JavaScript can't be seen by the user, the best you can do is minify it and obfuscate it. And even then, it's still going to be there in plain text. It'll just be harder to read. So it'll look something like this right here. Like something like this. Like this is not necessarily code I wrote. And it could all be condensed into a single line if you want, but you'd still eventually have the code there. Because I have my API keys and I don't want anyone to see it. So yeah, your JavaScript code should not have anything secret. API keys are not necessarily secret. It's the secret keys that are secret. So for example, I'm using a service called Pusher. The client does need to know my key for that. They just don't need to know my password essentially. But if you are storing passwords in JavaScript or anything, what's the word? Sensitive. Anything sensitive in JavaScript, then you probably have an issue with how you're structuring your code. Because even if it was a language like C++, you wouldn't want to do something like that. All right, so we have the slot classes. These are correct. And then what's the slot size here? Undefined. Oh, that's the problem. What does hardware data contain? Oh, right. It's on the slot. Oh, darn it. Okay, well, that was minor. Minor problem. There we go. That should fix it. Okay. Yeah, so check it out. It's working now. Lasers 3 is sized such that it looks like it's taking up about 3 slots, and as you shrink the page, that should shrink down as well. Now, eventually, it'll shrink in such a way that you can't tell that Lasers 3 is taking up 3 slots. But that's because there isn't enough space to show everything. So I think that's okay. Now let's click another bot and make sure that it works. Cool, it works. So Lasers 3, Missiles 2, Cloaking 1. Inferno Zapper 3 to do a right description for this. Yeah. Thrusters 3, Regen 1. And what does this one have? Artillery 2, Shield 3, and Regen 2. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. All right, cool. So now this UI looks a little bit closer to here. We're missing the icons. I don't actually have any graphics to use for those. I could put it there. I'm not really concerned about it. Same thing, that I button. I want to figure out how that's going to look. That might take an entire day in itself, but I don't have that there yet. But yeah, thanks, chat. And Awesome Indian Kid says, those API keys can be used to remove all my stuff from my Firebase database. Yeah, so Indian Kid, you don't want to expose that to the client then. What you need to do instead... so right now, you have this structure. So your current structure is this. So client-side JavaScript interacts with the database directly. And this is probably something like this, right? So you might call something like get user details of Atom. And this returns something like, you know, strength 52, speed 20, I don't know, whatever. So what you need to do instead, so proposed secure structure, and secure is in parentheses or in quotes because you're going to need to do this. So your client-side JavaScript is going to need to go to a server somewhere, so some intermediate server which communicates to the database. This is pretty much the only way to do something like this. So now what you're communicating to that intermediate server is like Atom and my password. And then what this is communicating is your secret database key. So hopefully that makes more sense. And thanks, today we learned. So users are only allowed to access their data. Oh, interesting. Okay. Well, then yeah, that's another solution you could do for that. So, yep. But this is what I have for Botland here. So my intermediate server, if anyone ever took that over, yeah, they'd have access to the database. But the only APIs you have to access it are special ones like, you know, fetch what bots you have, fetch your inventory, buy an item, something like that. But you should look into what EJ said. It might make things easier for now. And also, it all depends on what you're using this for in the end. If you're just making some like personal project, I wouldn't really worry about security too much, because you can spend months worrying about that and then you won't have actually made your project. Okay. So this is looking pretty good. What's the next step here? I guess the edit button. So what we just made was this page. And it doesn't obviously look exactly the same, but the general elements are there. And if I click edit, what happens? It breaks. Why does it break? Oh, because hardware loadout is used for that too. And I didn't pass it in. Oh man. Alright, see, I ended. Programming Pony says, I'll soon make a 1-week internship at university, neurocomputer science, gotta learn some Python for it. Anything new from you? Well, congrats. And anything new from me, I'm working on UI today. So I don't know the last time someone pasted in this command, but there you go. Alright, I gotta think about this. So first of all, I like this. I think this structure looks pretty nice. We can, hey Maldian, we can eventually make classes for these particular things and for this thing. We don't need that yet though. When you go to edit a loadout, that's when things get a little bit trickier. We have a hardware loadout, but the loadout doesn't have any slots in it. So we can't do anything here. We should probably just check this in right now and worry about this part later. What do we have here? Yeah, hardware loadout. Yeah, we need that same thing that we had in the blueprints page. Where's the blueprints page? I don't have it open anymore. So we got to put this there too. That means that setup React needs it in there. So the deserialize function. We put this down in edit blueprint. Hey, Radrino. So I should run some giveaways, huh? Programmer D. Blueberry King. That's not blue. It's Bew. Bewberry King. This still won't help because this doesn't exist. Hardware string. We never pass it in. So when we go to edit, we've got to pull that from the one that you have selected. Alright, fine. We got to do something like this. Hardware string. I don't like this. I don't like this at all. Just like to make a hardware. Yeah, and then we don't have the workbench state, so we got to go get that too. And one last thing that we need is to pass this in the same way that we did there. So hardware loadout, we're passing in a hardware string, and here we aren't. So let's try that. Yeah, let's try that. Viewer King says, wait, what happened? You should get a whisper from Botlad pretty soon. And that whisper you can use to control my lights if you want to. It's something usually just people get when they follow. And then since there's no other way to get it right now, I run giveaways every once in a while. If you don't want it, you can just ignore it. Okay, so now when we click edit, we should see the same bot that we have here, but in edit mode. Oh, that was overly hopeful. Workbench state. So that is taken from props. So that should exist. What's failing here? Oh, util doesn't exist? Oh, that's the problem. Util is not defined. Yeah, so let's go fix that. So we take this over to here. Try rerunning that. Oh, check it out. Wow. This works. Wow. Oh, that's pretty cool. I think we should... Wow. Yeah, this is pretty cool. Nice. Nice indeed. Okay, so let's write other things on the to-do list here. So allow for creating a new blueprint. We haven't done that. We've done this and we've done this. So the next things to do are, let's see, fill in footer for the edit blueprints page. So this is where you can modify your name, a description, which I think I'm going to ignore for now. So let's just do the name and then script edit. So this is going to be pretty simple for right now. Name, edit, picture of bot, update and cancel buttons. Whoops. Update / cancel buttons. Wait, noob. Come on, it's not like this is the UI we're eventually gonna have everything look like. I'm not there yet, of course. It's definitely an incremental process here. Like the best looking page right now is the store page, and even that doesn't look real yet because there are no icons behind any of these things. But we'll get there. Yeah, and the very bright colors just indicate that I haven't finished something yet. Which I'm going to write that at the end of all of this. Make the colors more sane. Okay, so that's next. And then we have allow create the hardware inventory. Is that what I even called it? Yeah, it is. So create the hardware inventory. We're going to need... Darn it, I don't like it when that happens. So we need drag and drop, we need the scroll spy behavior, and then we need actual editing. Then we need to make it so that update and cancel actually work. Cancel should be pretty easy. Update is going to be harder. Yeah, cancel is just going to be change page. Yeah. So make it so that the cancel button works. Make it so that the update button works. I don't think I've ever looked at that color as a word, but it's foof, which is bright pink. Yeah. All right, yeah, so let's clean up what we have right now and check it in. So clean up and check in. Let's start with the linting process. Ugh, it's atrocious. Property ordering is not alphabetized. Not anymore. And also not anymore. Cool, so let's try that again. And, oh, we still have a problem here. Is that on a different line? Oh, flex and then flex direction. Darn it. Sublime doesn't know how to do this. Hey, Nasimica. Okay, so that should fix this. Yeah, good. And what about this one? Oh, already good. Okay, cool. So then we can just clean up the code and check in outside of the linter now. We're not going to check that in. What about this? Yeah, pretty simple. This is the blueprints footer. So at max blueprints isn't even... Oh. Yeah, that does need to be changed. Okay, so I'm going to write that on the UI polish. We're going to say when you're at the maximum number of allowed blueprints, make sure the plus button doesn't show up any longer. Alright. Foof does sound like the right thing. Do you have to buy blueprints? No. The reason why is because, so I would have kind of liked it to be the case. That way there was some way for you to feel like you're making progress even with blueprints. But the reason why we're not going to is because you can change blueprints during a game, and that means that you only really need one blueprint slot and then just a hacked client, and it'll be as though you have infinite blueprints. So we'll just give them to you. And by give them to you, I don't mean infinite. I mean like about the number you might want, hopefully a little bit more. Because it does take storage, and there is more management, and there is more to consider with the UI when you have a lot. Did blueprints replace bot base? Yeah. Yeah. So for anyone who wants a brief history of how Botland monetization has changed, originally, and I didn't like this idea. So to be honest, this is a better idea for money, I believe. Like if this is all we cared about was making money, I think this idea would have been better. But I'll describe it anyway. So you had these bot bays just like you have now with blueprints. So if you look at the current one, you have like lasers 3. Well, same thing over here. You could have lasers 3, you have whatever else. But one of your bays was special in that you could update it whenever you want to. The other ones needed to be committed, which meant that, like, see this cloaking here, how I only have one of it? If I were to put this over here, cloaking 1, when I hit commit, watch, it'll get removed from my inventory. So there, it's gone. I have no more cloaking there. So when I delete this, now my bay is empty, but I lost cloaking forever. So it was an item sink in the game. We redesigned the entire system, so now there is not that item sink any longer, which means we need to make the items rarer. So that was the trade-off, is that before you could find cloaking pretty frequently. You could find melee pretty frequently because you would use them you'd use them up by putting them here. So when I put melee 3 here, like, you just lost 3 melee forever. But you can use it while it's on this bot. So that was the concept of bot bays. We're replacing that with blueprints. The nice thing about blueprints is that you can change them during a match. So now there might be some very specialized hardware. Let's say we incorporate concussive missiles, and we say they do, 75 damage, but destroys shields on target. Whereas regular missiles might do like 125 damage, but there's no clause about shields in there. So this is hardware that if you couldn't use on the fly, you would probably never use, because you want to use it when you see that the enemy is using shields, and only in that case. So this lets us design more reactive hardware. We talked a lot about this. We came to what all the pros and cons are. But like I said, now we have to make items rarer. Yeah, bot bays were removed from the monetization dock. And hey, Snake Eyes. So yeah, you used to be able to buy bot bays in the game with real money. Now all you can buy are salvage packs. And that's why, like, you see how I have all these rows? When you start an account on the old version, you only had 3 of these. So yeah, I think this change is going to be more fun for players. I think it has some impacts, like I said, on monetization and just how you interact with the game, really. And I don't know. There are more concerns I have about that, but that's it. Am I the only one working on this? No. I really should make a autonomous command or something. Wait, did I already make this? I feel like I might have done this in the past. Oh, I did do that. Yeah. Oh, there you have it. Okay, so let's go through the rest of this. You know what we could do, though? We could have bound that already. Yeah. All right, select a bay ID, render create icon. What does render create icon do? Oh yeah, I know. Okay, so I'm gonna go comment this. Blueprints footer. So if you're not at the maximum number of blueprints, this will return a plus icon that lets you create a new blueprint. Return, I don't know what. Oh yeah, blueprints is not centered, you're correct. It's because it's based on the size of this right now. That's another thing I'm going to have to finish at some point. Like how your keyboard cam is kind of transparent. Yeah, because anything the keyboard is like super important. So it's more obvious when I have something very bright behind it. So now you can obviously see that, like, yeah, keyboard cam is somewhat transparent. Okay, that looks good. What else do we have here? Yeah, I think this is fine. Okay, what about over here? Bot icon, selected item. Yep. Yep. Yeah, looks good. Yeah, it's set to like 80% opacity, I think. Something along those lines. You can kind of see text underneath it now. Nearly 123 hours in. Well, I didn't have the keyboard camera for the first, what, 2 months or something? So this is fine too. Pay name and then class name. So that's only if there is a name for it. Okay, cool. So create hardware slot. I think I should comment this in hardware loadout. Creates a hardware slot by pulling all of the relevant details out of the serialized slot configuration. Out of the, how do I do this? Yeah. The important part to write here is that this is a hardware slot, which is a real type that I have. Now I won't be able to unsee it. It's not super obvious if there's no text underneath it. Okay, so that looks good. Empty slots should not really have empty written on them. I think I'm going to get rid of that. We should also make empty slots probably be a little bit different looking from regular slots. I don't know. I don't know how we'll do that. I think there should be some differentiation though. For now, I'll just get rid of the word empty. I don't think that's needed. Hey, Alexander. Got it. Yeah, it's fine. I do want to come up with a better way to do this in the future, but for now, that's how we're going to do it. This is fine. I don't know why there's a new line here. The rest of this, I should comment that. What line is that on? 290. So if you don't already have a base selected, set it to the first one. Background gray for empty slots. Yeah, something like that I think would be good. I'll bring it up. I'll write it in my note over here. Do we want to differentiate empty slots from filled ones at all? Okay, so that looks fine. Setup React. Yeah, we're passing the get hardware configuration. Bot icon image looks fine. This stuff, we're going to get rid of these commented lines since they're not needed. I'm surprised the linter doesn't complain about this because we don't have units there. It apparently doesn't need them. Adam, aren't you scared that someone will copy your entire code from the stream? I know I'm already working on it and beat you to market. I'm not super worried about that. It is copyrighted, despite that it would be a very protracted legal battle to actually pursue someone. But I think the biggest reason I'm not worried is nobody knows this idea is viable. So, like, why would you spend all the time copying the code? And then after it's been proven to be viable, there's going to be a community in the official botland. And then any sort of, like, new apps that come out will be competing for that in a fair way, hopefully. You see this happening a lot with card games as of late. So Hearthstone, I think, proved that digital card games are a very viable format, and now you see what is it, you see things like Duelist, Faria, the RuneScape one. I feel like I'm forgetting something. Anyway, there are a lot of card games popping up. That's the point, and probably Magic is going to be putting more effort into their online app. So if Botland is popular, yeah, you can be almost certain that there are going to be more automation games on the market. If it's not popular, then, well, I'm just some guy on the internet. Yeah, even with runner games too, yeah, you're right. After Temple Run, there are a lot of clones now. I played a Sonic game, actually, that was in the runner style. That was kind of surprising. He wrote fake code here. Yeah, I just spend, 1,200 hours of my time writing fake code. So the blueprints page now has selectable bot icons. What else did I just do? Oh yeah, the hardware loadout. When you select one, the hardware loadout will display properly in the main section. Because hardware loadout is a standalone component, that means it also displays correctly in the edit page, although no real work was done to accommodate that. Okay, now we just do one more sanity check over the linting, just to make make sure there's nothing crazy. Yeah, it looks good. Okay, then we commit. All right. Whew. So let's see. Let's set some realistic expectations for today. I think we can get edit loadout done by the end of today. So if we get this edit page done, so one thing we can't do is edit the cosmetics. We don't have really any of that code in place. So that's not a goal for today. I'm going to probably just leave that panel blank. But edit loadout, I want to get this done by the end of today. That's my biggest goal. And if we can do that, then I think we're in pretty good shape, because let's look at this document so far. You can see the scroll bar on the side. So let's just go through. This page is basically done. This is the same page. This page we just did. This is the same page. This page we're about to do, and that's part of this too. And then this we're not going to do at all. Then the script editing, I don't know about that. That's going to be like maybe the start of next week. The store is pretty much done for now. Entering a match, this is a dead simple UI to do, because we're not even going to have to choose a buff at the bottom. So it's going to be like match begins in whatever, and it's going to be an estimated time. Then we just start working on the in-game UI. So I think we can get the majority of this document like done and mocked up by the end of next week. And then we deployed AWS. We let you guys play around with it. And then we work on polish. And maybe we start to work on the artwork stuff so that we can get all the bot images in correctly. That's probably going to be the tack that I take. And then polish. So yeah. That's what we're going to do. Hey, Roots guy. Haven't seen you in a while. You know, Adam invented the internet. Okay, let's raise this chair a little bit. There. All right, so next up, that's done. Fill in the footer for the edit blueprints page. Close out all these things again. Do we need this stuff? Yeah, we do. We're gonna need some way to display this in the UI well. I'll have to do that later. So fill in the footer for the edit page. That is this footer. So let's go work on that. Edit blueprint footer. Did you make your entire house raise up like that? Amazing. Oh, really, Indian kid? Oh, man. And yeah, no problem, Roots Reggae. I still like saying hi. Judge Bacon's the one who made that. Okay, so right now we should just have, when we click edit blueprint, yeah, we have just edit blueprint footer content here. So there's cancel and there's edit scripts. I don't know what edit scripts was supposed to mean. Oh, that's this. Which, that doesn't do anything, right? And cancel doesn't do it. Oh, cancel does work. Well, well, well. That's pretty cool. Yeah, so let's lay this out a little bit better. So we're going to want that same image that we've been using everywhere. So bot.png, let's use that in here. As for where to put it, it goes on the left side. Maybe it should be in its own div. Oh, man. People are cracking me up today. Have you been looking all this time until Adam mentioned your name? No, I mentioned after he said something in chat. Wait, what happened during the GIF of you almost falling off your chair? So, the chair has a lever such that, like, you're sitting in the chair, right? Has a lever that lets you tilt it backward, and you can lock in that lever so that that doesn't happen anymore. Well, the lever, like, slides out, so I put tape around it, and the tape fell off, and when that happened, my chair, like, went flying backwards, and I hit my knees against my desk. It hurts when that happens. because even though it's not a lot of force, it like sends a jolt up your spine, and I've hurt myself before doing things like that when I'm running. Alright, so edit blueprint. We don't want that there anymore. We're going to want this to be in its own div. I don't know about this thing either. Let's get rid of that. So div class equals styles dot edit blueprint footer image icon bot image. Right. Hey Hypersphere, how you doing? You should get a better chair. Oh, I should just get better tape. I've like very thoroughly taped it now. So I'm hoping that doesn't happen again. Maybe it'll get broken in the move. Also, if you wanted to see, I think it's quote 16 that has, yeah, that's the odd shot of it happening. Excuse me. Okay, so we're going to take this. We're going to put this into the edit footer less file. So let's put this there. We're going to say display inline block. That's it. So that should be enough to put that there. Class name on line 14, not class. Nice catch. Nice catch. Okay, so let's try this out. So edit. Yep, so there it is. And that's supposed to represent this thing. We'll eventually get that for real. Now we want a name edit in there. And then the script edit can be sort of in line with that. So we want a div input. Where else do I use inputs? I guess on login.js. Let's just copy paste what we have for this thing, right? Because I'm pretty sure inputs have a lot of this stuff. So ref equals name input, class name equals styles name or password input. Fine, whatever. No, I don't want to do that yet. Autofocus equals true. Placeholder equals input bot name. Actually, what should be the, maybe just name your bot. All right, value. Yeah, this is what's annoying about this stuff. I'm gonna get rid of this for now. And on change and on key down, we're getting rid of this stuff too. So I'm gonna need to change this entire thing, but let's leave it like that for now. We're just gonna worry about the styling of the page. So we have the name input, and then underneath that, we want edit scripts as just a button for right now. Or a menu, or I don't know what. At some point, that's gonna need to change. So how do we do that? I guess it's just the bottom of this div, right? Which means that this should be in its own div. Babel plugin React HTML attribute. Transform selected attributes in JSX to the React equivalents. What does this do? Oh, I don't think I'm going to use something like this. But thank you nonetheless, Judge Bacon. I think I should just be clear about what it is I'm working on. Adam, if for some reason you wanted to clone Agar.io, how long would it take you? I don't know. The gameplay itself, I think, is incredibly simple. I think it's more about the networking code and infrastructure that makes that more difficult. Yeah, I think the gameplay would take like less than a day. But it's usually tied to networking. So I don't know. I'm not sure. Okay. Okay, so let's try this out. This won't be functional, but we should have at least the right layout, I hope. Yeah, not quite. Div. So this div, oh, this needs to be inline block as well, huh? Okay, let's do that. Footer, like name. We'll just say middle. And we'll put that here. All right, so that should push these things over to here, and then we finally want the cancel button. Let's try this out. So we edit, See, good. It's the icon on the left, then the edits in the middle, and then the cancel button over at the right side. We should probably just put all of this into a flex box or something. And yeah, that Rain Man, Judge Bacon linked it in. I can't really show it to you right now because what I've been working on is the UI. And despite that there's a play button over here, I can't actually press this and have it do anything. Yeah, Joff, probably about a day. Okay, cool. So we have all these things. We can click edit. Oh, this is actually well laid out. I like this. It's kind of nice having this edit button here too. It should just be above. So an edit, blueprint.js, edit. Here's the edit button. What did I call it? It's just called edit. Darn it, that's going to be impossible to find. I don't know where I put it. Oh, right, I put it on the hardware inventory itself. The hardware loadout. This, right there. There we go. So now the edit button will be at the top. That was a really minor thing, but I just wanted to do it anyway. There we go. So now you can press edit, and then you'll see the inventory. You can drag some things onto there. We don't have that yet. Okay, so the cancel button. It's already in kind of the right spot. I'm just going to need to change this. Where is the cancel button? Here it is. So we want this to be over here. So we're going to copy that. There we go. Aww. Really? Alright, good. And like I said, I'll probably use a flex box to position this. I don't really know what's going to expand. I guess this part. So everything... I might as well just do that. I'll write it down. Style the edit blueprint footer so that it uses a flex box where only the middle one is set to grow. What's the story behind this video? What is this video? Where did you even get this video from? Is it one of my highlights? This is like, if I recall, this is back when I had, oh yeah, I dropped the thing, yeah. This is me being an idiot. This is when I had back spasms and I like had to take days off of Botland and just lay in bed. It was so painful. So I needed to use a heating pack after that. Oh, okay, see you, Joff. Man, and that's, so I did a few things since that day. I haven't had back spasms again. But I tried to work on my posture a little bit more. I worked on my core more frequently. Anyway, so name edit, picture of bot. You should be able to use this name edit, and I don't think you can right now. No, actually you can. What? So I don't need this to be... No, I do. I need to hook this up. So hook this up to the actual name of the bot. Yeah, assuming you're editing something, that should be filled in. All right, fine. So let's go set that up. How should I do this? Name a bot. It needs to pull the value from Redux somewhere, which means I should dispatch an action before getting to this, which means in the blueprint page when you go to edit it, that's what's going to do that. Where's the edit button? Oh, no. Yeah, we're going to need to change this too. All right, let me think about this. We have the bot bay name up there. So when you change to the edit mode, we need to know, how does this even work? I guess the edit mode itself knows which bot is selected. So it's going to start with that. Then this doesn't need to be Redux, I think. Oh, yeah, Zilly. Yeah, and don't take that stuff for granted too. I was watching Siglemic's stream yesterday. He's been playing Melee with his keyboard using one hand because he has a repetitive stress injury. I guess he's been getting a lot of like advice from chat about that. But he said like it's because his posture is the same for 12 hours and it's not good posture, and that's sometimes hard to fix. And try to work on that sooner rather than later. Okay, let's try this out then. I'm gonna do. No, but I don't have the reducers here. What does this need? This just needs the name and I guess what script you're using, but it does need to be tied to Redux. And then we need to update that somewhere. We have the bot's name already in the workbench state. I guess let's just hook this up to that state. Yeah, alright, I'm gonna do that. I don't really like this. Hey, Playing Risky. How you doing? Yeah, and I don't want with router on here either. Ugh, let's just get rid of that. So I'm gonna put this here. I'm gonna put that there, get rid of those, delete that, and then just get the workbench state. But we need connect, and we don't have it. Let's take it from there. Okay, so now we have the workbench state. When we construct this, we know that we're on the edit page. So what we can do is set the name of the bot bay that you're editing. This was previously a thing I never had to do. Is showing bays, selected bay ID. Yeah, we're gonna need a name in here, and then eventually we're gonna need a script ID as well. You can edit your scripts directly from here. Oh, there's so much. Saw Connie with Sigwin yesterday, liking it so far. Good. Yeah, and you might not need Sigwin anymore eventually. Bash should run natively on Windows with all the Unixy tools you're used to. But I don't know when that's going to happen. Till then, yeah, installing like msysgit or something is what you might need. Alright, so the name needs to come from here, and then the script ID that you've got. So I guess let's do like bay name. Just set to null. So the name of the bay that you're currently editing. Yeah. So we need a getter and setter for this. Boilerplate, boilerplate, boilerplate. Does Conemu work well with the new Win 10 console? Yeah. It actually fixes a bug that was really bothering me before. Although now there's a new bug that's been introduced. But basically, you see what's on my screen right now. If I were to make this screen half size, then re-expand it, this would not come back. So do you see how when I'm in the process of dragging it, it's blank? That's how it would look prior to Windows 10. So you would just lose whatever was there. And now you don't lose it, which is pretty nice. Ran out of VM and there's a lot of pathing issues and stuff that breaks. Oh, interesting. They're probably going to work that stuff out though. I'll probably give it some time. Okay, so let's go into actions temp and get a set bay name. Do I have a set name in here already? Set bot config name. What is that used for? What is this used for? What? I don't remember this. Set our default new bot name to our account name for now. Oh, this is a bad idea. I know what this is. All right, never mind. I know what it is. It's this right here. There's a name input for your bots. So that way you could say something like, okay, I want the Melee bot now, and you could, deploy that with some code, I guess. So there's my Melee bot, and then I could name it something else if I wanted, like teleport, and then put some teleport thing on here. Whatever, fine, deploy. Yeah. That's gonna need to change. That entire box is going away, so I should get rid of that. That means that this stuff's gonna need to change too. player name. So set bot config name. I think that can stay around. I don't know about this though. Set our default new bot name to our account name. This is just for pre-beta. This will get truncated if necessary. Yeah, let's get rid of this. Okay, so that's fine. And then this needs to change too. This will cease to exist. So fine. Okay, great. Well, then we're done. Not quite, but we're almost done. So set bot config name. This is in bot config reducer. What is it even used for? Can deploy. Set. This is used when in a game to show your bot's script. The deploy button, it should have auto deploy on there too. The auto deploy checkbox and the name input. So we're going to get rid of the name input part and we're going to put this up into the workbench state. So shortened name and assign the name there. So bay name, let's put that there. Shortened name. Okay, looks good. Just make the name of the bots the username of the player automatically, or is that the plan? I forgot exactly what our plan was for this. We wanted it so that your own names show up here, so you can see them, but you only see someone else's name when you click the bot. So then you'd see their name. But up until that point, you'd see the player name floating above them. Backslash gets love in the programming world. That's how you escape most characters in programming languages. Yeah, Levko. Alright, so we have bay name here. So then what are we going to do? We're going to pull that from in here. This dot state dot value. So this dot state equals, say, name. Why would I do this though? This makes no sense. Back to login.js. Alright, what do we have here? A class name, a value. So this value is going to be workbench state dot bay name. And on change, we're going to do this. On change name. And we need that function now. So we can get rid of that. Go back to login, go to on change name, copy paste this entire function. This is going to need to look like what used to be in Botland app though. Name input change set config name. Yeah. I guess it's just this. Which means we need bound actions here too. I feel like I'm making a lot of mistakes on how to use React here. I don't know for sure that that's the case, but I definitely feel like it. Where are... Here we go. Okay, and then we need temp actions and we need bind actions creator. Okay. That should be everything. Yeah, okay, let's try that. I hope it works. Nope. Also, name your bot should have been capitalized. But this .props.workbench state.bay name, nothing ever set this. Oh, that's right. The constructor needs to set this. So we need to set it to whatever you already had there. And that's assuming you're editing a new one, which you might not have that. Oh, man. No, this can't work. Oh, man. Hi, Amber. Something needs to set this name. I don't know what's going to be in charge of doing that. The problem, something needs to set the name of the blueprint that you're modifying. Let's see, the edit button is in bot podium. On edit. And it's passed in from blueprints.js. Yeah. The edit function itself is passed in from blueprints.js. Okay, so then it should be something like this. We just dispatch right here, which we don't have a dispatch. Oh my god. Also, this won't even work, will it? No, that will, I guess. I don't like this. I don't like this at all. Darn it, what am I going to do about it, though? We need to get the name of the... Oh, well, we already have workbench state. Oh. So we just need this stuff in here. Adam, why do you use React DOM.find DOM node to get the value of the input on change when you can use event.target.value? That is a good question. There's no good answer for that. Yeah. I could probably just use event.target.value. Oh, thanks, Such Bacon. Okay, so before doing this, we're going to do this dot bound actions dot... Where did I get that from? Here, set bot config name. So this needs to be the bay name that you're working with, and it necessarily has to exist. Yeah, so this shouldn't be so bad. Other than how we obtain this, it's kind of annoying. I don't know if I like this. So we want to do this and then return the selected bay. Otherwise return null. And that way what we can do here is just do this part. And this doesn't simplify the code at all, does it? Selected bay. So now we don't need to do that. Alright, good. So now let's put the same thing up here. If it exists, it has to exist. Then we set that to this. Okay, there. That was a bunch of code. See you, Kukuruku. When you make a new blueprint, why not call it custom bot n, where n is the next number they don't have after other custom bots? Well, part of the reason is because if you don't have a name at all, it gets a random name. And yeah, that worked. Okay, well, and then the other reason is I'd rather you type out a name than for it to get like custom bot. That way people have flavorful names. Anyway, this worked. So you can see whatever name shows up here, botlad, starter bay. If I edit unnamed, for example, it puts unnamed into this box. And if I delete it, it says error. Hooray. So React DOM doesn't exist, that's why. Which is actually another good reason not to use React DOM at all. So we could just say e.target.value. Does that work? Actually, not name. Name is undefined now. Let's put a debugger here. Excuse me. Okay, so here we go. Just change it to 5. So what happens in here? Whoa, what's that? Each child in an array or iterator should have a unique key prop. That's in hardware loadout. Oh, that shouldn't be the case. Or is it? Yeah, I think I know what's going on there. All right, I can fix that because of the empty nodes. In fact, that's probably happening no matter what. Character limit and bot name. Yeah, that's handled by the reducer. And thanks. So let's do this. Value. Yeah, and so if this is nothing, then I guess it shows up as null. So then this should work. Canary property substring of undefined. e.target.value. Let's try that out. Yeah, I have value.value. I saw that. I just got rid of that. So now if we change that to start array 2 or something like that, or test. Yeah, cool. There's no update button. I never added that in. Oh, look at that. Oh, it's a Philly, yeah. It does suck when that happens as a viewer, but trust me, it sucks a little bit more when it happens as a streamer. Because then you get like a whole bunch of people saying, oh, chat interaction 0 out of 10. Have a random generated name from 2 parts. One is that. No, I'm not going to do that. You'll get Moon if you do that. The randomly generated names that we have right now are here. Yeah. So a lot of these were just taken from the Wikipedia page on these. And then there are some better ones at the end. Well, just these, I guess. Oh, and Mark Walbot. I still like that. Yeah. So we're gonna keep those. Is there an EJ bot? Okay, so what was the next thing I was gonna fix here? Oh, add an update button. That's right. So underneath cancel, and that means that all these divs need vertical align top, I believe. Oh, and fix that too. So yeah, let's fix everything. All of this stuff. Vertical align top. That means this needs to have it too. Vertical align top. I don't know how this is getting set up. There we go. Got it. So we're going to go to hardware loadout. And we're going to give each of these. So does times give us this? ld.times 5i. Does this tell us what number we have? Oh, perfect. Look at that. Index. So here we can just say key equals. Does a React key need to be unique in the entire DOM? Wait, Kukuruku, that was... I don't know if you've seen this thing, but it was just this. What is it? Someone who has what? P... where's the other moon? Oh, PW. I'll just paste this in. Also, didn't you say you had to go? Oh, and see a fade. No, just in the child list. Okay, perfect. So then I can just say key. Oh, and thank you, Lefko. Nice gift, Lefko. So key equals just index. I could do something like this if I wanted to, where I say something like empty dash. I don't really think it adds a whole lot. Oh yeah, okay, fine. No, Kukuruku, I know what you're talking about. Alright, so now we shouldn't be getting that warning. When I hit edit, yeah, perfect. Okay, so the warning's gone away. And the other thing that we can fix is in the footer of this, we change all of these so they have vertical line top. Didn't you say you had to go? Feels bad, man. Wait, what, EJ? What list are you even talking about? I don't even... I don't... Rogue is on J. And I'm pretty sure that says dagger. And that's also on J. Which I didn't even think that was your name, right? I don't know how you got that. Hey, Cryogenics. And Zilly, yeah. Rogue is in Valera, who is wearing Rouge. I did JJ, my bad. Yeah, I'm gonna call you Moon Moon from now on. I did JJ. Yeah, if you did EJ, fine. Alright, so edit blueprint, good, all this stuff is fine. Alright, so then let's put in the update button. Not that I'm going to actually make it do anything yet. We'll put these in their own divs, I think, too. So div, 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 div. Cool. So this will be the update button. We don't actually have an on update. So we need to pass that in from the edit blueprint.js because this has the footer in here. Yeah, so on update. This dot update blueprint. So I'm not gonna actually write anything in here. I'll say something like console.log. I never wrote this function. Let's make it an alert. So now when I try that out, I hit connect, I hit edit, I hit update. I never wrote this function. I feel like I need an unhappy face there. There. Okay. But then editing this is probably what we'll work on next. What else do we have here? So botlad edit scripts, that'll do nothing. Is this even tied up to anything right now? Edit script. On edit script. What is this set to do? Change to edit scripts? Oh, we don't even have that. Oh. So this will say this should change to edit scripts, but I probably did not finish that UI. Hey, Survey Ninjas. Yeah, UI is starting to come along. Alright, so I think I'm going to get rid of all these wacky colors now that we're mostly set with this UI at least. Because this UI doesn't need to do anything else, does it? Let's find out. It's supposed to be this UI. We have edit blueprint. Oh, we need the gearbox thing. That needs to be done for delete and duplicate. I guess I'll write that somewhere. Make delete slash duplicate work on the blueprints page. I wrote this somewhere. Where did I write this? Delete and duplicate. They're canceled, right? Yeah. So I'll just put that in a UI polish. Make the gear button on the blueprints page work for deleting slash duplicating. Ah, not bot. There. And no, Chiphili, I didn't. Feels bad, man, times two. If the pages aren't scrollable, would you consider making it possible to use the scroll wheel to move right and left? Yeah, I would. And actually, that's another thing I should put here. Make the scroll wheel scroll horizontal things like the blueprints page. It's a good suggestion, Zilly. That's what I did in the prototype of this game, which I don't think I've ever actually shown you guys. Alright, well anyway, what else do I have on this page? So, yeah, these things are mostly done. So I'm going to change the colors on them. So let's go to the blueprint footer.less. So we have background color orange. What is it supposed to be? It's supposed to be that gray color. Alright, what else do we have here? So we have pink behind the bot icons. And what is that supposed to be? Just white. Okay. Alright, what else do we have? So we have pink behind this. What is this even called? Bot podium, I think. So bot podium.less. Yep, and what is it supposed to be? supposed to be, I think, transparent actually. And we leave it up to the page to figure out what it's supposed to do. Transparent. Let's take a look at the UI now. Oh, that plus button still has a background of foof. Where is that? That's in the footer, isn't it? Yeah, and the plus button's supposed to have the same background as the other buttons. So it should be white. This is very similar to bot icon. Should probably extend that class at some point. Okay, so do we have the Saner colors now? Yeah. So when you select something, that's great. We don't have any wacky colors. Hey, Skynet. There's the news button, which brings us back to Fisher-Price World. The store button, where this stuff looks like how it's supposed to. You can buy and sell. Select things here too. Yeah. And I don't know the answer to that, EJ. Alright, not bad. So let's clean this up, check this in, and then I think I'll get lunch. This is done, this is done, this is done, this is done, and this is done. So we filled out the footer for the page. Now maybe I'll do this too and then I'll get lunch. I don't know. We'll figure it out as I get to prepare this. Okay, linting passed, and does it pass here too? No. Set bot config name is defined but never used. Yeah, we can get rid of that. EJ, I guess you could try this by making a local repo. Well, no, we still have the Fisher-Price UI for the news page. Okay, that's good. Beautiful parrot feather colors. Alright, so this is all fine. This thing we can't do though. We gotta get rid of that. Okay, good. What about this? On change name, set to the value. Good, good, good. Yep, I think this is okay. Yeah, this is okay too. Adam, find and replace React.find DOM node. Yeah, I can do that. I'll write that on the list after this, so that's its own commit. Replace React DOM find DOM node with event.target.value. Well, with event.target at the very least. Get selected bay. Yeah, this is not really that helpful. In fact, does that edit button work? Give me points and I'll leave. Your presence is not unwanted, so I have nothing to gain by you leaving. Yeah, alright, this looks pretty good. So, filled in the edit blueprint footer. I want it to be this way. Edit blueprint footer with the right components. None of it is really functional yet. I think that's it. No, don't scram. EJ, give him all your points. Alright, so we're going to change this back to blueprints. And I think it's just this that I wanted to do. So we packed most of our stuff, and we've been trying not to buy new food. So I need to figure out what lunch is even going to be today. And then not take a long time getting it. Okay, I have an idea. Maybe I can order online, but then I need to wait for it to finish. So I should do that. Yeah. Do the next 2 items, then eat lunch. So that's the plan. Okay, so then here's what we're going to do first. I'm going to use the bathroom, because it's been like 3 hours without me using the bathroom. Then I'll be right back, then I'll do the lunch stuff. So yeah. Okay, I'm back. Hey, what happened to all the semicolons in my code? There, Chifili. That's for ignoring what you'd said earlier. Look at all those boxes in the hall. Could you actually see those? Wait a second. No. No, I refuse to believe that. There are a ton of boxes out there. There's actually a ton of boxes behind me, too. Do they? Nope. They're just barely off screen. Wow. I wonder how much I had to actually raise these for you to be able to see it. Oh, like a very small amount. Yeah. Yeah, well, there are boxes everywhere right now. All right, so I gotta order lunch so that I can actually make efficient use of the time that you guys are watching me stream. Not right now, of course, because you're gonna watch me order lunch. But after that, that way I don't have to spend like 20 minutes waiting for food. So Chipotle is closest. That's what I'm gonna order. I've never done this before. Order now. Find a location. Alright, I'm gonna turn off my keyboard camera for all of this. So let's just highlight this for right now. Not really gonna read chat for a second. Is it the right street? Yeah, I think so. Not a chicken sandwich. Yeah, this is the right area. Okay, so order now. They charge more for you ordering online? They shouldn't, right? Alright, I know this is like the worst thing. I apologize for this. Okay, add stuff, add drinks. I don't care about any of that. Give me your credit card number and I'll order you lunch. You know what I hadn't seen? Hardly Difficult has this on his stream. There's a way for you to like order him lunch, but it costs something like $25 for one meal. I don't know how that works. Please enter a name for your meal. No, thank you. Save name. Suckers. All right. So $6.70. Check out. Sign in. I don't want to do this. Registering will help you set up future orders faster. I don't want to do this. Is it pizza? I'm trying to just get a burrito bowl. I gotta type in a whole bunch of information. No, I don't think it's delivery. I don't even know if they deliver. Email address, phone number, password. Your password must have 8 or more characters. Darn it, I gotta randomly generate a password now. Sorry, this is the worst. This is the worst thing I've ever done on stream. Confirm password, register. Preferred language, Espanol. Nice. Actually, you know what? I should show this over here. Oh, I meant the streamer probably includes that. Oh, I see what you're saying. You can use guest entry? That didn't seem to exist there. What do you get at Chipotle? We're all dying to know. It's just a burrito bowl. Choose payment. I think I'll... You don't need to wait in line. Simply go straight to the register and pay for your order. Yeah, I'm going to do that. That way I'm not typing a credit card on stream. Continue. Total is $7. That's not bad. I can pick it up at 12:45. Okay, good. That's perfect. Please verify your phone number. Oh, it's gonna be chicken. Savage. Yeah, okay. Go to the register with your ID so we know who you are. Okay, All right, nice. So that's done. Now I can get back to coding. Sorry about that, everybody. So order lunch online. So get lunch by 12:45. So that's 15 minutes from now. That gives me enough time to do these two things, I think, and just to hang out with you guys, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, so sorry about that. So it's healthy yet delicious. All right, so style the edit blueprint footer so the uses a flex box where only the middle is set to grow. Yeah, let's go do that. So edit footer less. So the footer itself has this there. So let's say display flex direction row. Then all of these need their own flex on them. So display is not inline block anymore. We get rid of that, we get rid of that. We change flex grow to 0 and only the middle is set to grow. What is this gonna look like? How did that get out of order? Just send them a link of the stream. Hey, well. You know, I always wonder, what if I print out a bunch of business cards that just have like twitch.tv/Adam13531 and just drop them in places? Not like literally on the floor, but, you know, just walk up to someone's table while they're eating. Oh, I thought you might like this. The problem is that they know exactly who I am. It's not like I'm advertising somebody else's stream. Alright, this shouldn't have failed. Deserialize config error. Serialized config is not a string. Okay. That's pretty bad. Not read React componentry, React internal instance. I don't know what just happened there. Where is this even coming from? Find parent. Oh man, hardware loadout is trying to do this. It's not props.hardware string. What's, I don't have one of those? Why is it even trying to be rendered? I don't... Something's wrong. Oh man, that's what's wrong. This should have still been login. Darn it, that means I checked in the wrong thing. Hey, Napa Bene. Oh, it's going well. It's going pretty well. Okay, there we go. So what did I even just fix? Oh, Flexbox. Yeah, that looks pretty good. So now updating cancel or cram to the side, and anytime I expand this, it's the middle that's increasing. So if I said that the width of this should be 100%, then, whoops. Then yeah, that's going to take up all of the available space that we have. Nice, cool. All right, that's good. Looking good. All right, so let's check that in. Good. Perfect. Okay. Restyled the edit blueprint footer so that it uses a flexbox instead of inline block divs. Okay. Then the next thing is search for React DOM.find DOM node. I'm using this in a decent amount of places. Yeah, so we can just say e.target.value. That should make a lot of this simpler. So let's see, you can get rid of those. Nope. Nope, we shouldn't do this with multiple cursors. Alright, never mind. Let's just do this the boring way. So we won't even need React DOM when all this is said and done. Because that's, I think, the only thing I was using this for. Yeah, it was. Okay. There we go. Which means I don't even need refs for these. The refs are going to be useless. This dot refs dot whatever. Yeah, I should get rid of all those too. This I'm going to keep. This particular one. There's probably a better way to do this. I'm not going to worry about that. No, we are going to worry about that. What is this, in login? Fine. Can we get whether a box is checked? How does this work? There we go. So e.target.checked is false, and we click it again and it becomes true. Yeah, we can do that. Okay, e.target.checked. Where else do we have this? This.refs.name input. This might be one of the exceptions. What do we have? This.connect.bind this. Do we call connect anywhere else? Yeah, we do here. Yeah, so this one has to be that way, I think. Alright, what else do we have? Okay, e.target.value. Man, there were a lot of these. Alright, what else? Still a bunch. And I think I missed some in that file anyway. Okay, so let's search for this again. So now we're down to like 4 of these. Yeah, not bad. So this is going to be e.target.checked. This is going to be e.target.value. And this auto-deploy checkbox looks good. Okay, not bad. So let's go through all of the changes I just made and get rid of the refs where the refs are no longer used. So let's see, change password, ref equals. So we shouldn't need any of these. What was there? Password input, old password, confirm password, and name input. So if we get rid of that, actually let's just search for this.refs. Yeah, we're not using them anymore. So we can get rid of all of the refs. All right, looks good. So change password has been fixed. Cool. Chat input also probably doesn't need the ref. .refs, yeah. Okay, good. Login. Login mic as it has that connect button. Let's go take a look. Yeah, we still do use it here, but only for name input. Everything else is going to be done away with. So password input and EULA checkbox. All right. Okay, looks good. Register account. Cool. So those are gone. 1, 2, 3, 4, and all the refs are finished too, except the EULA checkbox. Good. And we're coming down to the final 2 files here. Reset password. And one more file, Botland app, which really shouldn't be used at all here anyway. Okay, there we go. Let's enter the code. Yeah, so we can get rid of all of these now. Okay. Trailing semicolon. That should have been part of the last commit. Oh well, whatever. Okay, so everything lints correctly. Let's try it out. So we should be able to do all the things that we could do before. So let's go to register. Yeah, that seems to work fine. Well, let's try changing any of these things. Okay, cool. Forgot password, change password. Yep, cool. Yeah, and forgot password isn't its own thing anyway. All right, so connect. Yeah, I think everything was fine. Okay, cool. All right. Yeah, not bad. Thanks, Hideo. Actually, so if I type test, as long as I can see my own text, I'm pretty sure chat's working. Whenever chat breaks for me, I can't even see my own messages. What changed in here, by the way? Yeah, nothing important. Replaced React dom.find dom node with just a simple e.target from the event that is passed to me. Fixed some less linting issues. Yeah. Yeah, so what's nice about this is the number of lines removed. So you removed 11, 3, 7, 14, 6, 5, 0. Yeah, so nice. Okay, that's it. So I think I'm gonna go get lunch now. I think I ordered online already. I'm gonna go cut the entire line. It's gonna feel a little bit weird because they don't know that I ordered online. What if I just seem like a jerk? And then when we get back, it's gonna be all about this because this is the rest of the day as far as I'm concerned. So if we get that done sooner, then great. And what I'm talking about is this particular thing. So when we press the edit button, we'll see a hardware inventory and we'll be able to drag whatever was in our inventory over to there. So drag and drop. So make sure to populate the scroll spy with the contents of our inventory. I don't know about buying things from here though. Show owned or all. I think we just start with the items that you own. I don't know. Okay, but yeah, I'll go get lunch. And then when I come back, I'll be back for probably about 3 hours. Like I said, I'm moving tomorrow, and I really should go take care of some of the last minute packing. So it might not be a full stream. I'll say this. I want to at least get this thing done. So then maybe after that, I'll end the stream. But I'm going to get my lunch now. Thank you all for watching so far. I'll be back after lunch. See ya. Mavis Gaming, thanks for following. I'm responding to something that happened like 35 minutes ago, 45 minutes ago. Yeah, okay, cool. Well, I'm gonna get back to work. So create the hardware inventory. This was gonna happen the next like 3 days. Lunch was great. I'm also glad I ordered online because that saved me a bunch of time. The line is like wrapped around the store when I go at this time of day. Okay, so there we go. Can you rearrange these here? No, you can't. All right, so let's take a look. I don't think there's any outstanding code here. Nope, just that one line, which doesn't really count. Fancy shirts. This is just another Woot shirt. Oh, whoops, I forgot to turn my keyboard camera back on. When we were packing clothes, I just saved like 5-6 shirts for the week. I mostly did it based on color in case I wanted to go to the gym, and that way I didn't have like a button-up shirt at the gym. I've seen people wearing not gym appropriate clothes like a couple of times, and I think wearing fancy clothes to the gym is pretty weird. Okay, so yeah, here's what we're gonna work on: the hardware inventory. There was like 10 minutes. Oh, I've never let that run out, right, Arino? Do I live alone? No, I live with my wife. Okay, so this edit button, I want it to act like it's always been pressed. So let's go into the edit blueprint.js and we'll have show hardware load. Oh, darn it, it's not hardware loadout, it's hardware inventory. Hey, Pro Sam. I don't know how much you missed. I don't know when you were here last, but what I'm going to be working on today is... Oh, darn it, that doesn't work. I'm going to be working on the UI, and I'm going to try to work on this hardware inventory panel. I knew if I left, he'd come back. So on days where I have to go out to get lunch, it does take me a little longer to finish. Because I have to actually go somewhere first and then eat the food, as opposed to just eating food. Yeah, so something's wrong here. And what is it that's wrong? Show hardware inventory. Oh, right. I never set it to true. Never mind. There's nothing wrong. Hey, Mike. So we hit connect. We hit edit. Yeah, and we're looking at this page now. Okay. And this is what we're going to work on. So I think the first thing we do is we get the general structure of this scroll spy, maybe drag and drop. And then we start populating it with real data afterward. So let's start. So are we going to use this anywhere else though? Hardware inventory. Let me take a look down here. This is the same general component. Yeah, it's the exact same component actually. Okay, so we'll do that. Hey Harry, how was the food? The food was good. It's good to just eat. After I've been streaming for like 3-4 hours, I notice a very big difference between right before I go to lunch and right after I come back from lunch. And part of it is just taking a break, I'm sure. Like I'm watching Twitch when I'm eating lunch, so I just totally unwind. But part of it too is just the energy. Gotta say the UI is looking much better compared to the Fisher-Price UI from yesterday. Yeah, and as we go through this, of course, all of it is going to look better and better. The login page I still don't have a mock-up for, so this is going to look pretty ugly for a little while. But the news page, this is still the ugly one too. We don't have news though. That's why this has been blank, because I have nothing to populate it with. But yeah, the store page is looking decent, I'd say. It can definitely be spruced up and polished and look a lot nicer. And store footer content here is because what we were planning on putting there are deals that we might have. Where is that? Yeah. So like purchase a whole set of the Ninja Bot all at once. But we don't have those. So I'm not going to worry about that. Login page looks good. What would you say is a decent price for a sitting and standing desk? Well, if you don't build it yourself, I'd say like 400 to 500 is probably a good price. They seem like they sell for somewhere between like $700 and $1,100 a lot of the time. So you might want to look into just building something yourself. I don't have the know-how to do that, so I had to just buy a pre-made desk pretty much. Okay. Anyway, going back to blueprints and then edit. So yeah, let's set up the basic structure of this thing. And what I like to do for this is I like to take a picture of just the thing that I'm working on. So let's close out of this. Now let's paste this in here and then just put this there. Okay, so we're going to start with this top bar. Filter, show owned or all, and there's an X. So I wonder if we should make this its own component. I don't think so. I'll break them out into components if I need to. Yeah, and Mike, that's what I had originally. Oh, also, let me show you guys a picture that I took at lunchtime. Where is this? I'm going to print screen this so I don't accidentally show something I'm not supposed to be showing. Also, it's like got to be rotated. So I took a picture of my receipt. The name that I typed in online, which you guys heard me say, but you didn't see me type, was no thank you because I didn't want to put in a name. It printed out on the receipt though. Thought that was funny. Hey, Walter. I must be looking at in development layouts. It can't be that you got this far since Tuesday. Yeah. This is not the in-game UI. The in-game UI looks like this, which honestly isn't bad. It's just not great yet. Let me show you from the beginning here. If I hit cancel, so this is the bot UI. You can now click them. This is actually populated with real data from the database. So like lasers 3, missiles 2, cloaking 1. That is right here. Lasers 3, missiles 2, cloaking 1. So it is pulled in correctly, and these are sized based on the number of slots you have. Yeah, okay, that's a little bit weird. See the bottom line for this, the Inferno Zapper box, and then see the bottom line for this, the lasers box? It actually does change. But part of that is because we have other slots here and they have padding, so I guess this is fine. And thanks, Maldian. Hey, Schnapp. Stranger programmer who laughs. I'm guessing you're talking about on Twitch and not in real life. Otherwise, I feel bad for your coworkers. They don't laugh. In-game UI looks like some lots of development either way. Did I really miss that much? Well, I started working on it on Monday. I got the store done on Wednesday, or at least done enough. So now you actually can purchase things here. So if I sell off Melee, like see how it's 50 that you get back? So this 31 will go up to 81. And then up again to 131. And now I could use the 100 that I now have to buy another thing of lasers, let's say. And I could also, I'm going to just sell everything, right? I could also purchase things over here too. I can hit purchase, that works. This scroll spy works, so as you scroll, it'll select what it is you have over there in the left panel. That's pretty nice. The icons and everything, that's just placeholder content for right now. You can purchase packs. There's no way to open them yet. Are you using any CSS conventions? So hey, Digia, I'm using CSS modules. So all of my modules, none of them can collide with anything else. So whenever you see one of my less files here, it just looks like news content or news page. Now there's nothing stopping me from naming it according to a convention. For right now, no, I haven't been doing that. The width also changes. Yeah, that's true. I'm going to have to fix that. About the name thing, though, last time it was a Starbucks. Faster. Wouter. I'm assuming Wouter is a common name, right? Actually, Walter is not a common name in America, so Wouter might not be. Do you keep the play botland up to date with the backend changes you've made? No, play.bot.land is lagging terribly far behind. This is months old. If you take a look at this, like, first of all, Connect doesn't look anything like that anymore. Well, it looks something like it. But now there's register, forgot password, and change password. So I can press connect. Then this was what the UI used to look like. Everything was thrown onto the same page. You edited your bots, you bought things from here, you opened salvage packs, you managed your inventory, you managed the store, and then you joined the game. And that was it. And then you're in the game. As far as game stuff goes, there's not really too much different between how you'll play the game here and how you'll play it on the new infrastructure. That hasn't changed too much. And no, Digia, I believe it's spelled like this. His username has an extra U and a Z. Or wait, is it spelled with two U's? Oh, both are pronounced the same. Talking about Starbucks outside of the net. Okay, yeah. I was gonna say if I was well, anyone who had to take your name for something, I probably would not know what to write. Well, before doing the stream, now I would, of course. Anyway, scroll spy. So yeah, I gotta shut up and just start working. So when we get into here, we hit connect and we hit edit. You're gonna have to get used to that flow. Oh yeah, that's right. I was working on the top part of this. So let's get that down. There's a filter, and we're gonna need a magnifying glass. So let's go look up material design icons. I really should bookmark that page that has them all there, because this is not that page. Getting the icons. How do you... Okay, here it is. It's design.google.com/icons. And then I can search for, like... No, not... Oh, come on. Magnifying glass is what I want. What is it called? It's called search. So they try to come up with a name you're almost definitely going to want for it. Okay, so let's go modify that. So I'm going to put a top panel in here. Div class name equals styles.hardware inventory. What do I call this? Filter? I guess it's a filter, but it also has the close button on it too. It's not entirely a filter. I guess I'll just say hardware inventory header. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. Okay, and then in here we want a search box. So let's go take this from here. We want an input. We have that on, what's it called? Edit blueprint footer.js. There's our input. We don't actually need the ref here anymore. Okay, so we want something like this. So autofocus equals true. I don't think so. No. Value. I don't know. We're gonna have to link this to Redux somewhere. So maybe we put this as like. No, but this is workbench state. Oh, okay. Well, good luck, Wouter. This props.workbench name.bay name. I need to put this somewhere, so let's put it in here, I guess. Let's say hardware filter string null. No, empty. When you have a hardware inventory open in the UI, this string represents how you filtered the inventory. Alright, cool. See you out there. Cheers, bot lads. Alright, we're going to put that there. It's a hardware filter string, which means that this needs to have the workbench state, which doesn't seem like a good idea. Hey, Chifili. I could do this, I don't know, with router. Do we even use that? Yeah, we do. Fine, for now, I'll just do it, whatever. I'll change it later, should I feel the need to do that. Alright, so hardware inventory, we want to put that there, we want to get rid of the with router, and we want to get rid of that. Then we need the same things that we had before, which is connect. I should just connect. Okay, good. Next up, so we have name your bot. This is gonna be filter, I guess. What's it named in this thing? Yeah, filter. But we're gonna put Where's the last place I used this? There we go. So this will be search, and then we'll eventually want an X next to it, so that when you do have something typed in, there's an X over here that'll let you get rid of it. I could kind of understand your info code, but this font stuff doesn't... Wait, what? This front stuff doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I'm using the actual HTML. I don't mind explaining it, but I think it would involve learning some of the concepts behind React. Okay, so there's the search here, and then we have filter. Okay, so that's fine. Then we have this on change name. We're not gonna probably on change filter. And on change filter is going to be a function. We'll just say something here like changed filter to e.target.value. Okay, so let's close the div that we have here. So all we should have now is a filter at the top. It's not going to look good. It's not going to be functional. Yeah, so there it is. There's our filter. Like I said, doesn't look good. It's not functional. You can't even type into it. So we need an action to be able to change that. Although as you try changing it, yeah, it is working. What? We at least... How did that happen? Okay. So there's our filter. Let's get the rest of this stuff. So show owned or all. Something I don't like is how radio buttons get themed by default. I need to come up with a different theme for them, but let's look this up anyway. Or maybe React radio button. They already have this concept in here. React native radio buttons, better radio buttons. They have a picture of what this looks like. Repetitive field, hard to set the checked value. You need to put e.g. checked equals that on every input. Hard to retrieve the value. Here's a better version, full example here. Pro Sam stealing my jokes. Yeah. Yep. Okay, so this does look better. Now there's a radio group and then radios here. I wonder what it looks like though. Hey JWL. Because I don't just want radio buttons, I also want them to look a little bit better. I guess that's something you can always style with CSS. And I'm pretty sure I've used this before too. Okay, well, we'll have to try that out. I think for now, let's just put... No, let's just do it for real. Fine. I'll install this. Harry, you might be able to do that. You should always just do a Google search on that stuff. Out of 10, how much do you regret Boatland? I don't regret Boatland at all. I actually did consider, hey, people are probably going to be linking this forever after April Fool's. And that has been true. But I thought, as long as new people don't think that's the game I'm actually working on, then we're fine. Which, by the way, any new people, I'm working on Botland, not Boatland. So here's the video you want to watch. Not the Boatland video. Alright, so let's get this working. So here's a better version. Radio group name equals fruit. So they just put everything like this. Let's try the same thing here. Now, I don't have radio group, so we're going to need to use it. Fine. Import. We need radio group, and then we need radio, right? They don't have radio. Where does this come from? Oh, I see. I have used this before. I'm like nearly positive. Okay, handled change, we don't have this dot state dot selected value. Yeah, we could say what that is by default. On change, we'll just not have an on change. Unexpected identifier on line 30. Radio. What? Where does this come from? Like, this looks like it's a function that takes something from radio. Where is that, though? There isn't anything. I don't understand. Yeah, weird. This is not even a right example, is it? You're getting that as the argument of your children function. Oh, you can have it named whatever you want. So then what this probably means is that's not really the error I think it is. What is this? Unexpected token radio. Oh my goodness. Okay, let's save this. Is that going to complain to me too? No, I see. I just needed the closing tag there. Got it. Got it. Okay, so let's try this out. I don't have a handle change, so we won't be able to fix that, but let's see if this works. Is the Boatland vid on YouTube? Yeah, people linked it in earlier. Okay, so that failed because I don't have an on change. So let's go make an on change. So handle change. What does this even get? Function will be passed the newly selected value. Oh, that's helpful. Okay, let's just print out the arguments. Inspect arguments. Okay, let's try that out. So close. Okay, selected value, this dot state equals selected value. What's it called? Apple? Oh my goodness. Type should not be null, undefined, boolean, or number. It should be a string. Check the render method of hardware inventory. What is it, this? Okay, what could I have possibly screwed up this time? React.create element. Radio group. Oh, you know what this might be? React radio group might not be defined yet. It's probably not. Okay, I think this has to do with how I'm importing it. So let's go try this out again. I'll get to the bottom of this. Oh, that does exist. What? I actually came here from a Twitch raid website. What, Super Red? Do you mind giving me some details on that, if that's actually true? Did you install the actual package? I did. I don't know if this is the way that I'm supposed to be including this, though. I don't think it really differs from what they had in their thing. Their example just had require. Okay, fine. I'll use require. I don't think that matters. Require React radio group. Whoa, how did that happen? That shouldn't matter, should it? I gotta get rid of this breakpoint now. Oh, it does matter. Okay. So yeah, I don't actually have an onChange function here. And yeah, it probably does mean that my source maps are not exactly correct. Actually, I think it's because I'm using cheap source maps or something. That way my build time doesn't take too long. Wait, Super Red, what is a Twitch raid website though? Like, what are you talking about? Decided to be nice. I mean, I appreciate that part. Could have gone much worse. All right, so set state selected value value. Oh, we should have the arguments there. What are the arguments? No, darn it, wrong page. What is the matter? And we don't want colors there. Yeah, maybe it's not a named import. That could be possible. Actually, that's entirely possible. Yeah. Right, no, Digia, I think it's that it's not a named import, which is what JWL was saying. So I was trying to include it as radio group, like React radio group dot radio group. That's not what you do. You just have to do, you leave off the braces, that's it. So that's how I should have done things. All right, anyway, we go to edit. So if I click this button, we should see that orange gets printed out. What else do we get? Argument 1 is the value. Argument 2 looks like an event. So onChange filter value event. So now we can say this dot state equals No, whoa, 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 what am I doing? No, 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 no. No, darn it, I didn't mean to change any of that. Alright, I meant to put that all here. So handle change, what do I call this? If this is a filter, maybe filter search and filter owned? Filter search. On change filter string and on change filter owned. I don't know. I don't really like that, but I don't also care enough to fix it. So we have this. We have to do this dot set state selected value value. You got to put a semicolon up there. So that'll let us change between apple, orange, and watermelon. Let's try that out. Yeah, except there's an error. Cannot read property set state of null. Oh, I didn't bind. Okay, let's try that out. Okay, cool. So that's good. Now let's figure out how to style these such that they don't look so ugly. We want it to look like this. So I guess they're just, this shouldn't actually be too hard. Yeah, we want to get rid of that input type equals radio. We probably just make that invisible. So let's do that. Let's say visibility hidden. And then when it's selected, oh, it's going to make it visible all the time. Darn it. Maybe I should just not use radio group. Or just keep my own themes. Let's try this out. So radio div, label, label, label. So this entire thing, let's say class name equals styles dot. What should I call this? I don't even have hardware inventory dot less open. Call it like filter owned radio. I don't know. I don't really like any of this. So we can say background color is bright pink for right now, and let's put some more properties on here. So for example, should there be any inputs underneath here, we're going to set visibility to hidden. So that should hide those radio buttons for good, I hope. That did not work at all. Did that not get on there? Hardware inventory. Oh, right, you can't do that. Because that's not going to make it into the DOM. This class name needs to go here. Okay, there. Let's do that. Hey, Santana. Happy Friday to you. Actually, you must be getting done with work pretty soon, right? East Coast. You make the input invisible and style the label, then CSS select input plus label selector, and you have to have an HTML input label one after another linked with the attribute. Okay, cool. Yeah. Harry, I don't know if you're looking for specs, but those are the specs of my machine right there. Okay, let's try this. Okay, good. So I got that part, and now clicking these is probably working, but I just can't tell that it's working. Okay, super red. Thanks again for following, I guess. Yeah, so now let's theme these. So I want the selected one. Is there a way to tell that it's selected? Huh. Maybe, but I don't know how. Hey, Original Pepper. My day is going pretty well. Trying to figure some of this stuff out. Styling and customizing file inputs the smart way. Hiding the input. Oh yeah, setting width and height is probably pretty good. CSS properties such as display none will not work out. The reasons are the input value will not be sent to the server on form submit. The input will be excluded out of tab order. Wow. Okay, well let's try this, I guess. Yeah, GT630, I know. Which motherboard do I have? It should be in the spreadsheet. With my version, you can use input :selected plus label. Okay, so let me try it out. So filter owned input, we want to set all of these things. Opacity 0, z-index. So it should look pretty similar to what we have so far. Let's try that out. Yeah, and we can add our own spacing later. And when we have clicked one of these, we should print out that it's changed. So console.log you clicked value. So we should see that over there in the console. You clicked orange, you clicked watermelon, you clicked apple. Okay, so those all work just fine. Digio, we're practically on the same computer. Alright, so styling the label. Input file plus label. Or input file focus plus label. We want what Lepko said, which is selected plus label. So let's go try that. So input selected plus label. I don't think I've ever used this sort of thing before. Let's just say color is red. Because I don't know if that works, then we're done. That's it. Then we just worry about styling. But clearly that's not what I'm supposed to be doing. Okay. What is the plus here anyway? Wait, where's their background color red on here? Keyboard navigation? Possible touch issues. Huh. You have to move the input out of the label and move it right after the label? Oh. Yeah, which means I gotta go modify that library if I want to do that, huh? Did I already copy paste this somewhere? Oh yeah. Out of the label, move it right after the label. And right now, what does it look like in the DOM? The input is in the label. Okay. Or I could probably just select the parent maybe? There's got to be CSS that lets me do this, right? Like if filter owned is on that and the input is selected, then choose the parent. Is there a such thing? There's currently no way to select the parent of an element. Okay. So I could change this library. It seems like a bad idea. I could just not use the library. Export my own radio buttons. Alright, well, we could go extend the library then. Let's go look at their license on it. Just make sure I can actually do this. What is their license? The MIT license. Yep. Okay. Alright, so I'll just clone this or fork this myself. Yeah, there are already 26 forks. Maybe someone else did this? What is... Okay. Also, when did they last update this? A very long time ago. So yeah, let's fork this myself. Ah, now it's mine. Alright, cool. So we're going to use this to produce slightly different HTML in the end. Can't you just extend in React and create your own? Maybe. I didn't think about that. Let's go take a look at what they do in this library. Require /lib. Alright, well let's take a look at it on my hard drive then. Botland, client, node modules, React radio group. So here's everything. It's actually pretty simple. Input extends this props. Where do they put their label? Yeah, did you? That's probably the best way to do it. I don't even know how they put a label in here though. I don't see it anywhere in this code. And this should be everything. Because that's all they have in lib. And this just requires that. Yeah, weird. Yeah, that is weird. Oh, I added the label, didn't I? Oh my goodness. I'm going crazy. Okay, so let's go take a look at the hardware inventory. Yeah, I'm the one who added those. Right. So I actually could have just done this way, and then there wouldn't have been a problem. Let's try that out. Then I don't even need to extend this library. Just making mountains out of molehills here, guys. Alright, what does the DOM look like now? So there's a div inside which there's an input, then the label. So I want the label to be... Wait, how do I want to do this? Also what? That string is just like floating there. It's not even in the label. Maybe you can't do things that way. Let me take a look at the original DOM. So this is the original. I'm going to take a picture of this. Original React radio group without changes. So input is inside label. Oh, whoops. I want to do something like this, right? Yeah, probably. You moved the label and not the string. No, I actually just realized that. Alright, now what do we have? So now we have the input, and then immediately after it is that. And does this still function? No, now you can't click these at all. Oh man. I wonder why. Because before, did it have a for parameter in here? Type radio value orange name fruit. Well, I've definitely broken this, that's for sure. And label apple. I wonder if I just move this over here. Does that all of a sudden start to work? I don't think so. Label 4 equals name, input name equals something. Yeah. Yeah, I should just change this around. I don't know why. What do they even do here? Change on change. Huh. Or is 4 equals? Like, yeah, if label doesn't contain the input, it has to have the for attribute. Okay, got it. Which at that point, I'm pretty much losing the benefit of this thing. And for needs to point to an ID, doesn't it? I think it's an ID. I don't think you can just say apple here. We could try it though. I don't think this is gonna work. For is ID? Okay. Well, then this is broken, huh? Alright, well, let's put IDs then. I don't want IDs though. That's not the React way of doing things. You need refs. I mean, I could try an ID for now. Made up dash something. And then here just say made up dash. And it should work. What is going wrong right now? That's just take a long time to build? No, it didn't. What am I doing? Can't even select these things anymore. Alright. I am going to get rid of this stuff. So now what we should see is the buttons came back. And I guess I'm supposed to select them this way, but that doesn't work either. Oh, there we go. Now it's working. But now I can't select them with that watermelon. So what this probably did is it probably gave all of the children in here. How do they do this? Do they give it an on-click function? I think the original source for this is all in here. Yeah, it is. Did you make the CSS for the selected label yet? No, I want to make it first so that I can click the label in order to get this thing selected. No, do I not have a JSX thing? No, apparently not. Well, whatever. Create class render. Check the on change. I think I'm just going to use regular radio buttons and not use this library. I think that'd probably be a little bit easier at this point. I guess the issue is that, and this is the part I don't understand, how did they even make... Oh, I see. Okay, so let's go back to the original code here, which is pretty simple to grasp. Okay, so I'm going to copy paste this over to here. We're going to get rid of that. I can't comment this out. I don't know what's going wrong right now. This is not a good way to start the rest of the afternoon. If the label has a 4, it should be clickable. Well, I don't know what I did wrong then. I mean, I guess I could try this one other time, but I don't know. The other thing is, well, yeah. Is it something like this you're after? What is the question here? How to make a radio button look like a toggle button? Yeah, it is this. But I also wanted to be able to just make radio buttons without having to use IDs all over the place. That would have been nice. I really shouldn't have worried about this right now. Thanks, Remy. You have selected, not checked in the CSS? Well, sure. But the thing that I was more concerned about is I couldn't use the label to click things. Well, okay, so fine. Let's reset this back to what it used to be. So we can say ID equals this, and then label 4 equals that, and then copy these over to here. So this is what I'd had before, and I didn't get this working because you couldn't click. Okay, well, yeah. Now the CSS is correct. I just still can't click these things and have them work. I don't know why that's happening. Oh, because label's getting rid of its 4 on it. How did that happen? How do you, maybe in React that's not how you do this? React label 4? Yeah, I see Chris. Oh, that looks nice, thanks. The for attribute is called HTML4. Oh my god. Oh, I don't like that. So now everything's gonna work. Okay. All right, cool. We're just gonna run a bunch of giveaways. There we go. Nobody will ever speak of this again. Okay, so now if we want, we can theme that thing back to what it used to be, and then we'll have selections. Let's set background color to red. That way it's not so obnoxious, despite that's not what I'm really aiming for yet. Okay, I see Chris. 4 is reserved in JS, yeah. Alright, so check it out. That's kind of what I want. Didn't know label had a 4, yeah. So the issue here is that I am kind of polluting the DOM with an ID that I don't really want to use for anything other than just this. Hey, Alexis. Wonder if there's a better way to do this. Yeah, because if I ever want 2 of these on the page at the same time, now I can't do it because I'm using IDs here. I would need to come up with some like arbitrary IDs. How many points do I get for this? That's why I ran the giveaways, Lefko. Hey, DJ Fiza. So, is there any other way to do this? HTML radio button label without 4. Yeah, I just shouldn't worry about this. What are the IDs for again? They're just so that without the IDs, I can't make it so that clicking the word will activate the radio button. I would need to click the little circle that shows up. So that's what the IDs are needed for. Anyway, as far as the styling goes, I think taking what was done... Where was it? What? Someone linked this in. Where was it? Oh, JWL linked it. Here it is. So we can close out of those. Just requires the following. Linear gradient to top. Box shadow cursor. I don't care about any of this stuff. You don't have to use a radio. You can make your own button. Just create an active class and add an on-click event. Yeah, but then I feel, well, okay. I'm going to get this to be like close enough to what I want. And if I run into problems later, I'll run into problems and I'll fix it. Because there are a million different ways to fix this. Also, since I don't need to fork that page on GitHub, hang on, let me go take a look at this off screen for a sec. How do I delete the repository that I forked? This. I want to get rid of this. How do I destroy this entire thing? Kesha says you can make them look like buttons if that's what you're after. Is it what I'm after? Oh, cool. Interesting. Yeah, I might look into that, Kesha. Fizo says, how can I get started programming HTML? I think chat should answer that instead of me. I don't usually have a bunch of resources for those things. Settings on top and then delete? Oh, thank you. Wait, settings on top. Oh, yeah. There we go. Now what? Where are my repositories? Here. Forked from this. Wait, what? Am I... I must have clicked the wrong thing. Oh, right. Oh, it's these settings. Oh, man. I do not like this. Alright, danger zone. Here we go. Delete this repository. Please type the name of the repository to continue. Okay, done. Cool, thanks. Okay, that's another point for Lepko. Yeah, they're X programming. I know. That's how I feel right now too. Okay. So how do I want this to look? I want it to look like whatever's in this picture. So get rid of that. Let's go to this picture. I guess they're just like clickable sections. They're kind of buttons. Might as well be buttons. Yeah, let's make them buttons. So we could just say appearance button in this thing, and then we should be fine. Does that work? No. WebKit appearance button. What else am I supposed to do here? Huh, strange. For a second. If you want the ID, why don't you put the input in the label? Because then CSS is harder to work with. Because then it's going to be. Then when it's checked, I need to theme the parent, right? Checked. I'll give that another shot. I think in a bit, Hideo, because that would be pretty nice to be able to do that. But I want to figure this out now. What is this? Input display none. Sure. Donate now. Style type none. Fine. Did they just say appearance button and this works? I don't understand. Let's display none. It says appearance button. So it's a label that has that. Not the input. Right, so only when it's checked is it going to look like a button. That's what I did. But even that doesn't work. Or maybe that's... Oh, that is a button. Oh. Oh, it works. Alright, I'm just bad at everything. Just put the input in the label and style the parent using JS. No need to CSS. Yeah, I'll look into that too. So I'll try a bunch of these things. Let's write down everyone's ideas. So there's that. Hideo says, try putting the input. Try putting the wait, what? Darn it, let me read this again. Try putting the input in the label. These are like very silly problems I'm running into. Nowsy says, hey Adam, how are you? Today I had a hackathon at my company. In the end, everything in our application crashed. I'm doing well. What did you do for the hackathon? Chrome uses WebKit appearance. No, I know that. But I have auto prefixer that is actually turning them into buttons. I just couldn't tell that they were buttons. See? Everything works totally fine. Right, they just look a little bit weird. We probably add some padding to them and then they'll be okay. Padding 2px. It's not exactly what I wanted, right? Oh, no, it is. I was just changing the wrong thing. Hey again, Tupper Box. What's the problem? Let me reclaim my title. I'm sorry. Just Lepko's been helping out left and right here. Yeah, cool. So this is what I wanted. Let's change the highlight color to blue really quickly, and then let's go work on possibly doing all this through JavaScript. So what color blue is this? 149, 188, 242. So it's that. So we're going to say background color. Actually, let's just take this. Today I got my first salary. I feel like I'm the richest person on earth. Congratulations, Kesha. That's got to be a good feeling. Enjoy it. Okay, this looks pretty good. We have conference rooms in our company, and we wanted to make an app on Android to easily manage meetings. Oh, man. And the companies I've worked for, those apps always, yeah, they crash, or nobody uses them, or people just go and sit in a conference room anyway. Use EM when padding around text. Always add more padding on top and bottom versus left and right. Oh, okay, that's good. So how would we change the padding to be like roughly what I have, but in terms of EM? 0.1 EM. Actually, it should be rem, right? Yeah, we'll do that. 0.1. And add padding more on top and bottom. That I'll worry about later. Hey, Justin Bieber believer. All right. So the next thing, I want to get rid of that ID. Just put the input in the label and style the parent using JavaScript. No need to use CSS. I need to keep track of what's selected. All right, let's copy paste this up here. So this is. Why is commenting this not work? Like, what's going on? I don't know why. I have to select this twice? No. What? Oh, it was working last time. Whatever. We're going to do this a Sublime way then. There. So this is working, but I need IDs for it. Okay, so let's try the new way, which is that the input is directly inside the label. That's what we wanted. Put the input in the label, yeah. So let's put this here. So let's do this in, let's do this way. So we're gonna get rid of this, put that there. We're gonna put these in here, we're gonna delete that line. And then we can get rid of the IDs and the HTML4s. So there and there. Okay, now this is gonna break the styling, but what will work is the functionality. Yeah, so styling is broken and functionality should be fine. So let's take a look at the console. Console's taking forever. Why is the console taking forever? Good. Oh, good, there we go. So clicking watermelon, yeah, you selected watermelon, you selected orange, you selected apple. Is it because the first line wasn't fully selected? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Oh, that. Oh, no, I don't think so. Like, this is just very weird, the commenting in JSX. All right, so doing this in JavaScript. All we want to do is set the background color of the one that happens to be checked. So we need to put something like style equals. Yeah, I don't like this. We need to know that the thing is selected. Yeah, I don't know a good way of doing this. Because, like, of course I could put a style here of like background color blue, and then Apple will look like it's selected. But how do I do this dynamically in here? I need to keep track of what's selected, which means I need to get that property, and then I need to put styles on all of these, and they need to change based on what's selected. Okay, so here's the issue I'm trying to work on right now. If I have this HTML in React, then everything works totally fine because I have IDs. I don't want to use IDs. I'm not like super opposed to them, and I think this is the solution I'm going to go with anyway right now. But if I want to get rid of the IDs, then I need to put the radio button inside of the label. But now, if I do that, then styling the labels so that they get a certain color when they're selected is not as easy. And that's what I'm trying to figure out. Add on click that will add an ID to the selected element. No, because the same problem I'd run into there is what I run into when I'm using IDs no matter what, which is if I ever wanted two of these on the same page, I couldn't do that. And Overbox, thanks for following. I could use classes, but you need to get the parent class, right? Because that's... Use class instead. Yeah, but what CSS would do that? It's like here, this one worked because it would be the next label after this because it was adjacent. If I let me find out. Is there some easier way to do this? Could I just do this? Was that it the whole time? And I'm just being dumb about this? No. Or that way? That shouldn't affect this. Appears as though I broke that page completely. And actually, it appears as though I broke more than that. What's going on right now? That didn't even refresh, because I got rid of that. Adam, just use the JS version, add class on selected label on click. What I gave you is basically a non-JS way to do that. Okay, you're right. I am super overthinking it. Your input is inside label. Right. Got it. Yeah. All right. Cool. So that was me just basically fizzling out my brain for the last like half hour. So I'm going to make it rain. Adam, which library for client server connection do you use and how do you inject it into React? So for client server connections, I either use something like Restify, which is the HTTP client, or WebSockets with Socket.io. Okay, so yeah, let's go change this. So let's add a like a filter is checked, which is going to give us that background color, and then we'll just add this class when it exists. So let's put a debugger here. Yeah, I think we can say e.target. Yeah, we'll have to figure this out. Wait, this won't work though. The whole adding a class, you can't do that in React. You'd have to keep track of all the different elements you have. I'm just gonna use IDs. I don't like in other UI libraries. I think you'd be able to add a class in here, but if I did this, I'd have to save it in the state of this component. I don't want to do that. Or if I did that, I guess what I'd have to do is change where this is all located, and then restructure this whole thing, which is not such a bad idea. That X is there no matter what, right? Yeah. I want him to be there though. Why would you use IDs? Because that solution's already done. It's right up here and everything's working. Fine, I'll put this into its own class. We'll do things that way. I'll just hate my life. Are you able to configure your mouse additional buttons to work different on different applications? Yeah, you can do that now, Z. I haven't done that though. I wasn't going to style based on IDs. That wasn't the point. The point was if I use IDs, then the label doesn't have to be inside, or the input doesn't have to be inside of the label. So I can do things this way. And then I can style based on a sibling instead of a parent. Did you? No. Mike, no. You didn't do that, did you? Oh, man. This is like donating money. I can't believe you did that. Alright, I'm just gonna contemplate life for a couple of minutes now. Mike, how much money did that cost you? And my chat broke as soon as I clicked that link. Look at this. Mike broke chat for me. Let me refresh this page. Alright, let's see if chat reloads. Alright, there it is. You didn't spend money on it? TKs are free domains? Oh, did I give him 5 points? Oh. Okay, no, I didn't know any of that. Alright, there. Chat's back to working. All right, guys, I don't know what's going on. I'm just gonna sit down and refactor components the rest of the day. There. Man, I wanted to get this whole thing functional. Somehow I ended up just in this mess. I feel like I'm in a labyrinth, and there's a minotaur breathing just around the corner. So I guess I'll turn this into its own thing. See, okay, here's the issue that I think I'm going to run into, is that I need to set a state like this. I don't know if there's a better way to do this, but something like apple class is going to be nothing, and orange class is going to be selected, and the watermelon class is going to be nothing. This is what I'm worried about doing, and I don't know a better way to handle this, and that's why I think using IDs is just easier. I don't think I've ever seen you more clumsy than now. Yeah, I don't know why this is causing me so many issues. Ugh. Just feel like a dummy right now. So is there any better way of doing things than this? Because this would be the way to do it via JavaScript. And then I'd have the classes down here that would say something like class name equals this.state.apple class. But then if I ever wanted... I guess I just don't worry about it. Whatever, I'm gonna do things this way. That's it. You guys have forced my hand. So we're gonna go make another component here. You still haven't said what you're trying to style. Hey, Timscape. Well, okay, so what I'm trying to do is when you click one of these, it just changes the background color on it. So there are two ways to do this. One is like this, where I say input like whatever for apple, ID equals apple, and then a label here for so method number one, everything works, but we have to use IDs, and I don't want to use IDs, but everything totally works. So the IDs are needed so that I can have the label as a sibling to the input. That way this CSS works, which is this. Cool. So method number two is I can't figure out styling for this, which is this that I had right here. So we had label apple input value equals apple. Use the selected thing for CSS. No, but that doesn't work. It doesn't work because it's the label that I want to style. So I want to style the label based on whether the input is selected / checked. But I can't because it's a parent. Label class equals apple and your CSS is apple input selected. Will that work? I didn't say that. Today's still going great. Don't get me wrong, everybody. Just a little out of it, apparently. Yeah, so I think I'm going to make a new component out of this. Or like I said, I could just use IDs. And I could make up these IDs as long as they're unique. EJ, do you see now? Oh, man. I don't think making a new component out of this is really that worthwhile, actually, now that I think about it. jQuery has parent. Oh, thanks, Orange Ray. 1,000,000 points, Orange Ray, for being the most helpful viewer in chat. No, I don't think this is worth it. I think we just do things this way, which is what Lepko suggested. Yeah, so let's do this. Fine. So instead of apple and orange, what do we have? We have owned and all. So let's do owned class is nothing and all class is... Wait a second, these need to... So selected value is owned. Owned class is selected, I guess. I don't know. What do we call this? Filter owned selected. This isn't a terrible idea or anything. Oh man. Alright, so owned class, we'd put value equals owned, and the all class would be the same thing. But yeah, wait, what? AJ, how does the label... No, so if you do that, then when you click the watermelon text, it won't actually select that radio button. So that's not gonna work. You can lump all these together. Yeah, I don't like this solution. But this would work, I guess. So I could say label owned and then here we could say class name equals this dot state dot owned class. And then here we can say this dot state dot all class. Hooray! All right, let's try that out. We need to go change this. Filter owned selected. Okay, that should work. Does it need to be a radio or could it literally be a div? It could be, but then I need to manage the radio aspect of it myself. Oh, look at that. It works, and we're not using IDs. So that's what Lepko suggested. I think it's relatively ugly code. What are you talking about? EJ asks. Okay, this is clearly wizardry. So we're just gonna reject this outright. Lepko for the win. Alright, fine. I'll go look at it. Yeah, this does have IDs. Yeah. Fail. That's right. Yeah, no, I'm trying not to use IDs because then I can't put two of these on the same page if I wanted to. I don't even want to do that, but I just thought if I ever do, then fine. But now I have this. This is a very silly way of doing things, I think. All right, well, whatever. Now we should be able to see, yeah, you clicked all, you clicked owned. Okay, there. Lucy, thanks for following. EJ says, I'm so beyond confused. I give up. No. Okay, so fine. So method number one is everything works, but we have to use IDs, and I don't want to use IDs. So I don't want to use IDs in case I want this component twice on the same page, because then IDs won't work any longer. I forfeit my title. Okay, so fine. The solution was, hey DJD, thanks for following. No, EJ, I don't know. It's just an annoying problem. Okay, well, whatever. It's working now. So I guess I can move on to the next thing in here, which is just an X button. How hard can an X button be? Design.google.com/icon. So is there an X here or close or something? Close, there it is. Yeah, so we want that. I guess we want it in a circle eventually, but we're not going to do that yet. So then we're going to put div. We're going to copy this We're gonna make this close, and we're gonna close the div too. Okay, great. Now, when you click this, onClick equals, this needs to be passed in, this dot props dot, we don't have a way to close this, do we? No, it's edit blueprint that we need to pass it into the hardware inventory. So onClose equals, it's gotta be, wait a second, what? Toggle hardware loadout. That's what it's gonna be. I think you can hide from me. Got it. Okay, so now we have an onClose, and onClick equals this.props.onClose. Cool. That should work. Should totally work. Can't you create named components that would use the component name as ID prefix for its content? I could. I think what Lepko said is probably the best in the end of this, which is to keep track of which things you want here, so owned or all, and then do what I'm doing here, but in a more programmatic way, because this is pretty hard coded right now. But I'm not gonna worry about that right now. Okay, so we have this X button, and clicking it closes it. Nice. So that's pretty good. So we can click edit, and we can click close, and that's all I've got so far. All right, great. So these divs would all be, well, it would be a flex box again, where the filter takes up the most space. So let's go figure that out. GitHub React Radio Group. That's what I'm using for this. Drop the mic and run. Well, I'm already using it. Look at this. React Radio Group. It's right there. In fact, I want to do things like this. Let's do that. I even forked it, and then I deleted the repository. I mean, Lepko really came through for me there, because he told me how to delete the repository. That was great. Oh, today is too funny. It's just too funny. You guys are killing me. So this is not going to be called fruit any longer. I don't even know if we wanted that there, but it's going to be called like owned filter. And then we want all of these things to be in a flex box. So hardware inventory header. Do we even have that here? No, but we're going to need that. So display flex, flex direction row. Cool. Let's get all of these things now. So these are all going to be their own thing. So div class name equals styles dot hardware inventory filter. I'm going to put this stuff in here. So slash div. Okay, cool. Then we want the radio group in the middle. So div class name equals styles dot hardware. Wait a second. Don't I already have this? I don't. Hardware inventory header. Header grow and static flex grow. Can you just make them siblings and then use input type equals radio plus label? Yeah, so Andre, you could do that for styling, but then clicking the text owned would not work. You'd have to click the little circle for the radio button. Pre-move party, yeah. Okay, so now we have this. This is the static one, and we want to close this div over here. So the entire radio group is going to be in there. And then finally, we want another one of these. So the class name just needs to go over here. Then we make these classes, and everything should work. So we want this one, and we want this one. We're going to put them over here. So we're going to say flex grow 0, flex grow 1. All right, let's try it out. Did it work? I don't even see an input here. Something went wrong. Where is the input? It's up there somehow. What? Width 100%? What is going on right now? Background color red? Where is this thing? It's up there. Position relative? No, well, it doesn't have a height. Yeah, I have no idea what's going on right now. I think this is getting hidden. Use foreground color. Yeah, nice input. I have no idea what's going on there. Hello world. Type equals text. Oh, that's on here, isn't it? Okay. CSS decided it hates me right now. I think part of this is that I need a width on some of these other components. What if I just got rid of... No, that wouldn't make any sense. Something else is wrong here. Overflow hidden. Opacity 0. How did that happen? Oh, that's the problem. Filter owned input. Oh, that's the issue. Because it's an input, so it's set to 0. Okay, I figured it out. But I need to figure out the real thing now. So we wanted that to be on here. Hardware, flex static. I'll just change this to like the radio group, I guess. And we'll call this one the close button. Should probably come up with better names for these things. So then this will inherit from this. Yeah, pet acoustic. I don't think I'm going to do that. If I'm going to do anything from JavaScript, I might as well just... Well, I don't know. No, maybe I'll just leave it like this. If I ever want to come back and figure out a better solution, I might do that. But for now, I'm just going to stick with this. So let's go with a close button too. Close button is going to look pretty much the same way. So here is where we want to set anything underneath this. So the input's under here. We want all of this basically. Filter owned label. Oh man, I'm gonna break everything, aren't I? Okay, so that kind of works. Actually, all of this kind of works. Yeah, not bad. So we can't type into there. This should have width 100%. Not 100 apparently. 90%. Or that should be its own flex thing. I feel like it should be on the filter. Yeah, what am I doing? This should just be part of that as an icon. I don't think we can do that though. We might be able to say that there's a value there on the selected value. That's not it. Hardware filter string? No, because that can't be HTML. Okay. Let's go back to this. What is the index anyway? I don't want this. You're using less, why don't you nest the selectors? Oh, I could have done that whole time? Oh. Yeah, I don't know. I never actually bothered to learn yet less. I just figured I'd use it. If I have everything inside div with white background and borderless input, yeah, that's true. It's a good idea. You can put an image. Yeah, I don't want the image, I think. Although maybe that would also be a solution. I think putting it all into a div would probably work best. Unless you can say that the image should always be at the left side. There might be some way to do that. Anyway, I got to get rid of some of these, which are going to be pointless. I think this stuff is pointless. Filter, check, filter, own. This is needed. That shows up there. We want this to be on the radio group. There, now it's explicit. Filter is checked. I think you can get rid of that. Alright, I think that should all work. Let's take a look. Great, cool. So we can still click this. We can get rid of that obnoxious background. What color should it be? Dark gray? I mean, it's dark gray because it's on this particular page, but on other ones it wouldn't be. 102, 102, 102. So that's roughly, it's, what, 66666. You can? Okay. Yeah, I should try that out then. It's not an image though, it's a font. Like, I don't probably want to make an image out of it. I think for now I'm going to leave it like that. That'll eventually just get turned into polished stuff that I'll fix later. So then this particular thing, the input under here on filter, let's go fix that part. That's this one. In hardware inventory header. No, this one, flex grow. Shouldn't be called that. We'll call it header filter string. So what do I want on this? Width 90%, something like that? Man, I don't know what just happened there. Alright, now the only issue is that, which I don't know what I just did with that. Oh, because this is now taking up 90% of the entire thing, when I really just wanted the input to take up 90% of its container. Yeah. Put. Okay, there we go. So that looks good enough for right now. So we've just spent a long time working on what should have been the easiest part of this. So yeah, you can see left versus right here. That shouldn't be happening, and none of that should be happening. And I think we got to just subtract this thing. What if instead of even putting a width there, I just put right? So why am I like super low down in the chair? No, that doesn't work. So we need to set a width for this? I don't think I'm going to worry about this right now. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to worry about this. Because this way, yeah, that can't happen either though. We don't want this to wrap. We want them to always be lined up. I wonder how to do that. Word wrap. Word break. How do you stop that from happening? Is it something like min width? Yeah, I guess I could do that. No wrap, that's what I wanted. Oh, there we go. That works. Doesn't look good though. Because now you can't even see the X. How do I shrink the size of this then? Oh, I don't know. I'm gonna just leave this stuff for now. This is not working. Chat. Yeah. We're gonna just leave that as is for now. Okay, let's move on to the next thing here because the filter's not working. None of those things are gonna work. We're gonna work on this. Darn it, I want to get this thing done today. think it's going to be difficult. So we've got to do the scroll spy functionality that I had before, the header of which is going to go farther on the page than where this thing goes. I like this layout. I want to keep it. So let's figure out how to do that. Then eventually make better classes out of these things. I'm going to get rid of all of this for right now. Okay, so this all turns into just the header. Now after that we need another div, and this is the real content of it all. So it's going to be where this fits. Now the other place where we did this was in the store inventory. We made this a scroll spy, so we needed these things. Wouldn't it not matter since the magnifier will be in the text box anyway? Perhaps. I don't know. I'm just not going to be even thinking about that stuff right now. Unexpected token, right? Oh yeah, I know what's happening right now. So scroll spy goes here. All right, good. Okay, so as for that content, let's take a look at how I did the other content here. This. So I had everything here. This is the attack defense utility. This is what shows up in the store. So if I cancel out of here and I go back to the store, there's this. So I want that same sort of setup. And this took the store inventory page. Put that over there. Ah, you're right. Token everyone. There. Now he has a light token. Good idea, Remy. There's that. This had flex direction row. This was for all of the horizontal contents of that page. We don't need to do things the same way, although it might help. That way this thing is laid out that way. Let's take a look at how I did in the rest of the store inventory actually. So content and nav. Store inventory had this, and then the content was, why does this have an ID? Why does this have an ID? Are these needed? I don't think these should be needed. They better not be. Otherwise this thing is a bad library. No, I don't think they are. Okay, good. Do a pity light token. Hey, skillsification. Oh, I didn't see you asked what kind of keyboard is that. Yeah. Alright. So we had flex direction there. So what is it? Scroll spy content and scroll spy nav bar. Where do these things come from? Here. And we have flex on both those. Yeah, so I want to do the same thing over here, I guess. So for scroll spy, I think we want that same sort of thing. Border right. Let me take a look at this. Yeah, and then what does it look like if you click this? This is slightly different. So, okay, then let's keep these separate. I'll just work on this. So we're going to copy this into hardware inventory. Hardware inv scroll spy content and hardware inv scroll spy navbar. These should eventually inherit from the same thing. This should inherit from the same thing that store inventories. Oh, it's store item. Inherits from. Okay, so flex auto looks good. Hardware in scrolls by nav bar also looks good. Okay, so let's start setting up these properties. We want the structure to look pretty similar to this. Let's just copy paste all of this for right now, and I'll trim out what I don't need there. So instead of scrolls by navbar, we want it to be hardware inventory scrolls by navbar, and then here's for the content. Now attack, defense, and utility. I guess let's keep those same things. Sure. Scrolls by anchor link. That was also used somewhere. But where? Here. Color black. Okay. In fact, we could use that same thing here. That's fine. To the wrong style sheet. Hey, Euler. Alright, cool. So we have that set up. Now what about this one? Tag equals main. Again, are tags needed here? I don't think so. I have no problem keeping that tag there. Let's try this out. Seems to be fine. Right? And you can click these things still? Yeah. Okay. So item 1, item 2, item 3. Again, I don't want IDs for any of this stuff. Let's try that out. This should still work. No, that fails. Darn it. Why did that fail? So I do need those IDs. Could not find any component with ID. That's not good. Yeah, I don't like that. I feel like these should be able to be refs or something. Otherwise, these could all collide with each other. If I ever had two scroll spies on the same page. Don't forget to end stream early today. I might not do that. Oh man, I really wanted to get this thing done. I've got 2 hours left if I were to stream for the normal amount of time, so I'm gonna just try to get it done in that time. Man, these IDs. Alright, article. Sure, so we need attack items, defense items, etc. Where do we even get these from? Buyable items. And that was passed in. So store.js probably passed them in. Buyable items. Yeah, and it took it from the inventory state. So we could put this same thing over here so that we just have the inventory state. And that way we have buyable items in here. We can get all of this stuff. I still don't like how a lot of this works. And is item in attack category, is in any other category. Yeah, and then the other thing is to do, this is very similar to store inventory. So make them use the same code. And in store inventory, we'll write the same thing, except for instead of store inventory, it turns into hardware inventory. Alright, so now we have attack items, defense items, util items. And instead of create store item, we got to make something else here. Create hardware inv item. In the item data. Selected item ID. We don't have a selection necessarily, do we? Yeah, we're going to. It'll be from here. You can click one of these things. Hey, Aki. Yeah. I would do that, Judge Bacon. I would just want a way for me to not have to use IDs like that, though. Fine, Yaki, I'll run a giveaway. Hompa wins. Hompa's won a lot of them. Yeah, so this would not be inventory state, I guess. It would be... Let's just get rid of the onSelected bit for right now. Selected bit. So this would be a div that contains something like item data dot name here. Okay. Then, yeah, there we go. Okay, let's see what that looks like. This is some ugly code. Yeah. Something's wrong. Something's very wrong. Didn't seem to add any of these in here. Attack items not map. Filter buyable items. Oh, there are no. This dot props at inventory state not buyable items. And we need low dash anyway, which we didn't explicitly include. Anything we can help you with? Oh, I don't know. Okay, here we go. That sort of works. We need this to have the same styling as the other one had, so that it doesn't scroll forever. Because these aren't going to do anything. These are probably not added in the correct way. I don't know if it's a styling thing. Scroll spy, scroll panel. Where does that come from? Display block, height 100%, overflow X, wide, width 100%. Huh. This goes off the bottom of the page though. Which means that this is probably... Oh, something's wrong here. Display flex, I feel like that's missing. Yeah, 'cause how does the header of this page work? We want these to be flex things. But only this part would grow. This doesn't know how much of the page you can use. I think that's the issue. I think I need to make this header and this sort of tealish content be inside of a flex box. That way this has a maximum height. I mean, for right now, I could just say height is like 500 pixels. And then there should be a scroll bar here, but there isn't. So really none of this is working. Oh, wait, no, never mind. That's not the part that's not working. It's this that I meant to put the height on. Alright. Oh, that sort of works. So if we say height 50 pixels, then what? Yeah, we start scrolling like this. But that should all be together, and it's not. And there needs to be another section there too. Man. So, I gotta figure out how to fix all these problems right now. Problem number one, the scroll panel needs a height specified somewhere, or everything needs to be in a flex box. Two, which is this issue, the scroll spy content is showing beneath the scroll spy navbar. And what's three? Yeah, I guess that's kind of it for right now. They should all be their own items as well. I guess three is that I need to make better components out of everything. Okay, let's try turning this into a flex box and then seeing what happens. So we're going to go into hardware inventory. The header here. So basically everything in this. Where does this come from? Search for .less. There it is. So this is flex auto. We also want display flex on this. Flex direction is column. Okay, good. Then the individual components in here need their own flex. So it's inventory header. Flex direction row. This thing itself needs a flex grow of 0. And then there's one other component in there, and it is this, which doesn't have its own thing. So class name equals styles.hardwareinv body. So there's a header and there's a body in there. We're going to say flex grow of this is 1. Having the spy go sideways might be easier and may actually look better, unless you want it the same as the other. having it go sideways, I think when you just have attack, defense, and utility is fine. And I don't mind eventually doing that if that's what we do decide is better. And it would give us more space here too. But yeah, Zilly, I appreciate the suggestion. Let's hit edit. Okay, so that screwed everything up. Like, totally screwed everything up. There's the body div. Here it is. Why is this positioned all the way at the top of the page, though? Oh, probably because this doesn't have, let's say, height 50 pixels. Yeah, there we go. So I do still need to set a max height on this. I don't understand that, though. Why didn't I have to do that on the store page? So if I cancel, I can't cancel this? Oh, because it's not. Darn it. See, on the store page, this somehow figured it out for itself. How did that happen? It's all because of this. It just says height 100%. And this is its own thing too, which does not even specify a height. Okay, so there's that. What about this page? We don't want height of 100% though. We want some other element in there. Hardware inventory. What is this? Block 5? Oh yeah. Does this have flex on it? Yeah, it does. And something else is wrong here. The header and the body. So everything is stored right now in inventory. I'm not sure. Hardware im scroll spy navbar. Flex grow 0. These need to be contained in something that makes it go sideways. There's nothing that does it right now. Maybe that's the issue. Yeah, this needs to have something like display flex and then flex direction row. Ah, that's much better. Alright, so if I expand the page just a little bit, does that fix everything? Yeah, it does. Other than that filter being kind of weirdly aligned, but that's fine. And then if I scroll down, oh, you know what I should do? I should have this return a larger div here. So if I just say style equals height 500. So now these will all be massive divs, so we'll get to test out this scroll spy functionality. Yeah, so now clicking defense goes down to the defense stuff. Clicking util goes down to the util stuff. Okie doke. This got laid out wrong now. It's all because of flex grow. I need a min height on that thing. Gotta love this. Min height is, what should the minimum height be? Is that about 60, 10? I'll say 10%. Yeah, that's too much. Whatever it is, it shouldn't be 10%. Let's set it to 6%. Seems pretty good. That way, even if we make that a really small page, yeah, it gets a little too condensed there. It's fine. It's not until you get to this size that it finally works. Whatever. And again, I consider that polish. I'll have to figure that out later. But this is all working just fine now. Again, if we collapse the entire page, yeah, it's more or less usable. So now it would be all about turning these things into real items. So they'd have to look like what you see here. And, oh no, there needs to be this thing here too. There's like another flex box. Ugh. Okay, let's add that section in then. So hardware inventory preview. That's not even totally correct. There would be two different sections here. Let me see. So we have the body on the left side. There's going to be all of this, and then on the right side there's going to be everything else. So let's copy this over to here. So hardware inv, we'll say preview and scroller. So we put all of this there together. And then we need the preview itself. Okay. So let's set those things up. Display, flex direction, column. Cool. Then the preview content itself. This probably shouldn't grow. We'll say min height is like 30%. And if I could type min height, that'd be great. And then for the actual content, this is going to have flex grow of 1. And that should be fine. Let's try that out. I hope that works. Okay, that's interesting. Let's go back to the preview and set a background color of red. That way we can see where this starts and stops. I think it's correct though. Took long enough. Yeah, more or less. This just needs to have a width of 100%. I think that works. No, that doesn't work. Why doesn't that work? Oh, the width of this entire thing is wrong. What? What? Oh, this doesn't have flex grow of 1 on it. Oh man, everything's so difficult. Okay, there we go. There, it's taking up the whole page now. So now I can get rid of this part because that's implied. Okay, so that's the general layout of this UI, right? So if we look at them side by side, we have the attack, def, and util column here. So that's that entire column. Then we have the preview content here, and that's what you see in this box. We have the filter owned all and the X up there, so that's what you see here. And then finally, we've got the individual items down here. Oh, okay. Well, and then getting drag and drop working here and everything else. That's why I think copy pasting is okay at first, and then later we refactor it. So that fixes all of the problems I listed here, other than I need to make components out of everything. Yeah. Okay. So let's go make individual items look correct. So we want them to look like this. Not totally sure how we settle on this sort of thing. And then they can be selected or not. So how does this differ from what we had in the store? In the store, yeah, these icons were totally different. You could buy and sell. And the UI we were just looking at, you can only, oh, you can buy and sell them. Well, so it's basically just a different theme for that. Hey, Kukuruku. I don't think it makes sense to make a totally different item. I think just styling this could work. Let's go take a look at store item. What What do we have? We have on buy, on sell, and then a render. Yeah, and it just differs in classes and stuff. I think I am going to make them separate for now. That way I can worry about refactoring code later and not right now. See, what we really need to do is figure out how things are going to work with hover. Because right now the way that this is intended to work is you are hovering over buy so you can see the price for that. But on a tablet you can't do that. What's this? I don't know if I even want buy and sell buttons there. I guess if you have this concept of all up here, then you need to have buy buttons, because you might not own that component. Then I think we just do this differently. I think I'm just going to show the items that you have, and then we'll work on drag and drop. Yeah, let's just show the items you own. So let's start with that. Show items you own in the hardware inventory. Then get drag and drop to work on those items. Yeah, okay. Let's start. So these items, instead of being pulled from buyable items, will be pulled from what you actually own. So if we go into the reducer for that inventory initial state, we have rows, an object with ID, name, quantity, and sell amount. And I'm pretty sure those rows represented this. Yeah. So ID, name, quantity, and sell amount. So ID, name, and quantity we definitely care about, right? We also want to know... No, that's pretty much it. For the sake of drag and drop, we eventually need to know data about this stuff. But there are item IDs, and we'll have that information, more or less. Well, less. We won't have any hardware information. Let's go take a look at item template depot. So this has a get item template, and then item template will let you know if it's hardware or not. But if it does, there's no way to link this to... Yeah, there's like is combinable, max slot cost, min slot cost. I guess it does have all that information. Huh. If it's not combinable though, do we say what level it's stuck at? Teleport, slot cost 2. Oh yeah, okay, I see. So if just turn into this. This is actually a bad way of doing things too. We could just say, could just made a default here. We could do it this way, I think. Params is combinable or false. Yeah, that should be saying exactly the same thing. Okay. So if combinable, the slot cost will always be 1, and it will be left to the user to pick what level they want. If not combinable, the slot cost dictates how many slots it has to take. Alright, so we have that. We have all of the items that we own, and that's stored in the inventory under rows. So we should start mapping those items, I guess. No, that's totally wrong. What am I doing? Okay, great. Let's try that out. So let's see what's in my inventory. which we can do by doing things this way. So select inventory from users where ID equals 1. So here's my inventory. The only way for us to know what's in that is for me to deserialize this. What happened there? The system cannot find the path specified. Oh, I probably moved this. Where inventory.cmd. This, yeah, this is totally wrong. Inventory deserializer, where does that live now? Modules, tools, modules, botland tools. Where did the inventory deserializer go? What? Where did I put this thing? Oh, here it is. This is the new tools directory now. Okay, let's try that. I'm gonna go grab some water. I'll be right back. Alright, so here's what's in our inventory. So when we eventually get this to work, we should see that same inventory. Let's try this out. Okay, so there's the inventory, and there's that. So we should have all the same things. Lasers, missiles, cloaking, melee. Yep. Regen, teleport, thrusters, reflect, shield, landmines. Yep. Inferno lasers, stun lasers, reclaim, regen. Yeah, good. Tool gain speed while you weren't using it. Well, that was on my old CPU. Okay, so this is our inventory. So we at least know that owned is working. We could actually make this work completely if we did things this way. How would we do this? I guess we could say, so this is not buyable items. This is like items to show. And then we can check to see what's selected here. So selected value equals owned. Then we want to show this. So I guess let's do it this way. Let items to show equals, or items to pull from equals this.props.inventory state.rows. So these are owned items. And if you selected all, then we'll show you all items whether you'd purchase them or not. So items to pull from equals this.props.inventory state.buyable item, which I believe is what the store inventory does. Yes. So now we do this. Okay, so you should actually be able to filter based on whether you want to see ones that you own. So we see like lasers, missiles, cloaking, melee. There are only 4 here, but when we click all, we now see all of them. So this filtering actually does work. Changes the size a little bit. That's annoying. But that might just be a problem of this. Yeah. Okay, next we want to make it so that you can drag items from here over to here, but only if you own it. Make sure you can't drag items to your bot if you don't own them. So show items, then get drag and drop to work. Alright. Now, the thing is, once we drag and drop, what we want to do is have you pick afterwards. So you're going to drag something like lasers over to here. And then once you've done that, you're going to see buttons show up like, do you want level 1, level 2, or level 3? And then it needs to populate the UI correctly. We didn't really talk about how this is going to work, but I can kind of picture it in my head. I'll make something. We'll see if it looks good or not. This edit button also just needs to go away. There's no need for that, is there? Yeah, let's get rid of that too. Where is that? That's in hardware loadout. Edit. Yeah, why did this exist? Oh, because you can't necessarily edit it. Wait a second, no, maybe I take that back. Oh yeah, there is going to be an edit button, but it's going to go away. So there's the wrench, then that edit button goes away once you have already chosen to edit it. Okay, fine. So we need to do that at some point too. So we log in, edit blueprint. So getting drag and drop. Yeah, that's where I left off. All right. I already did this somewhere. Where did I do this? React D&D. Hey, Miguel. I want to note that is if you add items that you can only get at a certain user level, they'll still be visible when they hit all. Not sure if it'll affect you. Wait a second. Might want to note that. Oh, if you add items that you can only get at a level, they might be visible. But yeah. No, I don't think that should be a problem if I'm understanding you correctly. Did I write this in here? It must have been here. I do not remember how I was supposed to run this. There's a build in there. And then start. No, this is React drag and drop. No. I switched to Dragula. So that would have been in code JavaScript's learning Dragula. Yeah. Let's do this. So watch this. Run this. Address in use. Set port equal 4000? No, it still doesn't work. Okay, well, whatever. So how am I going to do this then? Oh, that's how. So 3123, let's just click that. So here's the drag and drop thing that I worked on that other day. Yeah. Your weaponry turns into fruits when you bring it into your backpack. But it shows off what I needed to get to work. Yeah, so we got to use that. Okay, well, at least I know where the code is. So let's write git cd on that. We can rerun this if we want. See you, Weedley. Have a good weekend. Thanks again for joining in. Copy what I did in Dragula. I wish you all a Merry Christmas. Okay. Well, let's open up a file in there and find out what it is I actually did. I don't know how much of this is difficult because I don't remember what I did. App working Atom code. Did I write a comment here? So this is the old version of the code that kind of worked, but not completely. Use the new app.js. So we're going to go back into that and take a look at app.js. I think this is all we needed. Yeah, this is where I did everything. So this shouldn't be terribly bad. It really shouldn't be. Let's try this out. So let's go install React Dragula over here. I'm going to need to close like a million of these things. There. Okay, so let's go blcl npm is React Dragula. So we're going to install that. Then we need to include it from somewhere and then handle everything. So the drag and drop takes place between what exactly? It takes place between the hardware loadout and the hardware inventory. The thing that manages both of those is the edit blueprint page. So this is what's going to be in charge of handling all of this. So there's hardware loadout, there's hardware inventory. So if we were to test out just a very basic way of getting this working, let's take a look. What happened to my code? Darn it. Come on. Here it is. Okay. So component did mount. That's where we use Dragula to actually set things and drag and drop on it. As for the items themselves, there's not too much to do there, and component did mount in that too. Set state items children. Just render the items. Okay, what I gotta do here that's going to be very carefully done is figure out exactly what I'm dragging. And in this case, it's going to be this entire block right here, we're going to consider all of this to be draggable. So let's make an item that consists of a, no, it's that entire div that I want to drag, but only that div. That's why this is going to be tough. Yeah. All right, let's close out of all these things. It's in here. So we have a div right now that's just the name. Let's change it to look something like this. Let's take just a picture of that. So on the left side, we want an icon. And we want to be able to drag that entire thing. Key, we're going to need that. Okay. So it's going to be the icon. Do they have a rocket ship? Aww. Okay, well let's just pick anything then. Build, that looks pretty good. Okay, so now we have a wrench there. That's going to be its own thing. Then we have the name of the item. Then outside of that, so let's just style this stuff in line, I think. That's div number 1. We want a border on this. 1px solid red, sure. And then after it, we want a couple of, like a quantity and a buy button. Let's say 2 and then plus, or let's do this here. All right, cool. So let's see if those icons, let's see if that entire thing looks correct. Yeah, it pretty much worked. Yeah. We could put a margin around that. That way there's at least some space. Okay. Okay, cool. So we want to be able to drag this entire icon over to here. And to do that, we need to pull, hey, Quantum KO. Long time no see. We need to get just that div. Now this is what EJ helped me out with the other day. And like I said, that's why this has to be careful, because I've got to do things the exact same way here. So like I had this, so I've got to make a ref for the draggable part. And it's got to be just that div. Okay, so let's do that. That part's easy. Adding a ref to something. We're going to say it's this entire thing that's draggable. So we'll say ref equals draggable. Cool. And then after the component mounts, that's when we want to make this draggable. Oh, so this is going to have to be its own component. Well, it was only a matter of time before that had to happen. So fine. Which means I got to pass these things in as props. Okay, fine. Store item.js. Let's save that as hardware inv item.js. This doesn't exist anywhere, does it? Not unless it doesn't. People made a rocket ship in here. Wow. Neat. Drake, Dragula. So Dragula is the name of the library, and Drake is the name of the thing that's returned. It's just a drag and drop library. So that'll let you drag things into your into your hardware loadout. So right now we have lasers here. I eventually want to be able to say something like, okay, drag missiles over here. And then it would fill in. Everything would look good. So we've got to do that. So let's copy this entire structure over to here. So return div. We want this same thing. We're not going to keep any sort of extra stuff here. The key doesn't actually go on this one. It stays over here. So we're going to make this a hardware invite. I'm going to mute my mic for a sec. So loud. How you define the level of dragged icons? A modal pop-up asking? Yeah. I don't know if it's going to be modal or not. That might have been the last fire truck. So here's what I was thinking. I don't know if this is a good idea. I didn't really talk to the designer about this yet. But I was thinking this. You'll drag from, let's say, missiles over to here. And then inside this thing, there will be 3 buttons that appear. Level 1, level 2, or level 3. And then you get to click that button. And you'll see it fill out the space that you have there, I guess. And animations would really help for that. But yeah, maybe it pops up something over the whole screen. I don't know. That would be kind of weird. What's up with the fire trucks? The street that's right outside my place is a very common route for them to take. Silly. Okay, so we've got hardware inv item. We need to pass in the item data, and that's actually probably it. Yeah, so once we have the item data in here, we can say const item data equals this dot pops dot item data. We can get rid of this. We don't have that other style, but that's fine. We get rid of that. Diff draggable, yeah. Class name build item data dot name looks good. Cool. Yeah, so this should look exactly the same as what we just had. If they resize when you click the button, it might get annoying if you're trying to click a button and it moves. I'm not sure what you're talking about exactly. So here's what I'm picturing, and I haven't talked to the designer about this exactly yet. I was picturing, so you drag something from here over to here, and what happens is you see 3 buttons show up. So you see either 1, 2, or 3, and maybe some like small instructional text telling you what it is you're doing here. So basically it'd be a simple like, I'm going to click and drag to show you my mouse movements here. It'd be like, I'm going to just drag to this box, and then I'm going to click right here, and then I've picked level 1 for that thing. So it's a drag and a tap after that. I think that makes sense. And like I said, I think it'd be pretty cool to see this sort of expand down to here if you pick 2, or expand all the way down to, expand all the way down to here if you click 3. I don't know about that exactly, but I think that'd be a cool effect, and I think it'd be possible to do that. We just change the flex grow from 1 to 3. Yeah, actually that should be doable. I like that idea. I thought it'd be 3 buttons with like a plus or minus for level. Oh, no. The other thing too about this that's kind of nice is, let's say these slots were filled here. Like these are taken up. Now we can X out the 3 button, because you can't actually fill 3 slots. So you'd have to pick 1 or 2. And if you happen to be dragging into there's only 1 space available, we can just make it level 1 for you. Anyway, we'll figure out the usability of that. There's a lot of nice things that we can do for this page. So getting this to drag and drop, that is going to be the hard part here. So hardware invite them, we're going to get rid of this stuff, and we're going to put all of this in here. So for component did mount. Okay, so this is now where we need one of these things. Where did that go? Edit blueprint. Here we go. Okay, so source equals this dot refs dot item. Oh man. Okay, draggable, draggable. We need to pass the container that this can be dragged to. So that needs to come from here. It shouldn't be called backpack. It should be called hardware loadout. And if target is not equal to the hardware loadout, then return false. Otherwise, let's just return true for right now. This would have to be a props function. Change this to a props function that can tell whether or not the item is already in your loadout. How about something like this? Drag one of the different... Whoa! That's actually pretty cool. Yeah, that's nice. The only problem is, on mobile, you don't have this preview thing that you can figure out where you want to drag it to. That's actually a good idea. I'll write that down. So, when picking hardware levels, we could do something like this. Yeah, this is the most involved component, I think. Okay, on drop, let's get rid of that. We'll just say console.log, you dropped an item. Drag end, remove the item and instead add something totally different. Yeah, let's just get rid of that. Drag end. Okay, so we got to pass in the hardware loadout into each inventory item that we get. So that means that everything in the loadout, everything in the inventory needs a reference to the loadout, which means you can't actually do this. Darn it. How are we going to do this? Because the loadout needs to be a reference, but we're making it at the same time as we're making the inventory. Hey, Andorn. It's going okay. It was going pretty well in the morning. Then everything just kind of tanked in the afternoon. So yeah, we're going to need to pass in the hardware loadout, this .refs .hardware loadout. Like maybe we could just get lucky here and say this. But I think we're gonna need to change this. Anyway, let's try this out. There's no way this can work. There's just no way. Yeah, so this isn't even draggable. Alright, what did I do? It's probably because this thing doesn't exist. We need to do things the same way that we do things here, and component did mount. Set state items. How are we going to do this? We don't render the hardware loadout, or we don't render the hardware inventory until we... Okay, wait, maybe this won't be so bad. Let's try this out. So we put a function here, component did mount. We say hardware inventory by default is going to just be null. And down here, we set that to this. This .state.hardware inventory. And we set that to this. Okay. Will this work? This would be pretty impressive if this worked. I don't understand how this can work, but it's possible that it does. Well, this is not draggable, so let's figure out what I did wrong there. This .refs.draggable, that should be this. And then this .props.hardware loadout. So let's put a breakpoint here. Maybe this isn't mounting correctly or something. I don't know what. So it is. Do we have all of the properties we're supposed to have? This .refs.draggable exists. This .props.hardware loadout does not exist. Yeah, that's the issue. This.refs.hardware loadout. Time to move to Sublime. There are refs for both of those things. How do we... It's our refs.backpack. That's after this is mounted. But then this changes how we render the page. I feel like I'm so close to figuring this out. But this doesn't work. Maybe if I put a breakpoint here. So does this exist? It does. And then we should be able to pass that in. Hardware inventory. And that part is clearly working. But then this doesn't work. This .props doesn't contain anything other than item data. Oh, wait a sec. Oh, hardware inventory needs to pass it into its kid. I forgot about that. Whoops. Okay, let's try that out now. Alright. Should have gotten rid of those things. It's going to print out like 10 times. No, I can't do it. So this must exist at this point. This .props.hardware loadout? That does exist. Okay. So what, is this not working? Move. Is that getting hit? No, it's not getting hit. Well, what about the draggable? Whoa, what's that? Source equals draggable. Is that true? Could it be? It is true. So that means I was very close to figuring out how to drag this. For all I know, it's working. Yeah, it is. You dropped an item. So I just got to get rid of that text select stuff. Hey, Ricardo. Do you still have anything called backpack? Saw you have that as a ref in one place. Only in commented code. Maybe, yeah, no, I think only in commented code. I think the problem is that I'm allowed to select this text. I think this would probably reliably work if I cut that out. So why can I not make this take up the amount of the screen that I want it to? There we go. Okay, so let's just change this text. Because this is all, what's it called? Text select? Text select? Select? Oh man, what do they call it? Darn, I did this somewhere in a last file. User select. I think that's what it's called. So if we set user select to none. Oh, would it be WebKit user select here, huh? WebKit user select to none. And what element was that on? This one. That didn't work. What's going on here? There's some way that dragging this works. From the icon it works. From lasers it doesn't. Okay, maybe I just picked the wrong thing in here. Hardware inv item. Where's the draggable element? No, the name is part of that. Oh, I gotta get rid of that. Also, what's that? Maybe that's a part of the problem. Supported style property WebKit user select. Did you mean WebKit user select? Yes, I did. Thank you. Thank you, React. Mayhem, thanks for following. Hooray, a follower, as I'm struggling here. Okay, so yeah, I still can't figure this out. I can drag from the wrench, but I can't drag from the lasers thing. Did I have to do anything for this to work in the example that I had? No, I just took the text immediately. What did I do for that? I took it from this.refs.item. It was this. And inside that was its own span. How is that any different from what I have here? It's all a div. Yeah, doesn't make any sense. Maybe the source of the text is different? What if I just said return true? That work? No. What is going on? Hey, Spurman. Hey, I don't even think this is getting hit right now. Copy true, copy sort source, false, accept. This should be dead simple. Perhaps a hardware loadout. I don't understand. Okay, let's go back to a breakpoint in here. Have an unselectable class or something with all that. Oh yeah, so I have an auto prefixer which handles that for me. That's not the issue here. This.refs.draggable. I wonder if this just doesn't consist of everything I expect it to. No, like it clearly has lasers in it. Oh, so weird. I don't know why this is happening. In fact, you should be able to drag anywhere by the div. Log the dropped item to see if it's actually dropping an item. It's not even, so there's no dropped item. It's not picking anything up. So let's get rid of this again and let's try this out. I wonder if it's some property on the div that I need. In fact, let's just check out this. Does this div contain anything special on it? It's a span. So the answer is it's not even a div, but it doesn't really matter. Yeah, I wonder if it's, what, multiple elements that it has a problem with? Because like I said, dragging from here works totally fine. You can see it says drag end when I drag from the wrench. When I drag from lasers, it doesn't even, there's no event. Okay, so let's try this. What if WebKit user select? I wonder if this has to do with the pointer that I have. No, it doesn't. I was going to say that should be purely cosmetic. What else could it be? What else? We set a margin of like 10 pixels. You should be able to drag it from anywhere in here. No. Back to Fisher Price colors again. Oh, Mayhem, the design of this is actually going to be taken from this document. So this page that I'm working on over here is supposed to eventually look like this page that you see here. I just haven't gotten there yet. And at this rate, it's going to be a while. What's the difference between that wrench and the item name? Because the wrench is working. So it's this. Oh, you know what it might be? What if I put all of this into a div? Or actually, even putting it all into a span. I wonder if that's what it was. It's only allowing me to drag. Yeah, actually, I'm nearly positive that's what it is. It's only the immediate child of that element. Okay, this should fix it. I'm like pretty sure. Yep, there we go. That worked. Okay, cool. So now you can drag anywhere from in here. And we don't have that preview. I want a preview. I don't know why we don't have a preview. Oh, I never included the CSS for this, right? Oh, or is that the problem? Main.js. No, we don't ever include it from anywhere in here. Strange. Root doesn't use it either. I think this is a CSS issue at this point. Alright, I'll take a look at that later. Because anything you drag from in here, oh yeah, there we go. Goo unselectable. So I wanna figure out if those classes actually exist. .goo unselectable. So then we must see it up here in the head. And if it doesn't exist, then that's just a simple matter of not including it. So let's take a look. Goo dash. Ah, yes, okay, that is the problem. But then where was this supposed to be? Maybe I got it from index.pug. Hey, William. I don't know how this application got that CSS. We've got to find out. Oh, there it is. Dragula.css. Okay, mystery solved. Alright, so I got to do that same thing. Where do we get the CSS from then? Dragula. Let's see. Package.json's main is Dragula.js. So we probably can't include the CSS from here. Or... yeah, that's not super weird. Example.css. There it is. Dragula.css. But that's in the dist folder. Can I even get this? Do we somehow have access to the dist folder? I don't know. Let's just try this out. So in client name.js. So will this work? I'm pretty sure it won't. You know what? I could just test this out. If I just go into Node here, we can try this. Dragula/Dragula.css. No. What about this? No. What about this? Aha! That worked. So this Dragula says dist/Dragula.css. Okay. So now we should see a drag preview for everything. Oh, look at that. You can drag items. Except for you can only drag them when you click by the span. I gotta make it one level higher than that. Mayhem says, I already want to sleep. Good luck. Yeah, programming's not for everybody. Or at least watching programming's not for everybody. But take care. See you later. So all I would need to do is make this a div. I think that would work. Will it work? Yeah, now it works. Okay, cool. So now we can drag things. Whether or not drop works or really anything else is still up in the air. Man, it's gonna be crazy once it's actually working. Yeah, original pepper. That's how I feel on some of that stuff too. Man. Okay, so I'm like moderately happy with the stuff I got done. I'm an hour of cleanup away before even getting it to the point where I could check in the code that I have, and even then it's bad code. So if we want drop to work over here, let's, whoops, just smashed my foot on my chair. Let's make it so that when you drag something like missiles in here, it'll just add it to your slot configuration. Is that Dragula module using HTML5 drag and drop, or is it some custom stuff? I don't know. I'd have to look at their implementation. Now part of this, I don't think this is going to be easy. Because do we even know what we've dragged in there? I guess we can figure it out from this. So return true. And then on drop, say you dropped an item. Alright. Sure. So let's see, this should be saying this no matter what. You dropped an item, but if I drag it over here, it does not say it? No, it still does say it. What? You dropped an item. If the target is not the hardware loadout, then return false. It's weird. So that means that this isn't working correctly. Let's take a look. No, it's not board, just time zone difference. Oh, okay. Oh, the way you said it made it sound like, well, this is a total snooze fest. I'm like, oh, well, all right, maybe he just doesn't like this sort of thing. I was gonna say like there is a game eventually, after all this work. Well, anyway, good night then, man. Man, you know, Mike, about this has nothing to do with mayhem at this point. So MCS Mike, about the domain you registered that I thought you had to pay for. The whole reason I was even like in awe over it was because you know what my budgets are generally like if I'm just testing things. And I thought, oh come on, he spent minimally $5 on what's essentially a joke, and now he's got it for what, a year. So I'm glad to hear you didn't spend money on it, but I did have to take your points away. So right here, that's where we want to put a breakpoint, and we want to see what happens when we drag to right here. Whoop, what? Oh, so it wasn't accepted. But then that means that the page I had open over here also wouldn't have worked, right? No, it doesn't print anything. Oh, I'm a little confused. How does drop work if it's not accepted? Wait, accept never even got called. Something's wrong. Accepts. Target's not equal to that. Oh, now it did it. So return true should only be done in the case where we can drop this here. That doesn't even work. What? What's going on? Yeah, how is this not getting hit? I don't understand this at all. There it goes. Now it's getting hit. Target dot, or this dot props dot hardware loadout. Wait, what? That doesn't exist? Oh, this 2 dot props dot hardware loadout. So that's true, that it's not equal to it. Okay, that's fine. But here it should be. Oh, I don't understand it. Why do you have strange buttons in Windows toolbar? Mayhem, what do you find strange in here? So there's Chrome, Explorer, Sublime, OneNote, Conemu, KeyPass. This is just Acrobat Reader. Command Prompt, OBS, Notepad, Chrome again, and MS Paint. And I've got a lot of, like, if you want to type Conemu or something, you can do that. Or OneNote, probably. Did you see Siege Games release Kriya the other day? He was so beyond happy. He was selling 200 units per hour on Steam/Humble Bundle. Wow, that's awesome. Yeah, I'll have to check that out. That's pretty great. And no, I didn't see that. I don't know if I'm following him. In header? Mayhem asks. Wait, what? Why you have such strange buttons in Windows toolbar in header? Are you talking about these? Because I used a custom Windows theme to get solid title bars. I think that's what you're talking about. I don't know. Anyway, I think that's the answer. Yeah, so drag and drop is not working how I expect it to right now. Let's print out some information here. So let's go to hardware inv item again. We'll say here console.log not accepting item, and down here we'll say that we're accepting the item. Okay, so let's try that out. It says not accepting item like 13 times in a row and then just stops. Oh, because this is considered to be, oh darn it. This dot props dot hardware loadout. I don't think this is pointing at the right thing. Oh man. Let's take a look. This dot props dot hardware loadout. What? You can't click. You guys seeing this? What's the point of a pop-up menu if you can't click this stuff? Okay, whatever. Oh, because it's not in scope. Oh, right. Is that this 2 thing? Yeah, where is this? It's a hardware loadout. This is a React element, though. How did I get this to work in here? This dot props dot backpack and then target. And these things were equal? Maybe I was passing in the backpack in a different way. How did that happen? This dot refs dot backpack. So I passed it in as a ref. Maybe you can't pass refs as props. I don't know. Alright, see you, Zilly. Yeah, take care. I probably can't watch this weekend since I'm moving. No, Mike, because sometimes they're real questions. Like, a lot of the times people have asked me, what's that orange icon? And I have to link in Postman, or what console do you use? People actually send me Twitch messages every once in a while asking me questions like that, too. And Kukuruku, because Zilly might have already gone, he's streaming also JavaScript development. I think he's on about day 15. Yeah, so this is the part I wonder about. I'm passing in refs as hardware loadout into the hardware inventory, and then after that, I'm again just passing it through, and I wonder if something goes wrong there with how this gets into hardware inventory item. Because this doesn't look like it can be equal at that point. Is there something else here? Refs? This dot refs dot draggable. Oh, I don't know. React.js pass refs to child. How to access refs of child component. I don't want to do that. I want to access a ref of a parent, which I think you could just pass in through props. And yeah, Kukuruku, he's making a game. Pass props to parent component. No, I just want the ref of refs to components. The ref returned from React DOM.render. The ref callback attribute, the ref string attribute. Although string refs are not deprecated, they're considered legacy? I didn't know that. Oh. What? So what am I supposed to do? The reference component will be passed in as a... This is insane. This is exactly what I wanted to do, I think. And the callback function may use component immediately or save the reference for... No, wait. Well, that's kind of what I wanted to do. The ref returned from React on render. Most recent props are sent to each child that is output from render. A few cases where it's only necessary. Let's look at how to get a ref. So this shouldn't even totally be necessary. I don't know. Yeah, I just don't know about this. I'm pretty sure this property is wrong, but I don't... Let's take a look at this one then. So in here we have... What's it called? Just app.js. Okay. So in here, we have this same thing, and we have accept. So let's try dragging an item. Good. And now this 2.props.backpack is a div. Yeah, and it's not a div for us. So that's what's wrong. But how? Because I'm passing things in the same way that I'm doing here. This.props.backpack. target not equal to the target. Yeah, somehow this is wrong. Maybe, I don't know. I'm stumped. Gotta be some way to do this. Alright, let's put a breakpoint here. After this mounts, I wonder if the hardware loadout refers to the correct thing. Let's take a look. Oh, I need to rebuild this. Man. That's annoying. Wait, no I don't. No, I'm just in the wrong application. Get that a lot. Original code writer here, what seems to be the problem? So the problem is that, wait, let me take a look at something first. Yeah, this is the problem. Oh, wait, never mind. This isn't pointing to a div. Oh, I know why. All right, never mind. I figured it out. So I can't do this. This won't work. I could do things this way and put this as a ref, even though this isn't even true. And then I think everything will start to work again. Let's just close out of this. Actually, we can't close out of that. Let's get rid of it. All right, now we want to get rid of that breakpoint. Try this out. So now we should get not accepting item on any of these things, but then finally accepting item over here. Yeah. So we can see this start to work. Oh man, all right, so the way we really need to do this is that we need to say that these slots are what accepts the item and nothing else. Oh man. I feel like a lot of Monday is going to be devoted to this, just solving these sorts of problems. Because I'm very far from getting this to be exactly how I want it. And that might, yeah. I think I'm going to take inventory and then maybe start to wrap up. By the way, EJ, I don't know if you saw that picture from earlier. Do I still have it open? Oh, well anyway, Chipotle printed out the name of my order on the order, which I think my name was like, no thank you or something. I thought it was funny. All right. Yeah, so the first issue that I had, if this.refs.hardware loadout doesn't refer to a DOM element, then it means that I've put the ref on something that isn't a native DOM element, e.g. the hardware loadout component instead of a div or span. T. Cantor, thank you for following. Yeah, 1903 of these, I know. There's a lot of those events getting spewed out. All right, so in order for this to, like, because see, you can see I'm just adding these over here. This is not at all what I wanted to do. So I need to get it to be the exact divs that I want as the container. And I think passing these around might be pretty hard to do. Because I have a structure like this. I have edit blueprint, and under here I have a hardware, a loadout, I have an inventory, and under here there are like div slot number 1, slot number 2, slot number 3. And then the inventory I have something like div, lasers, missiles, whatever else. So the thing I need to figure out is something needs to make Dragula with those containers. So I need to call this code at some point. But the containers that I want have to be added by children. I think I know how to do this. I think the solution is to make a Dragula by the parent. So make a Dragula by the parent and then add containers dynamically based on the children. So after the children mount, they add these. And then the target needs to be these divs and nothing else. I don't know how I'm going to do this. Yeah, I think this will be challenging. And even once I do that, I'm probably going to need to extend Dragula pretty heavily if I want the best UI polish for all this stuff. Oh, I don't know. You can use another drag and drop library if this doesn't conform. Yeah, I think this is usable, and I think another drag and drop library might make things a lot tougher anyway. Because I don't know what other library I would use. I want it to work with React. I think this mostly works. Oh yeah, that Interact.js that you were showing me. But is this something that people use with React? But I like some of the stuff that this did. I don't know how I feel about the momentum here. You can like drop it from far away, and with the momentum that you give it, it can just end up where. That's kind of weird. All it needs is a find DOM element call and wrap it. Huh. Well, I could look into this. Alternatively, I could incorporate something like this and just wrap the find DOM element call. I think an indie could. Yeah, I'll need to look into this. And the other thing I want to know is what might be nice about that is if the drag preview works on mobile. I'm gonna need to clean all this stuff up. All right, let's write down some. Let's just clean up my to-do list. So where I left off, I got Dragula working from the inventory to the block 5 div, but not to the slots themselves. No, I'm fine with the Sublime theme that I have. All right, see you, EJ. Yeah, I think the weather should be fine. That's not something I looked into. Man, that would suck. Let me look up the weather really fast for tomorrow. Oh, good. The only day that possibly has rain. 60 or 70%. That's wonderful. Whatever, I don't really care. Stuff won't be outside for that long. Okay, so alternatively I could incorporate something like that. Yeah, that's fine. So what else do I have on this list? I might as well say this. I typed a bunch of code that I have not cleaned up in any way. That's here. Yeah, and a lot of this was working on, well, the hardware inventory, that's for sure. Right, and so part of this, edit blueprint, hardware inventory. Yeah, it's mostly hardware inventory stuff, and it looks like, yeah. So I was working on getting hardware inventory fleshed out. And then somewhere else I should say, clean up the similar components and less classes that I have. The scroll spy reuses a lot of them. I should probably also make very easy to understand components for something like hardware inventory. So what I'm talking about with that is that the render function here has just a ton of stuff in here. So I want hardware inventory to not have such a crazy render function. For simplifying. So this stuff's done. Yeah, come up with a better way to populate these items. Alright, and then let's look at the rest of the mockups that I have. So if I can figure out a solution for this stuff, then I can apply the same solution to cosmetics. Those are going to be basically the same thing. There's the same tabs and the same sort of filters that we have. So that'll be good. Then that's everything there. Hopefully by that point we have a script UI. Actually, no, the script UI, I mean, it's going to boil down to what I already had in the main game, which is a JavaScript component and a Blockly component. So yeah, we're still going to have this same thing. We're going to have this for your code auto validates itself, a prettify button, whatever else. We can find locations for those things. And then when you click Blockly, you'll go over to this UI where you can start to drag blocks onto the screen. I think it'll look a lot better too. Yeah, I just gotta figure out the rest of that. So it's kind of strange that the entire footer slides up. So what used to be here, all of this stuff, goes up to the top of the screen. We probably just want the script content to be on top. I'm gonna write that down as a note too. For the script editor, do we want the footer to remain a footer? For that page, it changes to a header for some reason. Well, not for some reason. Okay. Not bad. Yeah, so I think I'm going to stop here because I'm moving tomorrow and I got to take down my computer and my desk and finish packing everything else. So yeah, on Monday, I hope to be here. The only reason I wouldn't be is if I don't have working internet. But yeah, Monday should be another 8-hour day. I'll probably be pretty tired from moving, to be honest, so I don't expect it to be an incredibly productive day. But there's a lot left to do. So in 1 week, we've gotten to this point, and I want to do a recap video about this. I hope I have time for that. But you can see that the store page is pretty much working. You can buy and sell stuff. You can select it and see descriptions and whatever else here. It's not totally filled in with content yet. You can go back to the news page, which again, just a template for right now. Then you have your blueprints, which this stuff is working. The styles are wrong, but it's working. Plus button doesn't work yet. And then edit, which is where I left off, where you can drag things over to here, or you could go over to your cosmetics and edit that stuff. So UI is coming together. I think after another week, we'll probably have everything filled out, I hope. Depends on how long this drag stuff takes. But yeah, I've got all June earmarked for it. So I'm going to leave you with... Let me see who's streaming before I just randomly say people. Yeah, I'm going to leave you with Hardly Difficult, who is also programming a game. So take care, everyone, and have a good weekend. Bye.